Let's go! Appreciate y'all, god damn it. Good day, everyone. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their weekend. This is the Wildest Wake Up Show, and this was one wild weekend. I'm your host, Sharon Bracey, and every single day I rebel against remedial rhetoric. And today will be no different. But also, before we start the show, when I say good day to you, I need you to say good day back so I can feel that great productive energy. Good day, Byron Turner. Dr. Quantum. Good day to you. Big Mufasa. Good day, Alan. I live inside. Thank you. I appreciate you. Kim. Are you? No, I did not, Kim. Thank you, Quantum. Oh. Hey, man. It was crazy, Chris. I mean, like, we understand what's going on. This is why the regurgitation of this goddamn rhetoric is insane. Good day, Freedom 557. It's insane. We see it for real, for real. It happens on a day-to-day basis. We understand what's going on now. This idea that they are saying is not truthful. They saying that they are the ones that's being honest. They are the ones that's doing this and we, everybody else that is just looking at the information that we have at the moment. We are the liars and we are the race baiters. It's crazy. Good day, CBP. And we know it's not true. And when I went to what's up, Alexis? When I went to Cellulite Podcast show the other day, I went there in good faith. I ain't going there trying to start something, or it's just that, you know, for the most part, me and Cell had a different opinion on the situation, and I wanted to talk to him about it and just get out my point of view. And we seen what happened. If not, I could play the video back so we could make sure that I'm not the one that's tripping on this situation. What up, CJ? Good day to you, sir. We do not mourn each other over here because we are above ground, so we don't mourn each other, so we say good day. And we could just see, like, when people just want to push narrative so much and they don't want to deal with the real consequences of other people's actions on the facts. You want to push the information on your perceived idea of what the facts is. Yo, Byron, everywhere I go, I get jumped. But that's because even we had a cop come up on the show. OGJ Speed, luckily he came up on the show later on and he came back with some facts that proved that Diesel TV was being dishonest in real time. Ridiculous is like, I don't even understand why would a cop come up there and just lie to the people. But then again, we kind of do know because it's a part of their job to build up a case in a way and build up a narrative in a way. Not only that, Diesel was a part of a criminal case himself. He understands that they painted the goddamn reports in a negative light to make him look a certain way. This is absolutely ridiculous. I do not understand this factuation with trying to prove me wrong. And every time you do it, you make yourself look foolish and more foolish as the day go by. I mean, the shit happens in real time. I mean, even when they was having a conversation with Papi Blanco, they told him, Papi said, hey, listen, criminals are the main ones that are committing deletions like that on a first degree at that. Majority of them are not first-time offenders. You don't just go from playing video games to I'm upping it up on somebody and cooking them for the day. Doesn't happen in real life. What up, HT? It's crazy, HT. It's crazy. Because people just they want to just believe their own narrative. They don't want to deal with anything honest and truthful. They just want to deal with the perception of how optics looks. And I do not understand why they are doing this. What is the benefits of it? Why would you do something like this? And so that's why it just reminds you of that we should have a conversation about Uncle Tom and Sambo. You got to understand where these terms came from and how they evolved. Because Uncle Tom comes out from Uncle Tom's Cabin, a novel that was actually anti-slavery. But somewhere along the line, the term Uncle Tom got flipped into an insult, meaning a black person who panders to white people at the expense of their own community. Who are these people? We see them, and for some reason we scared to call them out. A black person who panders to white people at the expense of their own community. Tyranny, it was wild. It was just wild. What up, Jay? That's right. The kids Call of Duty is cool. Absolutely. I guess. Like, why we act like we don't see who's doing that? I'm pretty sure if I was to ask, hey, in $2 super chats, can you please name the people that we know that are content creators or that are panelists? Can you please, on a $2 super chat, say a black person who panders to white people at the expense of their own community? I'm pretty sure we have a flood of $2 super chats. Let's see. Just write their name. A black person who panders to white people at the expense of their own community. And then there's the Sambo, the caricature, who used to, I think I said it properly, who used to portray black people, right? So Sambo was the caricature that used to portray black people as lazy, cowardly, or worse, right? That's what his character is supposed to be. And these labels was used, they was weapons used to divide black folks against each other. Plain and simple. Got the Uncle Tom Sambo. And now, so we are here, 2025. And guess what? The same divide still exists. It's just wearing different clothes now. Now they got hats that says made in Bangladesh on it. It's the only difference. Even though they want to talk about how they are so pro-America, American. I'm going to do that. They don't got nothing American. What's up, Dimples? Nothing on their body is American. Talking all this goddamn America. You feel what I'm saying, EJ? Tyranny, you funny as hell. And now we understand why a lot of them, this is why they would attempt to paint narratives all day, every single day about how they cannot come to my show and have a conversation back and forth. You know, I'm willing to go to anywhere and go on a 20v1, 80v1 and actually be there and not act as if, because what he tried to say is that I was a part of a panel that was a 20v1. You wasn't there, brother. So it wasn't a 20v1. And when I was having a conversation with Israel Mills, we wasn't bringing up no goddamn angry man in that conversation. Matter of fact, Israel said, hey, don't bring up angry man because he is not here to defend himself. He said that in that stream. So this idea that people are coming against you because you are some goddamn Thanos, you are wrong, brother. You are far from Thanos. So you need to stop with that BS narrative. I was not trying to be a part of a 20v1 against you. I was just against your remedial rhetoric that you was out there spewing. What's up, conversation with MJ? Good day to you. That's a possibility too, Alexis. Right? So we understand that 2025, we had that same divide. It still exists. It's just wearing different clothes now. That is the only difference. Right? We got people throwing around this Uncle Tom on online debates, calling someone Sambos. We hear it all the time. We hear it. And so how does this tie into the Karmelo case, right? Is that so? Well, this case is highlighting a very real divide in perspective. On one side, you got people rallying behind Karmelo, right? Saying he acted in self-defense and that he is being unfairly scrutinized is the proper word, right? He's being unfairly scrutinized because of his race. On the other side, you got critics who think the Anthony family isn't handling things the right way, whatever that is. Whether it's the fundraiser controversy, they public statements in the middle of all of this. They got these old accusations of betrayal and decide, like all these goddamn things. It's just a modern day echoes of Uncle Tom and Sambo dynamics is what we keep seeing on a day-to-day basis. What's up? It's me, Dr. G. What's up, Nay? Good day to you. And we act like we don't understand what we are seeing. But here's the thing, that divide is a distraction, in my opinion, right? It's that same strategy that was used back in the 19th century to pit black folks against each other. And so nobody focuses on the bigger picture, right? Because when I was having a conversation with him on the show, like he kept saying things that I never said. When I'm having a conversation back and forth, me and him supposed to be communicating back and forth, he kept saying y'all this and y'all people did this and y'all just want to get y'all get back. I'm talking to you. Why you keep talking about some y'all? Who is y'all? Where do you get this y'all from, angry man? And why are you mentioning y'all when I'm talking to you? And I'm telling you what I see and how I see things fit in this conversation and in this case and how he is being scrutinized unfairly. Why is that so hard for you to say, hey, maybe he is being unscrutinized? I mean, maybe he is being scrutinized unfairly. The narrative is crazy, Chris. And I don't understand for the life of it, why would Angry Man call this young man a hooligan? And we know this young man is not a hooligan, Bubba. We know it for a fact. And like let's just be honest. This young man is not a hooligan. We cannot allow it to be that we're saying that somebody that's never been a criminal from, as we know, in his 17 years and now call him a hooligan. It doesn't work like that. You do not, usually people that we are calling a hooligan is somebody that has a constant situation, interaction with the police in a criminal sense. Robin M been telling me this, and I just didn't want to believe her. I didn't. Big Mufasa say, play the video. You know what? Let me go. I would do that for Big Mufasa. Absolutely, I will go. Let me go find the video right now. Let me go find the video right now. I should have goddamn did some damn timestamps. That's what I should have goddamn did. But I did not. That was my mistake. I should have had timestamps so this way we could just breeze through it real quick, fast, and in a hurry. That's what I should have did, goddamn it. Let me go find it. Let's do this. Okay, I found the video. I don't got no damn timestamps. God damn it. What up, Davey Dix? Thank you, Kim Folk. It was a weird thing. I think Terry made you miss it. I think we about to watch the way how they treated me, Davey, on that goddamn panel on Saturday. Because it was wild. They was trying to act as if I did something to them. Like I was trying to be some kind of victim on a show when they wouldn't allow me to finish out 10 words. They just want to make things up. They just want to paint narratives. They want to paint this young man as a hooligan when he is not a hooligan. It's a sad tragedy is what happened. What up, Devin D? You know what I'm saying, Big Mufasa? How can I be when I go to these places and I be oh absolutely, CJ. I got jumped. I went down there. Look, CJ, I went there, I sat down, and I was saying some things, and then somebody turned around. They said, "Hey man, who are you?" I said, "My name is Sharon. What's the problem?" They said, "Get out of here." I said, "Why I gotta leave?" And then they big brother came in and he jumped in, and then I had to take the juker and plug my leave me alone. And then I ran away to my own channel. That sounds familiar. Oh man, shit was crazy. Let me see. Let me find the video. Cause CJ sounds familiar. You know what I'm saying? All right, so here go the video. So we'll say this. Shout out to Stay Like Podcast because he did host the channel, right? Because you know, this is the only way I would even be able to get to speak to some of these people because people paint a narrative that I do not allow people to speak. They try to use that as an excuse why they was cutting me off. They said, we cut you off because when people be on your channel, even though I never come to your channel ever and ever get cut off, I feel as if when people go to your channel, they get cut off. So we ain't gonna let you to talk. How does it feel? They was trying to make me get stressed. They were trying to make me blow up and say things. They even try to bring my wife into the conversation, which is insane to me. That somebody like the angry man will try to say, he said, Sharon, I'm surprised that somebody that's in the position that you are, the situation that you are in. Excuse me, sir? Excuse me? Juan? Like, I got one of the blackity blacks name in the world that he gonna talk about his name is Juan. Boy! And this is why people don't understand how important a name can be, right? Maybe because he was named Juan is why he is always confused about who he is and what he represents. Maybe because his name is Juantanera. Anita Juantanera. Maybe that's the problem that the angry man has. Because he's named after a man that makes coffee. Juan Valdez. The perfect morning coffee. The first thing I do when I wake up in the morning, I cut the guava plant, and then I get some agave, and then I drink some nice Juan Valdez coffee, the Colombian way. Dos Domininos. It's not my fault that you are a black man that was named after a Spanish Colombian coffee maker. It's not my fault. Damn, DOD said he ain't confused. But clearly he is, because he cannot just deal with the facts of what is actually happening. That's what I'm saying, Gail. The truth is always, so this is the thing that most people don't realize, that the truth is going to be attacked. This is why people love liars. They love liars. Because somebody like MRM, the modern Renaissance man that I just recently had a conversation, I was so surprised of his take on this whole situation. Because normally MRM is on the side of the black conservative side. But however, what you kind of find out is that MRM, he's dealing with truths as he see it. And he sees this as the same way as most people with common sense have. Somebody that do not want to paint a narrative have. If you're not trying to paint a narrative, there's no way you can see this case any other way at this moment from the information that we have at hand. There's no way. If you're just looking at the information, it's only one way you can see it at this moment, because that's the information that we have. And if other information comes out, hey, we could change our minds. It is what it is. And then we could just say, hey, you was right about your stereotypes. Dimples, I ain't gloss over no. I ain't gloss over nothing. And then we also had people like Mr. Rimtastic. He was on the panel, and I'm not surprised at him, but I didn't understand why he was trying to attack me as well. I didn't get it. Like, me and him don't have these back and forths. If we just disagree sometimes. It is what it is. And then, so when we having a conversation, they cannot deal with the facts that I'm dealing with the case and the information that is. They start attacking my channel. They start attacking the viewers that's on my channel. They start attacking the comments that is going on in the channel instead of addressing me personally and what I am saying. Mr. Rimtastic gonna say, hey, why are you hogging up the microphone? You talking? Shut up. I am the reason why people are here. I'm getting tired of you, I'm getting tired of y'all acting as if I'm not important enough to speak to. Because on his show, when we was all multiple streaming, guess who had the most viewers out of everybody? So we're not gonna act as if I don't mean anything. A lot of y'all have 3 times, sometimes even 1,000 times. 100,000 more subscribers than me, and we get the same numbers. Why is that? Stop trying to act as if I don't matter. Nah, that's not going to fly anymore, because we can see it. You ain't going to try to humble me. You can't. It's not possible. I'm not from a place where I'm supposed to be humble. I'm just not from that place. I'm not from that mindset. I'm going to stand strong and stand tall, 10 toes down for the things that I believe in. And as of right now, I do not believe that Karmelo Anthony was some goddamn hooligan. And you cannot prove that he was a hooligan. And you cannot prove that Karmelo was provoking somebody else when somebody else approached him. When two people approached him. When Hunter himself, Mr. Fantastic, said, hey, Sharon, can you bring up the evidence where Hunter said he approached Karmelo? Sadly, Mr. Fantastic had to leave before I was able to bring it up. But I found the video evidence. I let Hunter himself explain it. And Hunter said he turned around and said, hey, dude, what are you doing? And then they went with a quick back and forth. And then the other brother, he approached the situation. He handled it. So no matter what you say, he was communicating with two of the brothers. And then one of the brothers deemed that it was okay to put hands on him more than one time. That's the facts. Is it a tragedy? Absolutely. Is it something that I'm promoting that you should go around stabbing people that you have an argument with? No. Not the point of the conversations. And this is how we know it's some people that are just painting narratives. What up, next level? So if you are upset with the word approach, if you don't think somebody talking to you is approach, then fine. Then we could be as literally as you want it to be. And this is how we know somebody's painting a narrative. We know in normal communication, when you approach a woman, you speak to her. If you are at a bar and she's sitting next to you and you turn around and say, hello, how you doing? That is you approaching her. But now all of a sudden, because of this case, him turning around and talking to Karmelo is not approaching. We know in conversation, when somebody turns to you and speak to you, we would normally say that's approaching. We don't mean walking up to them from 10 miles away that I went over there and I approached them. So when we just being honest about the conversation, what I'm saying is that Hunter started, so this way we can have a clear understanding of my position. Hunter started the conversation back and forth with Karmelo first, and they had their conflict. Who started the conflict? We don't know. Hunter said he was aggressive. Okay. Some people might say, hey, you turn around asking me questions while I'm talking to somebody. We don't know who he was talking to. We don't know if he was talking to us in a cell phone or he was talking to an actual individual. We don't know yet. However, Hunter turned around. He involved himself in whatever Karmelo was doing and whoever he was talking to. Well, he was talking on the phone or he was talking to somebody individually. Hunter turned around and started communicating with him first. And then as their communication got heated, his brother, his twin brother, came and he finished off the communication then by touching him, is my point. And now we can understand why Karmelo could possibly feel like his life was in danger, is all I'm saying. And so now, Bubba, if you say that I'm giving false information after what I just said, then now I know you for sure you just paint a narrative about the situation, because that's just the absolute truth. Because that's what Hunter said himself. Hunter said he turned around and spoke to him. They had a conflict going back and forth. And then Austin jumped in and said, hey, look, let me take over this aggressive conversation. That's what happened. And he touched the young man 2 times. Those are the facts. And for some reason, we're not supposed to have those facts. And all I am saying is that that gives the understanding why this young man could possibly think that he had to defend himself in that way in Texas. But let's see what facts they're going to have and what they're going to say, because I'm the one. I don't know. I just started it. I don't know where we at in the video yet. Y'all let me know with likes and shares and all those things. as we monitor through this thing, because the likes is looking crazy for no reason. I don't know why. And so, Bubba, I think that's okay. If we want to be so literal, that's fine. So we can take our approach and say he communicated with them. They spoke to each other. Hunter spoke to Karmelo first. Then with that conversation that they spoke, Bubba, so this way we could be in clarity, Bubba. I'm going to speak to you very direct. Karmelo was sitting down first. Hunter and his brother, they sat down. Hunter overheard Karmelo talking, saying something that he didn't like or whatever the case is. We don't know what words is being said. Hunter deemed that it was okay to turn around, and he started communicating with Karmelo. They get into a conflict from that communication. And then within that conflict of that communication, it shifted from Karmelo talking to Hunter to Karmelo now have to deal with Austin. So now he's talking to Austin, and Austin goes on to touch him multiple times, 2 times at least, and then Karmelo stabbed him. So that's the information that we have. So this way we could all be an understanding. Let's get to the videotape. Let's hit that like button. Let's hit that share button. And if you can, send 99 cents to show some support. Really appreciate anybody that could do any one of those 3 things. Any one of those 3 things help out the channel tremendously. I know some people that do not want to support the channel. They just want to cloud watch. I get that as well. It was a wild live. And the crazy part about it, as I'm playing this live, I'm probably going to get... it's going to turn from green to yellow because of the amount of cursing that we did, that we all participated on this show, was wild. So Bubba is misinformed about proportional claim of self-defense. And that's the real problem, is that people feel like other people have the right to just push you. And in Texas, you do not have the right to just push anybody. You do not have the right to insinuate yourself into things that doesn't concern you. You just don't. What somebody deem as bodily harm, because that's what Texas law is talking about, bodily harm. Guess what? A concussion is considered bodily harm. Do we all agree with that? Bubba, is a concussion, yes or no, Bubba, is a concussion considered bodily harm in your opinion by the law? What is your thoughts, Bubba? I'll wait. Is a concussion bodily harm? Opinion about it. It is or it isn't law. I just want to know, Bob. I want to know what Bubba thinks about it. Bubba, is a concussion considered bodily harm? We can see your comments, Happy. We see you. And this is how we know narratives are being painted, right? I asked a question. Instead of saying yes or no, concussion from a fist fight is not the use of deadly force. But in the conversation in Texas law, if you have a reason, if you are a reasonable person, think you could get bodily harm to, you can use deadly force. That's just what it is. Just what it is.
Shaking my head. Exactly. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all got it.
It's about to get good.
I'm a scared.
You scared? Oh man,
I'm scared for you.
You scared? Okay. Well,
so let's see that. So this is how it starts. I just showed up on the panel, right? So I just showed up on the panel. And then the first thing it said, this is about to get good. And then the first thing, that's what the angry snowman says, which I can't even tell the difference between them, right? And then we have the amen says, I'm scared. So already they are painting a narrative, right? Instead of having a conversation with me, they're already painting a narrative. Already. I didn't say a word yet. I'm being patient. This is the very beginning of me showing up.
This is what we'll do. We'll put him right here, so that way you ain't got to be scared, OG. I got you.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
He's got his black shirt on. Where's the black hood at?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Go ahead, Sharon. What you got for us?
So I want y'all to understand that I just got there. They put me and the angry man in the box together. So therefore, so this whole idea and this narrative painted that, oh, Sharon, nobody wants to talk to you. We see people do want to have a conversation with me. It's okay. So right. It's because I'm opposing to what they're saying, and so they want to just have a conversation so we can get both points of view out. It's okay. It's okay that say like want to have opposing conversations on his channel, that he doesn't mind the back and forth. He's trying to have conversations, and when you're dealing with big personalities, it gets very difficult. It's not an easy thing to manage multiple personalities, especially when people want to talk. I ain't getting past it, Mufasa. So my main issue is I don't see why we want to put this kid in jail. I don't think he's going to do anything past probation. The reason why I don't think he's going to do anything past probation is because of the knife situation, right? Even though I don't think it's illegal by because it's a sharp tool, so I get it, so to speak. But since it's only 3.3, mind you, I want y'all to pay attention to while I'm speaking. I want you to pay attention to the angry Rim's face. He is smiling, he's smirking because he knows he's just trying to find a way to stir up something. Shout out, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Shout out to Sean Antonio. I really appreciate that. The first support of the day. Thank you so much.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to him with the $4.99 says, don't be surprised when the mayo glazers show up the glaze, the mayo flavored glizzies. Yo! Oh, damn. I'm just saying. Look at his face while I am talking. Hey, he's looking for ways to paint a narrative. 3 inches is just like having scissors or anything like that. I'm pretty sure he forgot that he had the knife. Most likely, the young kid have 2 jobs. So I think he's not going to get away with the knife situation. And so I think he's going to get probation top. So I don't think he deserved more than probation, in my opinion. Murder one, I'm glad that he got charged that, so this way he can get off because it's way too hard of a charge. They need to fight it. Don't allow him to take no plea. Deal with it in court because there's no way I believe they could charge him and convict him of murder one. And so that's my stance. I don't believe they could charge him and convict him of murder one. That's my stance. And so now I need you to argue that stance and explain to me why you feel like he should be charged and convicted of murder one and not go on probation. I think that's what he deserved, probation for the night, according to how it goes in Texas. So somebody lose their life over a disagreement, fist fight, or anything? No, I do not agree with that. However, Texas do. It's not me. I'm dealing with the fact of what's going on in Texas, not the fact of what my moral standard is. That's all. I just want it to be equal across the board. That's it. Let's see what angry man, because they put us in a box for me and him to have a conversation. Let's see what happens. I've made my claim. Let's see if he talked to what I am saying.
Who told you that his knife was 3.3 inches, sir? Where did you find that?
It doesn't. So, and this is what happens often as well too. in these conversations. Now they want you to get literal. We all understand that we have this idea of this 3.3 inches of the knife is because of the conversation that we've been having on a day-to-day basis. We are dealing with the information that we have. Everybody's saying that was a 3.3 inch knife. If it comes out that it's different, and then if he was walking around with a goddamn butcher knife in his bag, we're gonna have to change our conversation. However, for what we understand, is a small pocket knife. If it comes out later that is a different knife, it's a different conversation. But go ahead. Doesn't matter. Regardless of it, it said it's a little small knife from what I understand. I don't know if it turns out to be a butcher knife or something like that, where it was like something like that, then my thought process would change. But from what I understand as of right now, I understand it's a small knife.
The knife was at minimum 5.5 inches, which violates Texas Penal Code and is in fact a felony.
No, so I want to make sure that we see how she referenced that, right? She said the knife was 5.5 inches. No, it wasn't. That is the penal standing code of a definition of a knife within a school, right? So it's a knife that is 5.5 inches or longer with a bladed edge. Is considered a landing knife, and the landing knife is something that you have on your side. So that's what's considered a landing knife over there in Texas. But that's not necessarily what the young man had. As of right now, we don't understand if he had a 5.5 inch knife or bigger, or did he have this 3.3 inch small pocket knife that, as far as we understand, that's what he is saying. So that is the definition of a landing knife, but we do not know what size of knife that he actually had at this point yet. So she is giving the penal code correctly, but she's using it in the wrong context because he did not have a knife that big from what we know yet. No, but we don't have the size. So they said the knife was 5 inches, or that's the penal code you're talking about? Because the penal code says 5.5 inches is considered a landing knife. So that means you have it on your side. But from what I understand, he didn't have one of those. But we get.
So where did you? But see, this is why I like about. I'm gonna use Angry Man's word. The Negro Europeans.
Right. So again, instead of addressing what I'm saying about my position on that he should not be getting charged of murder one, and he should be getting probation for the knife. I already said he should get probation for the knife. That's what I'm saying. They are trying to paint a narrative that I'm this new term that he came up with as a Negropean, which is wild. How am I the Negropean? Can somebody please explain that to me? How am I the Negropean? That's wild. How? But talk to what I am saying, not your narrative that you are trying to paint.
You're saying that the knife is 3.3 inches. Where's the documentation of that, sir?
What I'm saying, that's what people are saying. That's the regurgitation.
No, we're not going by hearsay.
So people are saying that it's so. Yeah, I'm telling you what I heard, and I'm saying that I don't have no record report of
Who
it.
is it with the toy?
The people that are talking about the case, majority of people are saying that the knife was 3 inches or whatever the case. And as right now, you can see that I'm speaking to 3 people, right? I'm supposed to be talking to Angry Man. The host, Raw G, she jumped in to want some clarity. Then we have the Angry Snowman throwing a little peanut gallery conversations. And we also have the host, Cellulite. We're going to see how that works out. So that's the information. None of us got the size of the knife yet. None of us. We don't know.
About that. I had a child interruption. Give me 1 second. I had a child interruption. That was all the toy music that y'all just heard.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Wait, hold on. Let him finish his thought because he up here. But I had a child interruption.
Come on, he never lets anyone else finish a thought.
He don't let nobody finish. I mean, he is a Negropean. I mean, he was a part of that 20v1 situation. At least that's what I heard because I didn't watch it. But
narrative painting. Narrative painting. Instead of addressing what I'm saying, they are painting narratives. Why are you doing this? Why are you calling me some Negropean? Why are you saying that we have some 20v1? Why are you saying that on my channel? Why are we even talking about my channel when I'm here to talk about the topic and I ain't bring up nothing but the topic and I substantiated my point of view? I do not understand why we cannot talk about what my position is. Because they don't want to get to know truth. They just want to muddy up the waters. They want to paint black people in a bad light. For what reason? I have no idea. I do not understand it. But maybe, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, he only ever lets anyone get halfway through their thought, and then he redirects their thought his direction.
Jesus Christ. All right, so
he just tried to do it with me. He just tried to do it to me.
I know, but I'm about to get him. Baby, I got him. Watch this. So, Sherrod Bracy, quick question for you. So this is only by hearsay matter that you heard that the knife was under 5.5 inches.
Yes.
Okay. And really cool.
As you can see, I can answer a very direct question. I don't have to paint no narrative about it.
Quick, American Nacho, what was that Texas Penal Code again?
46.03.
46.03. There it is right there. All right, so I want to bring this up, right? Texas Penal Code 46.03 prohibits the possession of certain weapons in specific locations. This includes schools, polling places, government courts, racetracks, and secure areas of airports. The law applies to a person intentionally, knowingly, or
right, so we're gonna skip past this because we understand this is more narrative pain. I already admitted to this, right? And said, hey, I don't know the size of the knife. Y'all don't know the size of the knife. I already admitted, hey, if it's over 5.5 inches, that is a landing knife. I don't understand what is all of this. Let's get to you proving my point of view wrong and give me your facts, stats, and data. But you are not. We are skipping it because we already went over this. And we are all in agreement already. For some people like Black, maybe you're a little slow. So since you want, you know what? Everything somebody else do is important.
Recklessly possessing or going with a firearm, location, restricted knife, club, or prohibited weapon. And we can see right here highlighted. And when we talk about racetracks, because this did happen on a racetrack. Now, Raw pulled up that the stadium is within, I think, 1,000 feet of a school, is right next to a middle school, right?
Okay.
Baby, you there?
Yes,
okay.
It's right next to it. It's considered a school facility. It's a campus.
Right. It's considered a school facility. And then we also have to look at the student code of conduct. Shout out to Mr. Fantastic.
Again, none of this is my point. I have an open statement. What I said was I don't think he should be considered being charged and being convicted of murder 1. And I think that he should get probation for the knife. That is my position. I want to know, what are they showing right now is disproving my position? Nothing at all. They are not talking to what I am talking about. They are just trying to paint a narrative to muddy the waters for no reason at this moment. I gave my position. And I agree that most likely that the knife, he ain't going to be able to get around the knife. But why muddy the waters? Why not just allow me to have the conversation? And this is happening in real time. And then now we are reviewing it, and the people still would try to paint the narrative, even though they are seeing it. Right? We are not talking about laws. We're talking about policies. Correct.
Fantastic again for putting this on his community tab. When we look at the first Frisco Independent School District Student Code of Conduct, we go down to page 11 right here. We don't need to read through all of this other than a razor, box cutter, or chain, or any object used in a way that threatens or inflicts bodily injury to another person. Okay. A look-alike weapon that is intended to be used as a weapon or could reasonably be perceived as a weapon. We don't need to read about air gun, ammunition. A hand instrument designed to cut or stab another by being thrown, such as a ninja star or a kunai. Don't need to read that. A location-restricted knife. To your point, Sharon, a knife that is 5.5 inches is location-based. Because
thank you for saying that I do know what I'm talking about. So this idea that I don't know what I'm saying and I'm just making things up. Thank you, Cellulite, for saying, hey, Sharon is correct on what a location-based knife is, and that's any knife that's 5.5 inches or bigger and that has a bladed edge. Thank you so much, Cell, for being. Let's get it together. He's breaking down the information at this moment. Shout out to Cellulite Podcast at this part.
Because it's not illegal. But we go down to here. A pocket knife or any other small knife is not allowed on school premises. So the question now remains, with all of this, that is with all of the penal code, with the student code of conduct, with everything that is surrounding this particular incident, is it fair to say that he had that knife on that premises illegally?
Not illegally, but it's just not permitted on school grounds. It's not illegal to have a knife in Texas at the age of 17. No, so not illegally.
Okay, so not permitted on the school grounds. Hold on 1 second. Got to check
the incident occurred
It
at the
is at least a
David.
misdemeanor.
So again, so let's pay attention to how they try to paint the narrative and say illegally. No, that is a policy, not legal, right? And it's fine. It's okay. Hey, he was not permitted to have a small knife, pocket knife, any kind of bladed edge on school grounds. Point blank, period. But it's not called it illegal. It's a policy. So at most, he should be they should take the knife, confiscate the knife. That's what would happen. If he was found by a school, if he was, they would take the knife, they would confiscate. You cannot have this. You either need to take it back to your car because it's not illegal. So you need to take it to your car and put this knife in your car. So if a teacher or a security guard would have found this knife before, they searched his bag and they seen a knife. Hey, excuse me, young man, you cannot have this knife in the school. You need to take this pocket knife, the small knife, and put it in your car. That's what the policy would have did. So let's not misunderstand what we are saying. That pocket knife would not have got him arrested on campus. What they would have told him that you cannot enter this building with this pocket knife. You need to go ahead and take this pocket knife to your car, to your motorcycle, to your bicycle. You need to put it somewhere off of school grounds is what they would have said. You cannot carry it on you. That's what the policy is saying. So now that we understand, policy does not mean illegal. Hopefully we are in agreement to that. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe policies means illegal. What up, ADS? Do policy mean illegal? Put a 1 in the chat if you believe policy means illegal. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe that it does not. And then we could get the conversation moving, right? So we understand that the policies that he shouldn't have the knife. If he would have got caught with the knife, they'd have said, hey, this knife is not permitted in the school. You need to take this knife and put it back in your pocket. You need to take it off of campus. That's what would have happened. He would not have got arrested for it. All right. So now that we get that out the way, let's keep it moving. Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button.
Even to have a knife, period, on the school grounds. That's what the penal code says. So it is illegal.
Okay, so it is at least a misdemeanor. Go ahead, Raw.
I posted I copied and pasted some in the back chat if you want to read it.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. Like it's a school facility. Him having the knife
5.5 or over. Sorry, 5.5 or over is considered a location restricted knife, but
correct.
But the usage of any blade or possession of any is at least a misdemeanor. And then when you use it, if you were to use it in any kind of aggravating factor or whatever, then it is a crime.
Correct. Go ahead, Raw, and then we gotta read the money.
Yeah.
So again, as we see, it was supposed to start up as a conversation between me and Angry Man, and then Angry Man didn't even get to speak yet. They derailed the whole conversation. Fine. So we understand who's narrative painting and who is not. I'm answering the questions very directly. And I want to skip a little further so we can get down to the meat and potatoes of all this craziness. If we get to 100 likes, I will open up the panel. So I wanted to skip past a little bit more. I don't want to just, because it is a 3 hour, I was there for 3 hours having a conversation with him. So therefore, I don't want to just play the whole thing. So we're going to keep going. We'll see what happens. Let's go.
Like, I agree. Like, the fact that y'all are trying to make this anything else is pure and utter bullshit. Like, I get it. Y'all see yourself in that little boy, right? You're like, oh my God, that could be my son or whatever. Cool, I get it. But at the end of the day, that could be your son that committed a crime. And ultimately, y'all got to stand firm in that. Like, there is no getting around this. Like, a 3.3-inch knife, that's not even a pocket knife. That's not even a switchblade. in order to depress a knife into the sternum and reach the heart. The heart is not at the surface of your body. It's fully protected. That takes a bigger knife to even reach, even in the cavity of a minor child. So 3.3 inches just not gonna catch it. It's not big enough. That's not long enough.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Raw. You got to remember, he may have been a minor child, but he was the size of a man.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? No, how did my man say it? Because they said, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. This is crazy. Now that Karmelo was not a child, he's a grown man. That's what he's saying. And this is what happens with black boys and black girls all the time. They are always seen as older than what they actually are. And this is a man that people claim that he is for. This is wild. How can anybody say that? Hey, look, I'm not going to narrative paint. But regardless, he is now saying that this young kid is a grown man now.
Exactly. So he's not.
This dude is 240 pounds.
Right.
Who's 240 pounds?
Aren't they screaming about how Austin is? He's 6 feet tall and 200 and some pounds. So what you got to understand is this young boy was able to drive a knife into the heart of what is basically a grown man's body.
Exactly.
That's not
right. So we understand that this is narrative painting, right? So we understand a little kid can drive a knife through a grown man's body. This is narrative painting at its finest. We understand that a little kid can put a knife through a grown man's body, especially if the person is scared. This is more narrative painting. I don't know why that is even brought up, that he got a grown man. Now, all of a sudden, a knife cannot go through a grown man's body. A little child, 10 years old, can stab a knife through a grown person's body. This is wild. This is the misadventure. This is the waters being muddied. Now he got superhuman strength as well. It's crazy.
feet.
Right. So
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Hold on, Sean, you go next.
In the life with Mike, you can say whatever it is that you want to say, but we know that your mother was like.
That's great. So now they're addressing the chat, which we know that's just going to disrupt the whole conversation. Stay on the goddamn panel. We got a bunch of people here. You don't need to indulge into the chat as well. It's crazy. We are 30 likes away from opening the panel.
The community doorknob, everybody had a turn. Your mother fed you off of food stamps and barely could keep it together with Section 8 housing. We know that your mother couldn't sell that box and afford to pay her $25 a month rent, which is why you were constantly facing eviction. We know this is why you make sure you have an education. But see, don't make it going down. Yes.
Hey, Raw, you might want to be careful talking about welfare. We got Negro people.
You're right.
We got broke niggas in the building.
They're gonna get that.
Again, more narrative painting. We'll see if they will ever address what I'm saying.
It's causing me to have PTSD off this welfare talk.
So the rules of the show is whoever talked last got to read the super chat. So, Angry Man, you just said something, you got to read the super chat.
Deborah said, attention, please, whatever you do, do not ever get an attorney who thinks like Bracy.
Damn.
Not only that, they also are able to gang up on the super chats as well and say, hey, let's finish with the narrative painting. Shout out to Deborah.
Terrible. All right, Marcus Antonio Castillo with $5 says, it is felony how the weapon was used. It goes up to felony. Considered homicide. Mr. Metcalf buried his son. Karmelo, be a man. Son, take the punishment. 100 with the scales. Appreciate you. And again, for anyone who is restreaming to the hit their cash app or hit their super chat and like and share this motherfucker out. Sharon, you got the floor.
So I agree that the knife thing, I don't think he could get around that. I think that's why it's going to be probation. But the murder situation, I don't.
Pause 1 second. I see someone is trying to come up. You're gonna have to boot someone. It says the studio is full.
Angry man too.
It might be somebody trying to be coming over here to attack Angry Man, but you got to pay some money if you want to attack him. So you got in here like Sharon, got here for the free. But anyway, make sure you hit. I don't care who's super chat or who's cash app you hit, but primarily you should be hitting mass. If you want to boot somebody, go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah, so like I said, I think the kid should probably possibly get probation for the knife. Clearly the kid was under some kind of stress and he felt like he was in fear of his life. That's why he went for his bag and went and grabbed the knife to protect himself from possibly two people that was approaching him very aggressively. And that's what he was in fear of his life, and that's what he used. And in Texas, something as reasonable, right? You got to do something in reasonable, what a reasonable person would do in Texas. And so, and within reason, we could say that that kid, Austin Metcalf, or his brother, Hunter Metcalf, can give Karmelo with a K a concussion, right? We could,
according to who?
The size of that man, if he was there. So, like, see it, right? We understand, right? She just asked, according to who? I already said according to who. I said anybody that's in reason, a reasonable person in Texas. That's who. A reasonable person in Texas. That's who. I answered it within my conversation. But let's keep on going. And we all understand that Austin Metcalf or Hunter Metcalf is capable of giving this man bodily harm, which is considered a concussion. A concussion has already been proved, is already case, so that bodily harm considered a concussion. And so we understand who is painting narratives and who is having a conversation. We see who is actually trying to and attempting to race bait somebody into something. When I'm steadily on topic, I haven't went into anybody being black or white. I haven't went into anybody's family life. I went by what the law has said up to this point. Cases. I even said the knife. I don't think he's going to get away with the knife. A reasonable person in Texas would say that Austin Metcalf can give Karmelo a concussion. And by that definition, in Texas, you can give somebody else, you can treat that with deadly force. Simple. Connect him with fists, he would be able to give him a concussion, correct? We could all agree
it's
to
possible.
that. 240 pounds, that's a possibility, correct? We all could say that's reasonable.
I have a question, Sharon.
I do too.
I know, but let me finish the thought.
If you don't mind, sir, I would like to ask you a question. Just want to be part of the conversation there, buddy. So,
like, as we can see, that he's trying to paint it as I'm trying to overtalk the conversation when I have not been doing that. Everybody was able to talk. Angry Snowman jumped in there. Say like he jumped in there. Raw B, she jumped in there. Raw G, I apologize. She jumped in there. This dude, Moru, he jumped in there. Just now, DJ Witch Doctor jumped in there. So again, this narrative that they are trying to paint, that I'm doing something that I'm not doing, is insane. This is what they're attempting to do to Karmelo as well, because they don't think that black people should be able to stand up for anything, right, wrong, or indifferent. We cannot stand up for the degenerates, and we can't stand up for the good people as well. If we stand up for George Floyd, we wrong for that. We stand up for us now. We shifting our mindset. Hey, we're gonna make sure this person is a good person. And as far as we know it, Karmelo, as we know it today, Karmelo is a good kid, and when we stand up for a good kid as well, we are wrong for that as well. They just don't believe that black folks should be standing up for themselves because they want to apologize on the behalf of black people to white folks. Yes, Reese, that's what they want to say. They want to say that's what we defend. That's what they keep trying to misrepresent what we are saying. And he's doing it right now. But we're going to continue because they say I'm the one that's doing something.
What you're telling me now is that if we have, let's say, a police officer that just happens to be a short guy, let's say 5'7", let's say he's 100 and some pounds, not 200, but close to, right? And let's say he's trying to arrest a big, burly, 6'3" black man, 200 and some pounds.
So let's think about what he's trying to do here. Instead of sticking to the topic that we are having, he is now transferring it over to the law. Thank you, AR. So he's trying to paint a whole new narrative. He's trying to paint a whole new narrative. For what reason? I have no idea. Let's go. We got 200 people in the building and we only got 80 likes. Nah, that's not acceptable. Get the likes up. Ain't no way. Y'all got me messed up. Y'all got me messed up. Y'all think I'm supposed to see? This is the problem that a lot of people think that I don't deserve shit, right? But I'm here to tell you that that's not going to work. You cannot convince me that I don't deserve shit. You're not going to convince me that I don't deserve a super chat, a cash app, a like, or a share. Nah, it's not going to happen. For the people that is on my side, everybody that is in agreement, it should be no problem for you to hit the like and the share button. That's number one. That's number one. It should be no reason if you are here rocking out with me, you've been here for more than 5-10 minutes, it should be no problem with you hitting the like and the share button. That's number one. I don't understand what is the issue. Y'all need to get it together. If we want to keep pushing alternative media, this is the only way we're going to be able to do it. I don't understand what's the issue. Doesn't matter if we even like each other or if we agree with each other. I still went to Cellulite Podcast show. We don't agree. And we got a lot of people to be a part of that show that day. A lot of people was in support of it. I don't understand what's the issue. It don't matter if we agree or disagree. It really doesn't. We could all support each other on alternative media. When are we going to learn that? It doesn't matter. We could still hit the like and the share button. We are all part of it. We are all here together. Shit is really weird. Miss Jalen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Miss J with the $2. Good day, Sharon. Good day, Miss Jalen. And Lady Anya. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And let's keep making the chat as colorful as can be. Now we're going to get back into...
What you're saying to me now is that that cop has the right to shoot him because he should fear for his life because that guy is much bigger than him.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What?
That's not what I'm saying, because the police officers have authority, right? So it's a completely different scenario when I think about somebody that have authority, that has the power to call backup. If he sees somebody as that tyrant, don't want to listen to commands. That's why they have women that's out there that be on the patrol by themselves, because they got backup. They have weapons. They have tasers. They have plenty of things on their person that they are legally to use, and they also have the authority to stop somebody. Unlike Austin, he does not have the authority.
But you know,
look at that, talking to the point, right? I'm having I didn't paint no narrative. I didn't say because of Negro peons or because of Uncle Tom's or because of Sambo's. I ain't say none of all of those things. I'm being in good faith and having the conversation, even though I do not believe the question that he asked me has anything to do with this case whatsoever. I still answered the question very directly. Because the problem is, y'all believe that somebody else is dumber than you. And time it shows that you are the dumb one. Shout out to everybody that is not afraid to hit that like and that share button. Shout out to everybody that's not afraid. Whether you got 1 subscriber to 1,000 subscribers to 1,000,000 subscribers, that's not afraid to hit the share button. Shout out to everybody that's not ashamed to be here. I appreciate every last one of you. Everybody that's not afraid, even when you have 1 subscriber, to hit the share button and say, hey, this is where I'm at for the meantime. Shout out to all of you brave souls that is not afraid to hit that like and that share button, whether you agree with me or don't. I appreciate your brave self. Thank you. Seriously. Anybody that show love and support, thank you. Because I know people are afraid to show love and support visually. Also, I'm asking for likes and shares.
What Austin did, you know what Karmelo had that he could use? His autonomy. He could have walked away.
Excuse me? That's fine, but also
autonomy.
What?
That he could
stop somebody. Unlike Austin, he does not have the authority.
But you know what Austin did? You know what Karmelo had?
See, like I put it on Austin saying that Austin didn't have the authority. He went straight over to Karmelo. Why is that? I have no idea. Let's see. What Karmelo
could use?
What he could have used?
His autonomy. He could have walked away.
You hear that? He could have walked away. But he's not going to say that they could have not spoke. They could have not have spoken to him. They're not going to say that those two people, those two individuals had no autonomy whatsoever. They had to address him. Shout out to the very sexy Red TV. Thank you so much. Beautiful. I really appreciate it. An awesome content creator. Make sure y'all go check out the very sexy Red TV. She is absolutely awesome. Make sure you drop your goddamn link, baby girl. Shout out to the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much to very sexy Red TV. Thank you. Also on the Cash App, it says, ah! Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, means a lot. What? Shout out to my God. He says, rock with you, sir. Thank you so much. That is much appreciated. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. It means a lot when thank you. It means a lot. Y'all don't understand, but it really does. It shows that my bravery is not going unseen. Thank you to y'all, man. Without y'all, I cannot keep building this thing. We got to be able to build alternative media together. Seriously, thank you so much. That's fine, but also because the other kid too, Austin and Hunter could have also walked away. They didn't have to approach the kid at all. They had
wasn't supposed to be in their gang.
They had no authority.
Do not cut him off, Masaru. Go ahead.
Shout out to Say Life for attempting to because it's not an easy thing. Shout out to him. It's really not an easy thing. Most people think it's easy. It is not. Shout out to that. They have no authority to tell who and what not to be in a public track space, especially when the person is a part of the track meet itself.
You don't think?
Go ahead.
What I was gonna say, because we've been arguing the same fucking point for the last 3.5 hours, is that the guy shouldn't have been there. Period. He was from a rival school, and the tent that he was under was not from his school. Therefore,
it's a bunch of schools in there. It's at least 7 to 10 schools
Oh,
in there.
let him finish his thought too. Like everybody wants to finish their thought and interrupts everybody else. Let him finish saying what he's saying. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the point of the matter is, and this is the reality, he shouldn't have been there, and they told him to leave. He didn't leave, and then he acted like a pussy, pulled the knife out and shanked the kid, and then took off running. So at the end of the day, this kid's a little pussy, and
okay. And so, you know, what happens often too is that people don't realize that they are repeating themselves, right? He said it like 3 times. They don't even realize that they're repeating themselves in real time because they just so emotionally involved in the conversation. And then they want to claim that everybody else is. This is wild. And this is supposedly a black man talking. It's crazy. Who is the other person to say that he is not supposed to be there in the public space where they are at a track meet? So since when opposite teams cannot conversation, they can't converse with each other? All of a sudden, we don't. So this is it's CJ. That's what he said he is. CJ, that's what they say he is. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what they said. I have no idea. Shout out to the Cash App. It says, keep your head up through adversity. Thank you so much, man. That means that's a lot. Keep your head up through adversity. We see you. Thank you. I see you as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. But this is wild.
He's gonna get what's coming to him, and that's just the reality. You guys could be like, "Oh, but he's black, boo-hoo, and he needs to get off," and blah blah blah. No, he needs to be put under the prison.
I just want to say, stabbing is not a pussy thing because you got to get up close to somebody and trying to fight.
You're not gonna cut him off either. Damn, Masaru. I just stopped Poppy from cutting you off.
Comfortable on the internet, bro.
You see what I'm saying? I just stopped Poppy from cutting you off, and then you.
Hunger Games, and may the odds be.
So yeah, thank you so much. Because I know sometimes everybody don't want their names to be addressed when they send the Cash App. So that's why I don't say your name when you send it on Cash App. Thank you so much. Talking to Kipo said, no, it was me. I stepped in Ray. Thank you so much. Shout out to Wheel Like Neighbors the Father says, sounds like we have too many Jake lanes. I'm sorry. It's crazy we unlock when we just allow them to talk. This is why I do my best not to jump in and let people finish saying what they're saying, because we can get to see who they are. We get to see what they really are all about. That they do not want us to be just living under law, and each person gets treated equally under law. We ain't saying that we got to have the same exact outcomes, but just treat me equal under the law. What's up, Just Jay? If he got that same treatment, I got the same exact case, I want the same possibilities. Don't treat me differently because of my skin hue. This is wild. Come on.
From cutting you off, you should not be cutting off witch doctor. It's just that simple. I done told y'all about this decorum shit. Too many motherfuckers.
Yeah.
So put a stop to this for any bitch. Jump in to cut somebody else off. Thick with black.
In the living room.
Maybe you can hold my nuts. I'll bring them to you.
We got big time with the
Thank you.
$5 super chat. Says being asked to leave and leave.
Stab somebody before getting up close to somebody and stabbing them. That is not pussy. You know, and I think that the guy did it in.
This is another thing that we got to be mindful of when people just keep trying to throw little different things, right? They try to throw little different darts in there so you could be confused and have a different conversation. Now we're going to talk about if stabbing somebody is a tough guy or a weak guy thing. Where that has nothing to do with the conversation. This is what they attempt to do, right? They tend to just keep muddying the water until you just get far off a topic. Stick to the topic. I gave you my position. And as you kept, then now we talking about who is a tough guy and who is not. It doesn't matter. But this is what they're trying to do when they are trying to paint a narrative. They're trying to get you out of pocket, off topic, and have you talk about something completely different that have nothing to do with this case whatsoever. That's what they do.
In the heat of the moment too, you know what I'm saying? But trying to aggress somebody that is smaller than you in stature, that is low-key pussy to me. You ever heard the phrase pick on somebody your own size? And just to what the guy, the big time guy said, I thought the dad had a lot of audacity going over there. He had no business being over at that press conference. It wasn't set up for him. He could have his own press conference. That's just audacity all around the board.
So
I wanted to address something else as well, if I can.
Let me go in order. First, Anger Man, then we'll go to Sharon. Go ahead.
So, I mean, the way I feel about it, as far as the press conference, is the father was totally justified in stabbing that person for making him leave the press conference. Oh wait, he didn't stab anybody?
Nope, he didn't. He left willingly.
My bad.
Anger Man, the authorities, the proper authorities removed him, not just any civilian.
They didn't remove him. They
Which doctor, great point. Again, he tried to paint a BS narrative that, the father, a grown man, by the way, right? The father's a grown man. He tried to put, again, he's trying to make them grown. He's trying to make Karmelo grown. He's trying to make Austin grown. These are not grown people. In first, this man's over 40 years old that you're trying to compare them to. And no, not a regular, everyday civilian escorted him out the building. It was the authorities that said, hey, the owner of the building said you are trespassing, so therefore you need to leave because you are not invited to this place.
escorted him out.
The proper authorities escalate. That's why the kids didn't, why they didn't have the proper authorities remove the kids from the tent. They didn't. Who deputized them?
Well, my bad.
Great point, DJ Witch Doctor. Let's see how he wiggles his way out. Let's see if he's going to address the point or he's going to move on to somewhere else. We're going to see who's attempting to paint narratives and who is having an honest conversation. Address the point. Let's see if he's willing to address the point.
That goes both ways, though.
My bad, I forgot. When black people are places they're not supposed to be, no one has the right to tell them to leave. But when white...
Do that sound like he's addressing the point? Or does it sound like he's trying to race bait again? When black people's at some place, and then when white people are someplace. That have nothing to do with what DJ Witch Doctor said whatsoever.
People are places they're not supposed to be. They gotta leave.
The right authority should tell you to leave.
This is crazy that this happens in real time. This is wild. This is not me adding no spice to it. This is not me painting out. This is what happened. DJ Witch Doctor asked them, hey, do those boys have the authority? Why didn't the Metcalf brothers go get the proper authorities to remove the young man out of the place. And what he did, oh, I get it. He painted a fake narrative. Black people go somewhere. I know what you N-words are trying to do. And then, well, when white people get there, you are race baiting. You did not address the point. You are not having a conversation in good faith. So we know who you are. People need to pay attention. And it's okay that that's who you are. That's your personality. Nobody can say that Karmelo was nobody can say that Karmelo was trespassing. That's number one. Because he was supposed to be there. He was in the track meet. So number one, nobody can say that he was trespassing. But guess what? The owner of the building said that the father of the Metcalf, he was trespassing. Number two, Jeff Metcalf, he was not invited to the press conference. Jeff. So Karmelo was invited to the track meet. It's a slew of things that do not make sense what they are trying to paint, and I do not understand why they are trying to paint it. And when we finally find somebody that is doing all the right things for what we understand as the information is out, we should be able to just be honest about it, not keep painting and faking this goddamn race baiting conversations. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to address that.
Wait. Let me just last part. Then you got it, Sharon. I just want to say this to all of the Negro-peans on the panel, right? I think it is absolutely disgusting that all of you Negroes have grew up learning about the civil rights movement, talking about systematic oppression, talking about systematic racism, talking about how horrible it is, the way black people were treated back in the day, how white folks had white privilege, all of the movies you watched where you felt outraged, Mississippi Burning, Rosewood, all of this shit, only for you niggas to show your own version of white supremacy today. It's disgusting.
Disgusting.
Y'all heard him. Y'all heard him. Instead of looking at it as people just want the young man to be treated according to law, that means we are disgusting. Because that's on the Karmelo side of the law side, not the moral side of him taking a life, but the fact that he have a right to do it according to law. That is disgusting. Because not one time did the angry man so far address anything somebody said. He's just gone and rambling whatever he wants to talk about. He cannot talk to the topic at all. He could just keep on insinuating and virtue signal and all these other BS that he's doing. Again, this doesn't have anything to do with those things. Just treat the kid under the law. Stop scrutinizing because of something else. Simple as that, Devin D. If that person was able to defend himself, then this person is able to defend himself. This is crazy. But nonetheless,
really disgusting. And you can sit back and you can try to claim the moral high ground and pretend like you have a right to do it because of oppression or because I'm black, but it's bullshit. And you know it.
Oh, American Nacho put some fire in the bag. But don't worry. You know what? Actually, Sharon's a Negro-pean. He'll let the white man go. Go ahead, American Nacho.
I was next.
I want to let him see. He's been waiting. Y'all can let him speak.
Go ahead, Sharon.
So no, I think we need to have a conversation about personal space. Number one, Karmelo was not in a place where he was not supposed to be. He was a part of the track. He actually won the race that day. So this idea that he was not able to be under a tent is insane. No, it was when we go to track meets, football games, basketball games, people intermingle with each other, even with the opposite team. They go shake hands, they say what's up, they slap fives, they talk. It is not, he was not at a place where he wasn't supposed to be. That part we got to stop adding that into the conversation. And these kids show that they don't have no personal space, right? So he sat down somewhere in the corner. They approached him. Then they attempted to grab his bag. He said, give me my, all this back and forth that they had. And we understand also with the information that we had is one-sided. That is for the prosecutor side. We didn't hear the other side yet. So we got to make sure we understand that the information that we are dissecting is only from one side of the argument. And number two, the father, he also shown that he don't show no personal space. He wasn't necessarily up in the parents' face to face, but however, he was all up in their face emotionally. So he don't have no idea what personal space is. This is why the parents, they use the right authority to get him out of it, because if the father himself, the father went to say, hey, you need to leave, we know it probably would have turned out a little bit more heated. It wouldn't have been just a walkout. He needed about 5, 6, 7, 8 officers to escort him out.
Wow.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to stop you right there. Are you done with the cap? Are you done with the cap? Because that entire speech or that entire sentence you just said was complete and utter bullshit.
Let's see. It was complete and utter BS. Let's see if he actually addressed anything I say and have a rebuttal for what I say, or he just gonna disrespect what I said. Let's see. Let's see if he actually says something that is opposite of what I'm saying, or somewhere where he could disprove what I'm saying. Any of those things. Is he gonna address anything that I said besides calling it BS? Let's see. We're gonna find out. Good day, Maya Reed.
It was a public event. It was a public press conference. And then the moment the father showed up, they turned it into a private. When are you going to stop lying, bro? Because I'm calling that.
Really quick.
Okay, wait.
So again, I already addressed that. I addressed that. The parents didn't feel like he was supposed to be there. The owner of the building felt like he wasn't supposed to be there. The reason why the police was there in the first place, because they know possibly things can happen. And so therefore, they told the police, hey, can you please escort this man off of property? So they did the proper conflict resolution. That's what happened. He did not have a right to be there. He should not be in conversation with this family at all, because the energy that you are bringing to anything that they are doing is going to be deemed as aggressive because of what happened between the two families and what happened between y'all two sons. Let's not act like we are foolish about this. This is crazy to me. Shout out to
About to be a situation.
Shout out to the New Culture Empire with the 1999. Raw B was over here singing your praises. Now look, told you they fake. It depends what channel they on. If it's Red Pill channel, they get in line. Over here, the men need is not real. Fake talker point just to fit in. Woo! That's some smoke for your ass. Shout out to New Culture. God damn it. Absolutely, Robin. And they try to act as if I don't be holding it down, but we know what it is. We know what it is.
Was advertised as a public event by Next Generation Action Network.
WFAA even is streaming it. They have like an app and you can watch it on your TV for free. So it for sure was a public event. It for sure was.
And you can't even use the restraining order argument because Karmelo was on house arrest. There's no reason he wouldn't have been allowed to be there.
Hold on. Let's show respect to the money, and then we'll go back through the order. It's not Sharon's turn no more. Sharon's over it. And how you just gonna skip over me? You gonna make me go last? Damn it. And Merc. Now, let me answer the question.
I just want to say that is the new slogan. Y'all should make some t-shirts. Winning races and stabbing places.
Shut the fuck up.
It's crazy. Nasty work. Nasty work. That's just crazy.
Wait, they already got it. They already got a Karmelo Anthony theme song. You ain't heard it?
I heard
they do. That's crazy work too.
I heard that.
I hate Sean.
Yeah.
Oh my!
It's your turn. It's not show. Damn it, wins.
Yes.
Yes. It's a serious topic. God damn it. We need to have a real conversation about it.
I don't want to have to drop everybody down so I can speak, but I swear to God on Jesus, I will drop y'all down this Resurrection Sunday. But okay, the same way that y'all feel like Karmelo Anthony had the right to be wherever the fuck he wanted to be, and then nobody have nothing. I want my solo screen too. The hell y'all think this is? And ain't nobody had the right to tell him he had to lead the tent. Then guess what? Then nobody had a right to tell Jeff Metcalf that he had to leave.
So I do not understand why they even would say that when literally the owner of the building said he does not need to be there, and also the authorities escorted him out. So therefore, the authorities and Good Day LA Project and the authorities decided that he should not be there. I do not understand. So the history of what happened disagrees with you. The owner of the building decided that he shouldn't be there, and the authorities decided that they was going to escort him out. It's that simple, because the parents and the people of the building, they used conflict resolution. They didn't put themselves in it. They said, hey, listen, this person should not be here. That simple. I don't even know how you could argue that.
That event. See, what you're doing is you're conflating your Confucianism. And what you're actually doing is making the point. You're making the point that people have the right to tell you to leave. Now, the police officer shakes Jeff Metcalf's hand when they escorted him from the venue.
Perfect. So therefore, they could have got the proper authorities, teachers or whatever, and they could have got the young man escorted out, and then he could have shook their hand too. But I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have understood the reason why they shaking his hand, because they feel sorry for his loss, not because he was doing the right thing. It's crazy.
But y'all get it twisted. Let's look at some legal definitions. The color of authority is that semblance or presumption of authority sustaining the acts of a public officer, which is derived from his apparent title to the office or from a writ or other processes in his hands, apparently valid and regular.
Anime bro, leave it alone.
Who the hell is talking?
Somebody telling their business. I got you covered. Hide your kids, hide your wives. State versus oaths. But when we're talking about authority is the official permission or right to act, often on behalf of another. Authority may also be a person or institution that has power over another person. These are the legal definitions. Y'all just be out here putting that.
Exactly. And so the Austin brothers, they have no authority over Karmelo. This is a thank you. Thank you. Those brothers had no authority over Karmelo. Again, when we just deal with facts, stats, and information, and we take our narrative out, we understand. Thank you. It has nothing to do with it. So that kid had every right to sit where he sat. These young men had no authority over Karmelo. Thank you. When you don't paint a narrative, you just read a definition. God damn, look what happens. This is wild. But some reason, somehow, some way, they would transform that into some narrative. I have no idea why. CJ, it is crazy. It is. It's wild when you really see it for real, for real. All right, let's skip past a little bit. Let's see.
Thumbnail on it. Biggest day, but then when I'm on a panel, niggas don't want.
Okay. But the problem is, I was talking, and so he wanted to address.
Do you find it strange?
I was in the middle of talking.
Do you find it strange, Sel, that Negroes will pile onto a panel that has my thumbnail on it, biggest day, but then when I'm on a panel, niggas don't want to engage with me?
Here, let me make it possible. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
So what you're telling me is that.
So now let's see. This is part 2 of them. This is the second time they put me and him in a box together. I tried to adjust them the first time. Everybody jumped in because we wanted to have the conversation, so we did that. And so now this is the second time they putting me in the box with him. And he's saying that I'm trying to run away from a conversation. Let's keep that in mind.
At the school venue didn't belong to the twins.
Right.
But the public venue that the Super Afro Action Negro Network was at belonged to them.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, he had every right. What I'm saying is that he had every right to sit down where he sat down at, and those boys had no right to approach him to force him off of a public property, off a public place that he's supposed to be at, that he signed up and he was in a race. He was a part of the event.
Father had
the other two.
And the father had every right to be at that press conference, because the same way that Karmelo was part of the race, his son got killed by them.
Yeah, but he wasn't invited to this press conference, and the law.
He didn't need to. It was public.
The authorities at the building, they deemed that he wasn't supposed to be there neither, so they escorted him out. So regardless if you feel like he's supposed to be there, the authorities, the proper authorities,
actually, the owner of the property had him trespassed. That's what really happened.
Angry Man and Sharon, everybody stay out of it.
It was a public place, and I got news for you, Sharon. I don't know about you, but if the parents of the child that stabbed my son and put him in the ground is doing a press conference to play the victim, you damn skippy, I'm showing up there. In fact, I feel like.
So, first of all, he said to have a press conference to play a victim. Again, narrative painting. They wasn't there to address the case at all. They was there to address the rumors so everybody could stop with the narrative painting as is he doing, right? They was not trying to make themselves victims. This is them exposing themselves as narrative painting. I'll rewind it a little bit so we can get back to it so he can get his full thought out. Because as you can see, I'm patient.
My son and put him in the ground is doing a press conference to play the victim. You damn skippy, I'm showing up there. In fact, I feel like that father showed up there and was way more cordial than he should have been.
Well, that's fine that you might think that. However, I think that father, he was absolutely out of pocket, out of bounds.
No. He wants
to confront everybody on everything.
Personal space. I don't. Now I'm talking to 3 people. It's crazy. Now I'm talking to 3 people. Bubba homeschool with the followers. Honest question. Let's see if we can all answer it honest. Do you think black people and white people will be happier and safer if we were separate? There is definitely a cultural disconnect. I think we all agree on that. Anybody in the chat, y'all can answer this question. please reply to this super chat. It's a button that you can hit. You can hit reply, and this way you can have a conversation as well. Please, I want to see y'all all reply to that. Please. This is wild. So we understand that it don't have nothing to do with your race. It has more to do with your mentality than anything. Because people can live in places where they're different races and they perfectly fine. So it's mentality over race, in my opinion. People do it all the time. We do it every day. This country is not separate. Is white on white crime, is black on black crime. There's Chinese on Chinese crime. People that live next to each other, they tend to hurt each other. That's all it is. It don't have nothing to actually do with race, in my opinion. So make sure y'all answer this, so this way Bubba can get a clear consensus of what's going on. It's crazy. I don't know what's the problem. But no, he needs to respect people.
Up there and was way more cordial than he should have been.
Well, that's fine that you might think that. So the fact that he said the father was way more cordial than he should have been, so he's saying that he should have wilded out and turned up. It's crazy. He should get his get back. Angry Man, I don't think he meant to do it, but he's saying that, hey, it should be an eye for an eye. That's what he's preaching now. But go ahead. Let me try to talk. However, I think that father, he was absolutely out of pocket, out of bounds.
No.
He's coming from someone who wants to confront everybody on everything.
Personal space. I don't know what's the problem. But no, he needs to respect people's personal space and their emotional space. That was for those people to have a conversation to address the president. Have nothing to do with that father. They was not even addressing the actual case or addressing anything about a fallen child.
Wait, hang on.
See, and again, like you can see that clearly they are not listening to me at all, right? They don't really want. They just waiting for me to take a breather and a break of a word so they could just interrupt and just say whatever they want to say. They are not having a conversation with me at all. Waiting to respond. That is it. They are just waiting to respond. Jabba, that's all this is. This is wild. This is crazy to me. These are the people that said they want to have a conversation. There's no way you are jumping in before I finish. Every single time.
Hang on a second.
Why did they make it public?
Are you gonna hang on to two people in the middle?
I'm trying not to pop the fuck off, but goddamn, it's two people in the middle. They got it.
Ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Sharon, you old enough. You probably seen the movie. Back in the day, A Time to Kill. Did you cheer for Samuel L. Jackson when he bust up?
What do a movie got to do with me and your conversation? Why are we talking about a movie? This is when you know they don't have no argument. They have no legs to stand on. Now we are talking about a movie. Now we are talking about a movie. Well, we are talking about a real life situation. We don't need any extra. We don't need to add any metaphors. We don't need to add any movies. Why are you asking me about a movie? Bro? This is real life. The dishonesty. It's crazy.
Yeah, you did.
You lying. Oh, you lying.
Yeah, you did.
And so this is what happens, right? When I say I didn't see the movie, they say that I'm lying because this is what they know when they look in the mirror every single day, that they are liars. So therefore, I have to be lying. I have to be lying. I did not see that movie. All I'm trying to do is have a conversation about what happened. Not all these other race baiting conversations. Now I need to have a conversation about a time to kill. And I really haven't seen Jabba. What up, DJ Witch Doctor? I really did not see it. I will attempt to say, I'll go. Somebody let me know where is that so I can watch the movie. Yeah.
Sharon, you've never seen The Time to Kill?
It's no need for me to lie. I did not see the movie.
Okay, well, screw. You didn't see it, fine. Cool. I'm going to ask the rest of the people in here.
It's okay. You have a conversation with me. You want to address one of the Negro peons. The Negro peon is here. Don't try to move it. We don't need no hypothetical conversation.
That's how I know he lying. That's how I know he's seen that movie, because he know the point.
I do not know the point you're trying to make. What I'm trying to do is get you to have the conversation with me.
You know the point I'm about to make. You know what? I'm starting to realize why you niggas pile up on panels instead of coming to my show for the smoke you got with me.
I be in your channel and I talk to you all the time. So don't even do that. You don't drop the link. Look, I'm going by the words that he is saying, right? I'm still cooking him on the words that he is saying. He keep trying to move it off of something else. He lied again. When he's in his channel and he's talking BS, I'm there disagreeing. And if he was to drop the link, I would hop on there and I would disagree in person. I would drop the link on my channel so he could come and disagree without any interruptions like I get anywhere else. Anybody could get and drop and hit the share button and say, "Angry man, Sharon said, hey, you can come over here and prove your point." But he's not. Because he's going to lie and say that because he's here, that's when I get the numbers. Even though when we was having a conversation that day, you know what? It is what it is. He cannot have the conversation in real time because he want to paint a narrative. When I just stick to the facts and the point, he cannot move in the conversation. That's why he keep asking. Now he want to ask for help. He says, hey, can I get a lifeline? Let me ask everybody else about this question. Now, because he can't have the conversation with me, he want to add everybody else into the conversation. Coward. Often, whenever you drop the link, if I'm there, I'm going to hit it. You know you don't drop it that often, but when you do it, I will hit the link. Right. So now, go ahead and make your point. But I did not see the movie.
I don't like to converse that much with Negro peons. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, to everybody up here, every last one of these Negroes cheered. Every one of them cheered when Samuel L. Jackson busted up in that courtroom.
Damn yes, right, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
All right. Okay, I'm glad that y'all all watched the movie and y'all felt like I don't understand. I don't understand. What this movie, I don't get it. But okay. That's fine. But let's talk about what actually happened, not a movie. People that don't have no real point, they love to go through hypotheticals and things that are made up, right? So, but me, I'm trying to stick to the fact and the point of what is actually happening, give you my real thought about what's happening and why that father. This is why you attempting to talk over me. Even though
time out.
You're doing like in real time. It's happening. He's interrupting while I'm talking. I don't understand how this is possible. I really don't get it, to be honest with you. Sometimes I don't understand it.
Ron, you was talking, so read the super chat, please.
Yeah, but you gotta let me. I'm not able to finish.
Read the super chat. You're the last one talking. That's the rule of the panel. Whoever was talking last while the super chat come read it.
I'll read it. Big time. Said for the panel, A Time to Kill was race swapped. Harris versus the state of Mississippi, 1988. Oh, so it wasn't just a movie. So it happened in real life too, Siobhan.
So, and there you go. Some more dishonesty, right? So what you were talking about was something that happened in the movie. You was not talking about whatever the real case was. You was referencing Samuel Jackson, what he said, and they both regurgitated exactly what Samuel died, and you decided to burn to hell, whatever. This is crazy. CJ, this shit is wild. I don't understand how this is possible. To be honest with you. This is weird.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sharon. Finish your point.
You do know movies are based off of things that actually happen. You do know that's called art imitating life. Negro peeing.
You didn't know that Harris versus the state of Mississippi was a real case? You didn't know that actually really happened to a little girl? And the prosecutor's closing statement was the most prolific closing statement that has ever happened in a legal forum ever, because he detailed the events of the crime and then he said, imagine if she was white.
Yes.
Let me make sure y'all understand that clearly Angry Man needed help. Clearly Angry Man needed help. Angry Man needed help, and that's why they keep doing it. That's why he needed help. He couldn't do it. He can't have a conversation on his own. He need people like the Angry Snowman to jump in there. Because the Angry Snowman was somebody that at least I could give Angry Snowman the benefit of the doubt that he's not afraid to drop out into the chat and say something in the chat. He's afraid to hit the panel, but he's definitely not afraid to at least to hit the chat. I give him a shout out for that. Even though he was trying to paint some fake narrative that I don't allow people to talk. It's wild. It's crazy.
Now imagine if Austin Metcalf was black.
Oops.
Uh-oh.
Got your ass.
Yep. All right. So look, they actually thought they had a point. They didn't let me to address it to see what my actual thought is. They already made up in their mind what I would say and what I would do. Shit is crazy. But they should allow me to actually converse about that so they can prove a point.
All right, now go ahead. Go ahead, because I'm not gonna let what happened on the other panel when it was 20v1 and Angry Man wasn't even there. So Sharon, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes,
even Sharon, I can show you respect. While niggas talking about I can't show respect because I'm not everybody's cup of fucking tea. Anyway, go ahead,
Sharon. So again, lost my train of thought. So now with that, I guess Samuel Jackson shot up the place in the movie, and I'm guessing in real life he shot up the courtroom as well. I don't know. I never heard of this case. I didn't know that somebody came into a courtroom and shot it up because of some kind of racial case. I never heard of that, but I will do my research on it. Regardless,
I'll put it in the back chat for you.
That's crazy. Regardless of the fact, the father, he should not have been there, especially if he really if he was trying to protect his son and tried to help his son out and get this young man convicted of a crime that he did not commit in the first place. He shouldn't be there because
says who?
Says
no. In honesty,
crazy.
Who are you?
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Crazy.
So you can come back after he read the super chat. Damn. Go ahead, Sharon. Finish your point and read the super chat, and I'll bring Masaru back. Jesus Christ, y'all niggas have no panel etiquette, or fucking decorum. Jesus, diarrhea of the fucking mouth. I love you, little nigga. But wait. Go ahead, Sharon.
Big time. 2 white twins were attacked by a black attacker in Harris versus state of Mississippi.
No.
No, it was a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old little girl that was forcibly raped and badly beaten in their home in South Haven in DeSoto County, Mississippi.
Okay.
Are you legal?
So again, it had nothing to do with just at all. I was in the midst of a conversation. I got interrupted by Masood, and now I get interrupted by reading the super chat, and then it gets corrected. All I did was read the super chat like the host told me to do, and then other people started jumping. And now we're talking about Harris versus the state of Mississippi instead of talking about what we are actually talking about. Again. And then they say, I'm crazy. I'm the one that was complaining. This is why.
Eagles. Let me shut up.
I'm not sure what that had to do with this case, but
oh, you need me to explain it to you?
Sure.
You need me to explain it to you? So now, all of a sudden, like whenever there's a black victim, you niggas turn into Super Sleuth Inspector Gadget Columbo. But when it comes to the other way around, all of a sudden, you niggas can't comprehend.
So the problem is, while I'm having a conversation with you, I didn't bring race into it. You keep attempting to bring race into it. I'm not. So, but if you, I'm talking to you, right? I'm not bringing race into it. I'm going by.
You know why I'm doing that?
Okay.
You know why I'm doing that? I'm doing that because that's the same shit white folks used to do. They used to have racial bias towards black people, and every time somebody would bring it up, they would pretend like they weren't being racist. It was just about justice. You niggas learned well from your slave masters.
Okay, that's fine. That you talking about yourself. You learn from your slave master. That's fine.
No, actually, that's what you just said. Actually, that wouldn't totally apply to me.
Well, that's what you just said. You said you did that because that's what they do, and you learned well from slave masters. Clearly, you must be the butlers that everybody be talking about. I don't know, but what I'm saying is this: I'm not bringing race into my conversation. I don't think the father was just by walking himself up into that conference. He knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to intimidate that family. He was trying to intimidate that family. He was trying to intimidate the press and the media to try to switch it over to him. He should have not been there. That's number one. He was impressing his will on that family, which he should not have done. And it shows that he probably taught that to his goddamn sons too, because they want to invade other people's spaces and move people from a public space when they had no authority to do such a thing.
Would you say that a kid?
Hold on, AM, really quick. Miss Fantastic, thank you for joining the panel. Good G. If you want to restream this platform, you can. I have no problem with it whatsoever. Any super chats or cash apps you get, let us know so that we can know who's. Make sure y'all get paid. Angry Man, you up next. Go ahead, Angry.
Yo, hey, Mentor, can I take over real quick? Can you give me like a minute?
Welcome to Nigga Heaven.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
So, in your mind, the father went to that press conference to intimidate them.
Absolutely.
With what?
His presence.
A middle-aged white man by himself was going to intimidate a room full of people. But in your mind, a kid going over to another tent with a weapon on him, that's not intimidating.
And again, there you go. Narrative painting. He wasn't there to intimidate the whole room. He was there to intimidate the family. So him going into, he wasn't there to, again, the father, Jeff Metcalf, was not there to intimidate the room because it was a press conference. So why would the media feel any kind of pressure from the father? No, it was to intimidate the family. So now he want to try to paint it as if, he went there to intimidate a whole room of people. No, that's not what he went there. And then also he pushing it out that Karmelo with a K, he went over there, sat there knowing that he had a knife in there and that he wanted to intimidate the people at the track meet. No, that does not go together. You cannot conflate those two situations together. Absolutely not. For all we know, the young man Karmelo might know somebody from the opposite team. We don't know, but we do know that this right here was BS in real time. No, it's not intimidation, because you're putting it as if when he went over to this other tent that he went over there to bother somebody. He did not. He went and sat in a corner, and then the hunter.
Here's the thing about what was said in the police report. Here's what was said in the police report. Okay, I get that you Negroes see. There's a commonality between you and the other Negroes that was over there on that 20B1 panel. Y'all don't know how to have a conversation because you want to dictate to people. See, that's how I know you don't really want to have the conversation, because you want to stand up on the podium like Dr. Martin Luther King and just yell what you want to say at people, and they don't get to respond to you. Right?
Mind you, I didn't yell yet. This whole time, we all been watching all the things that he just said that I do, I have not done. It's crazy, nasty work. No, that's not what's happening right now.
Okay, so then let me interject and have the conversation with you.
You have been interjected. I've been getting interjected a lot without even losing my. I'm allowing all of this, whatever you're saying that I'm not doing. It's been happening. I'm trying to stick to the point, and you saying I'm doing something that I'm not. That's crazy.
You don't get interjected. Interjection.
Do me a favor. Hold on.
So now we're going to have a conversation about what interjection is or what it might not be. I said again, back to the conversation. This is wow.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the one and only verbal assassin with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And also, oh man, that shit is crazy. And also, with the cat, it says the bubblegum popping BS. Thanks always. Thank you so much, beautiful. Always holding me down. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Man, this shit is crazy. It's just wild. And it seems like nobody else, they don't want to call it out, but it's okay.
The panel down. I gotta step away for a second.
You're not getting interjected. An interjection is not an attack, brother.
I didn't say it was an attack.
But the way you just posed it is if it's an attack. You said, I've been getting interjected. No, bro, it's not an attack. The problem with this whole thing is y'all want to ignore the facts. All right. And I know why you want to ignore the facts.
Y'all? Me and you talking.
I'm saying y'all because I'm talking
about. Don't say y'all. Talk to me.
No, I'm gonna say y'all because it was 20 of you niggas with my picture on the damn panel.
I didn't join it for that. I didn't even see the thumbnail after you said something
Just to be fair, AM, I didn't know the show was about you either. I thought it was about the
I didn't know that. I'm saying y'all because there's a whole coalition of niggas that think like you think. So I'm gonna say y'all.
No, but that's not fair because I'm not giving you what somebody else is thinking. We are walking down the conversation and where we disagree at. And right now, at this moment, we are disagreeing on this young kid having a knife, purposely sitting in under their tent to try to entice a fight. That is not what I understand for to happen. So, mind you, I'm trying to redirect it back into the conversation that we are attempting to have on this show. So what I just did, I try to bring it back around to the conversation, and let's see if he's gonna. Okay, let's make the switch back to the conversation, or he want to talk, cry, and complain about something that he deemed happened to him that DJ Witch Doctor just told him. We hit the link because of the conversation, not because of a thumbnail. Let's see if he's going to let the redirection happen or if he's going to keep on talking about what happened to him and he's going to play victim.
In this conversation, you're going to argue that those two
now you want to tell me why I'm going to argue.
Twins shouldn't have prohibited Karmelo from going in that tent, but you gonna sit your ass right here and prohibit the way I talk.
I'm not doing that. What I'm telling you is my argument. My argument.
And just accept the fact that I'm saying y'all and stop deflecting, because that's what you're doing.
I'm not. So make your point, because I'm not understanding what you're saying now.
Oh, thank you. Now I can have a conversation with you. Appreciate it.
But with me then. I'm not y'all. My name is Sharon.
Thank you for not policing my speech.
Well, talk to Sharon, not y'all.
I'm gonna say y'all, nigga. Y'all,
I ain't no nigga neither.
Right here, see this right here? This right here is why that whole situation happened, and y'all don't want to admit it. He walked over to the tent, regardless of what his reason was, regardless of whether he was supposed to be there or wasn't supposed to be there, don't matter. Because at the end of the day, they asked him to leave. Yep. And when they asked him to leave, instead of him saying, you know what, forget y'all, I'm out, he said, touch me and see what happened.
Yeah.
Niggas hate for people to impose shit on them, but y'all love imposing shit on other people. Like just like how you're sitting here right now telling me don't say y'all. Nigga, you can't tell me how to fucking talk.
Just like how he can't say, hey, the father wasn't allowed at a public event. Like, who the fuck are you?
But the problem is that the authorities thought otherwise. So y'all just talking just to be
talking.
The
authorities they trespassed him, Sharon. He was trespassed.
The authorities escorted the man out. We cannot say that this young man that went down to sit down somewhere.
He was trespassed.
Have the right to say
why are you overlooking the freaking fact that he was trespassed?
Trespass him to make him leave. It was advertised as a public event. If that man came there and just stood there, if he wasn't yelling at nobody, if he wasn't causing a disturbance, if he wasn't trying to fight nobody, he wasn't doing anything.
That's not true.
Funny thing about it is, this is the funny thing about it. Y'all don't even.
What you're saying is not true again, right? So his presence is doing something, because he's a. If we just do that, your hypotheticals, right? If my son did something to your son that egregious, and you show up, it is no way I'm thinking that you just coming to talk to me. We all
let me ask you
that.
You can't.
I'm not here to say that this man was just peaceful by being there.
Ron, check this out, bro.
We know that. We know it. It's crazy. We know this man is telling a lie.
You cannot make the argument that Karmelo's presence under the tent.
Mind you, he don't want to be policed. I can't tell him to say y'all, but he says I cannot make an argument. He telling me what I can't do. Go ahead. In real time. It's crazy.
Wasn't a problem, while simultaneously making the argument that his father at the press conference presence was a problem.
Absolutely, you can. Those are two completely different situations.
Hold on,
you cannot compare those two things. Those two things are not. Those two things are
long stroking.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Again, they act as if that I'm just like I'm not getting interrupted. It's okay. Clearly, me and Ignorance, I don't understand it.
1 second, and then I'll let y'all get back to it, because I do want to hear from Fantastic as well. The only court barring from that event was for Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo Anthony was the only one legally not allowed to be in attendance.
And again, that's not the argument. The argument is that he should not be there because his presence is overstepping his boundaries. Again, the person that owned the building decided that he was trespassing. Again, the authorities also escorted him out. Again, what you're saying doesn't make sense because what happened in real life shows otherwise than what you are saying. Why we cannot just deal with the facts? I'm confused.
Now, Jeff Metcalf was trespassed, but there was no animosity, there was no hubris, and in fact, the police officer shook his hand on their way out of the venue.
Rob, can I say one quick thing?
Check
the
this
thing
out.
about it, the twins should have asked the proper authorities to remove the guy the same way that the father was removed by the proper authorities. Why people are deputizing themselves and taking stuff into their own hand? That wasn't the twins' property. They didn't own the tent or the track meet.
I agree.
DJ Witch Doctor, if you and your homies is somewhere chilling, whether you in public or wherever, right? Yeah. And somebody roll up on y'all that you might possibly have an issue with, or you might just not want there. Mm-hmm. You're telling me, DJ Witch Doctor, that you're gonna get up and go find the police to tell them to leave?
No. I'll tell them to leave, but I'll be in the wrong because it's not my place to tell them to leave. But I'll still do it. I've done a lot of things that I'm wrong for doing. That's not their place. That's not the law.
Y'all are making y'all are making mental leaps and mental gymnastics.
You're the only one that's doing that.
Wait, you have to show some respect to the money.
In order.
Huh? Why is it as soon as I start talking all of a sudden you gotta pay some respect to? Where is it? Where? Respect to where? This is crazy. As soon as I start talking, neighbor's accident.
I have to show some respect to the money. Now, why I said what I said about only Karmelo Anthony being legally barred was because Illmatic X said that in the chat. Thank you kindly. But Harmonized with the $2 said, what was right speaker?
All right, shout out to everybody, man. Thank y'all for inviting me. Yeah, so the question would be, how are you going to be also apologetic and genuinely mean it, but you won't allow the father to just be in attendance if he's not causing any issue? The father's just there. Like you said, it's a public thing. And you make this, this apology publicly to the family. So wouldn't it have been a better PR move for you to actually make the apology with the father in attendance versus kicking him out?
No, it would not. Shout out to Black people with the $2. Liked, share, tip. As always, much love. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Beautiful Black beauty. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No. The press conference they didn't make a press conference and say, hey, we're going to do a public apology. That's not what the press conference was for. Lord. Talk about mental gymnastics to make sure that this white man is okay is crazy. Because that's the only reference that they are trying to make it seem nice.
Out and not allow him to be there. I'm just saying, if you're trying
to they're not sorry. That's why.
Agreed.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I just got here. I you know what I'm saying? So, and then furthermore, to the point that I guess Witch Doctor just made, you made Angry Man's point. This is the point I've been trying to tell everybody, right? Of course, we all know, keep your hands to yourself, don't touch nobody, but fights happen every day, B. Okay? The world is not perfect. We as grown adults do shit that we know we're not supposed to do, and you do it anyway. Okay. So now you're taking away from children, which we've all been teenagers, to where, hey, this our shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't supposed to be over here. You confront the person. Shit get a little bit out of hand. A push, a shove happens, or a fight happens, and that's it. Everybody walks away. Y'all are setting a horrible precedent of it being okay for children to kill children over a push, over regular.
No, I don't think nobody said that was okay. Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you, DJ Witch Doctor. Nobody is talking about if it's okay or not. And that's the mental gymnastics that we're talking about. But we can have that conversation as well. I think that is fine to have that conversation about what is appropriate and what is not. However, that's not what the conversation is about. Nobody is justifying somebody getting stabbed over a fight. Nobody. Nobody. We're just talking about the law. Thank you, DJ Witch Doctor. It's crazy.
And as kids, we all took weapons and done stuff that we shouldn't have. Like I'm looking at them as kids across the board, not just for the twins. The Karmelo was a kid too.
Like, first off, why are we even talking about the twins? So first off, why are we talking about the twins? There is no evidence. There is no police report. There's nothing to where there was a conflict between the twins. Even the spokesperson.
Well, the one twin. I'm just referring to him as the twin. The twin, then, not the twins. The twin.
Okay. Wait. Pause before we continue the conversation. Let's go to the police report, right? Because that's going to clear up. Go ahead, Sharon.
Police report. Also, Hunter, he spoke twice to the media, and he said he was the first one. He said out his own mouth that he was the first one that approached the young man.
We didn't.
Karmelo with a K. Hunter said that on a press.
He didn't.
He was there.
No, he didn't. He never said that. He didn't. He said his brother did. Both times.
So that's the problem that he had. He had two contradicting messages. He had one where he said his brother only did it, and he also had one where he said he did it. So that's just what Hunter did. He's being emotional, so they're gonna probably say that he wasn't really sure because it was one that happened immediately, and then was one that happened later on, and the one that most of the people seen was the one where he said my brother approached him. But Hunter said in one of the press conferences or when he was being interviewed that he approached him first. And then Austin, he probably a little bit more of an aggressive brother, and he took over. Mind you, I'm talking. In the midst of me talking, he want me to stop talking and just do what he say. Well, you could have asked the host to find it. So it's crazy. Just Jay, they be doing what? What they be doing, Just Jay? Like in the middle of me talking, pull it up. What, bro? I'm talking. You want me to pull it up while I'm? Come on. The conversation.
Pull up the source. Just pull it up, bro.
I'm having a conversation with you, bro.
Pull up the source, bro.
You're making a claim that you're the first person I've heard over the whole debacle in this whole situation. For you, the first person I ever heard say, "Oh, he said he did it too." So I'm simply asking you, let's but you also kill all the speculation and pull up the source.
Right. So Sharon, this is the thing. I understand what you're saying, Sharon. You're saying
he's talking, right? You know what I'm saying?
I know somebody better read this.
Wait. I'm trying to get to it, baby.
I got you, Raw. As at Mitt 651 the twins. Good debate. Go ahead, Raw.
Yes. So Sharon, while we go over the police report from the actual day of the incident, please pull up where Hunter said that he was the first person to approach the good brother, because this is the thing about like this is what officers put the suspect verb about, and he on his line walking the ground on statement from the criminal at the time of the crime. He said he was not an alleged suspect. He said he did it. He did not indicate that more than one person assaulted him or anything. Only one person. He put his hands on me. So this narrative that people are trying to come up with, that they jumped him and there were bullies and this, that, and the third, it's not true, predicated upon what is in the police report. Now I'm gonna let you and Angry get back to your fight. And go.
And so not two people who hit him, but two people he was dealing with two twins at one time. I don't know why we act like this is not a problem.
No.
Why do you keep making shit up, bro? You're just making shit up.
You're making a claim he didn't make himself.
Again, getting cut off in the middle of a sentence, and they act like as I'm tripping. But go ahead.
Okay, he said it, and then if you look at the rest of the police report, the other two people that they took testimony said the same thing. The only interaction that everybody has said, is him and Austin. Why can you not get off of the goddamn facts we keep telling you? And you're the problem. You niggas are the problem. Even when you hear the truth and you face with the truth and nothing says other than that, we're going to stick with these motherfucking bullshit ass narratives. All right? This is why shit fucked up, bro.
Why?
You speculating, it might have not have been they attacked them, but now they approached them. Where does it say it? Show the evidence. And you made a claim Where is the clip of him saying that, hey, we, or whatever that you claim? Where is it at? Y'all need to quick to pull clips on everything else. Pull the clip up.
Right. And just because he said he was protecting himself, again, equal and opposite force in the law. If I put my hand on your shoulder, that is not equal force for you to pull a knife. Freedom 557. And if you don't believe me, here's a challenge for you, silly baby. Go outside, let somebody put their hands on you.
And then now we're addressing somebody in the chat, so letting the conversation go on.
And then stab, that is not. Oh, you could say whatever it is.
And I understand that we understand where we getting the report from. The report's from the arresting officer. We understand that he's going to have to paint a picture so he can actually put the charges on. This is how it goes when you get arrested for something that is considered criminal. The higher ups, they's the ones that had to decide to arrest this young man in the first place. It wasn't like the arrest officer got there. He said, hey, I'm just going to lock him up. No, he got that from above his own rank, right? And so when you are writing a report, when you get arrested, you have to trump it up so this way you can charge the person. So this idea that we getting both sides just because of the police report is insane. We know that we're not getting both sides of the story at this moment, and that's fine. But with the information that we do have, we cannot act as if Karmelo with a K was the aggressor in this situation.
Okay, Sharon. So let's look at.
Oh man,
I'm sorry, I have to. No, I'm sorry, I have to, because you're saying from the police report we don't know that he was the aggressor. Now, this is from, first of all, Marcus.
And again, completely ignore what I said. Completely. It's crazy to me. Just Jay, this is just insane. Like I'm like I don't understand why it's so difficult. Just if you cannot combat what I'm saying, it's okay. It's okay for me to have the correct information. It's not my information. It's just the correct information. So this way people don't have to be afraid. It's not you agreeing with Sharon. It's just agreeing with information that we know to deem to be truthful in real life. It ain't me. So this way y'all can feel comfortable. You're not agreeing with Sharon. You just agreeing with truthful information. That is it. Those are two different things. It ain't me. I didn't make this shit up out the blue. Shit is wild. It's crazy to me.
Provoked him. He provoked him. You can feel however you want to feel. That is provocation under the law.
It is not. But so this
you're trolling. I'm sorry, bro. No. You're trolling. You're hard trolling.
Well, we can straighten it out. So hold on, brother. So you may be
again. It happened again. I started talking. I said about 2 words. Other people interjected. After 2 words. Again. It happened again.
Be ignorant to what we're saying. So
let me say, can I say something? Fantastic. I was talking. I want to have a
you got it. So several attorneys and judges have said that could be considered as provocation, brother. So you don't have the qualification, you don't have the legal knowledge, you don't have any of the basis to override attorneys and judges. So would you like to retract that statement about it not being provocation?
No, I do not. So
okay, you just want to be ignorant. Go right ahead, brother. You got it.
You're trolling. You're trolling. He's trolling. Just ignore him at this point. He's trolling. Get him out of here.
No, let him finish.
No, every time he finishes, he just says some dumb shit. Get him out of here. Like there's no way.
And look, angry man laughing. Even though they are the ones saying the dumb stuff. It ain't me. This is wild. This is wild that this happened in real time. And then angry man laughed like, I don't get it. This is crazy to me. When I've been keeping my composure.
way he can be this retarded.
No, that word you will not use. But
Sorry,
even more
special
so,
needs. Special needs.
Masaru can be booted. I'm just letting, Masaru can be booted. I just want everybody to know that. This black man, let me make this very clear. This black man can be booted.
I'm gonna just move past the whole Taylor. Hey, Taylor, he said he was. I'm gonna leave it alone, Taylor. Taylor, he said he was. I'm gonna leave it alone. Look at me, stress, goddamn it. I'm trying to keep it together while having it. I'm trying to keep it together, sugar bum. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Please, just do me the favor. Do me the favor, Sharon. I'll leave you up on the solo screen. No one can cut you off. Go ahead.
Of course, nobody's gonna cut me off now, right? Because they want me to read a derogatory super chat towards me, but it's fine because nothing that this Mayo guy says is gonna affect me personally, so it doesn't really bother me. It's okay.
This is what it is. Trolling or stupid, I vote it is stupidity. So
read this definition too, please.
No.
Don't let him finish. Just don't let him finish.
And so now we're starting to see what's actually happening, right? So as he say, I could talk after I read the super chat. I start talking, then now they want me to read something else. And then the other kid, he jumps in as well, too. Don't let him finish. Don't let him. So now we are starting to understand there's some kind of play going on. Right? We see it. So hopefully now we can start just being honest about what we are seeing when it happens. All I want is to be honest with the information because this is crazy.
Y'all stop making this Negro pee and read. What's wrong with y'all?
Man, it sucks when you get treated the same way you treat people on your panel, don't it?
Damn.
Right? More. It's just what it is. They cannot stand when somebody have the proper pushback and that can articulate themselves with the proper pushback. They would say, shout out to the person that is just, as we can see what's really happening. I have not, Byron.
Come on, y'all, stop it.
Sharon, don't you run back. Hold on, wait. Sharon, don't you run back talking about some cellulite, let them do this. You see, I'm trying to hold everybody off. But at the same time, though, it's only fair.
I have not said cellulite, let them do it, right? I'm holding
why should we respect him trying to have a conversation when he never respects anyone on his panel?
So, and again, say I did not accuse anybody. I didn't accuse the host of doing anything. He's doing his best. So I did exactly what he asked. I'm doing my best. I don't say nothing that it was cellulite fault or Raw's fault at all. Have not said it not one time. It is the other people that is just upset that I can articulate myself without repeating myself over and over again.
Because you don't treat people how they treat you.
The fuck I don't.
These are
I'm gonna tell you.
These are
this definition
of the actor. Words provocation is something which causes a reasonable person to lose control.
That is absolutely not true.
So words almost universally.
Is that part of the conversation?
Yes, it is.
Nah, it wasn't.
Hey, yo, I got to bounce real quick, but all I got is
a saint just because you want the little black boy to get off.
Angry man, please.
Bro, now he want to be Sharon too. So
is the problem.
Oh, man, fuck you. Fuck you and every nigga that look like you. How about that?
Look, now we're going into insults. Now we're going into insults, right? While I'm talking, I did not insult him yet. Anytime I start talking, I get at least 3-4 people trying to talk to me while I'm talking. Now we starting to understand what's really happening. Let's rewind it.
So
trying to make this little nigga a saint just because you want the little black boy to get off.
Angry man, please.
Bro, now he want to be Sharon too. So is the problem?
Oh, man, fuck you. Fuck you and every nigga that look like you. How about that? Them little slick ass fucking comments. Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, I know. It's because you mad because I look black and you don't. I get it. So
at least he's not an ape like you.
And look, he let him say. You heard what he said in the back? He said, "At least he don't look like an ape like you." That's what he said. Absolutely, Just Jay. Yeah, then they let this Muru guy. Ego said, "What? Now I look like a monkey. Now I look like a monkey." That's crazy.
Them little slick ass fucking comments. Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, I know. It's because you mad because I look black and you don't. I get it. So
at least he's not an ape like you.
I don't give a fuck, nigga, about none of that little slick shit. You a black supremacist, nigga, which I find to be interesting considering your situation.
What situation y'all think he talking about? I wonder what situation y'all think he talking about. Again, cannot stick to a topic. Now it's FB and all this now according to your situation. This is crazy. We unlocked. This is wild. Unlikely, insane. They allowed this man to call me an ape, for God's sakes. And then now this man want to bring up my situation. Now you want to bring up my situation. What is that? What are you talking about? Because I'm pretty sure whatever situation you're talking about have nothing to do with this conversation. So I'm an ape and I got a situation. It's crazy. And then they say I'm the one that's doing it. It's wild. It's crazy.
Now you want to talk about things that don't have nothing to do with the conversation. Fine.
This is the problem with real. This is the problem.
Looking black like that.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you. Yeah, you.
Is that part of the conversation?
Yes, it is.
Nah, it wasn't.
Hey, yo, I got to bounce real quick, but all I got to say...
You don't need to address that you need to leave. Anybody care if you leave or not, bro?
Sharon, you're retarded. Stop talking.
Part of the conversation. It wasn't part of the conversation. You gonna sit here and act like, nigga, first of all, I am black and I am a nigga and I know how niggas operate. So you can sit up here and cap for everybody up here. I know why that little nigga was at the tent and I know why he did what he did. And you want to try to pretend you don't know what he did. And the reason why is because y'all think the white boy deserved it.
And there we go. And that's his real thoughts. And those are Angry Man's real thoughts. This whole time when we be thinking that when I'm disagreeing, no, he disagreeing with himself. He has some kind of internal fight going back and forth. Because this don't have nothing to do with me. Byron, this shit is crazy. HT, the projection is real because I said none of those things whatsoever. It's crazy.
That's why.
Got to get that get back.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just say nothing of the nature of that. So,
yeah, sure.
So I don't know who you talking to that said all those things that make you feel like you need to go ahead and protect white people. Hey, fine, that's good. I'm glad for you. And
it is. You heard it, right?
Protect white people how? But listen, Sharon, focus. I heard that, Angry Man. Sharon, I need you to focus. Why do you feel like Austin Metcalf was the provocateur?
because he approached the young man while he was sitting down. He told the man to leave. And we all understand that conversations between young people, it doesn't go from, hey, you don't belong here, to, hey, I'm going to touch me and see what happens. We know it was conversations, is words in between that happened, because we understand how young people converse with each other. It don't just escalate from that to that quickly, unless we all going to agree with Angry Man, say that these people knew each other, even though there's no proof that they knew each other. So Austin, he was the one that approached the young man and told him to leave. The young kid probably said something as whatever the conversation was, and it went to the point where he's put his hands on him. He said, hey, touch me, blase blah. Punch me, blase blah. And then so when he grabbed him aggressively, that's when he got stabbed. So therefore, Austin was the one that was pushing it forward to the confrontation. He was in that person's space. If he would have never spoke to the person, if he had never went to the person, if he would have never touched the person, if he would have never grabbed the person, it would not have
we get it
to the point of this situation. If anything, look, they get upset when I'm just able to articulate myself down a straight line of thought. That's all this is. When I articulate myself in a straight line of thought, they get so upset. It's wild. And so they want me to, I don't know. It's crazy. And we have to say.
So you think that there's no situation?
Hold on. I'm trying to have a conversation with Siobhan. Please, gentlemen, please. Are you finished with that vein of thought?
And that's what aggravates them the most too, as well, right? They are upset that I'm not only I'm able to articulate myself, that people want to actually have a conversation and go with a back and forth with me. That also bothers them a lot. They are upset that a lot of them cannot maintain a conversation that people enjoy to have. This is something else that bothers them a lot. They cannot stand the fact that I stand tall in my own self, in my own thoughts, and I don't regurgitate information. I'm going by what I believe, what my thoughts are, where my thoughts come from, how I got to those thoughts. I'm able to express all those things in a straight line, and that pisses them off that people actually want to talk to somebody that can form a full coherent sentence. It bothers them.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
And we know why she played that. That was a nice little joke, because that's something that I play when somebody get kicked off, and when they brought back, I played that song. Funny. I enjoyed it.
So the point is, right? We could bring forth the argument that Austin Metcalf also had intention and a use of provocation. The reality of it is he can't be held underneath adjudication in due criminal process because Karmelo Anthony killed him. So therefore, had they had a equal force confrontation where it was fisticuffs, right? Then that defense would make sense. Where it becomes a non sequitur and where we have to summarily focus on Karmelo Anthony's provocation of the situation, because what you said did not take away anything from Karmelo also provoking a reaction, right? He has to stand under the weight of his decisions in the law. So whatever Austin did not stab him. Austin did not draw blood from him. This is also equal and opposite force. Had Austin drawn blood from him, had Austin stabbed him or cut him, him using the knife would be acceptable in the law.
So the problem is that what they don't realize what is acceptable in the law is something, if you perceive the person can cause you bodily harm, you can do what you need to do in Texas. That's the truth of the matter.
That's what it's saying, Texas. So now we could go to when, because I don't want to go into when now me and Fantastic started arguing for no reason. I want to go to when they keep asking me to prove my point or what. Also, you know, matter of fact, they also brought Diesel up there, which was kind of crazy as well. I didn't understand that part neither. That was the investigation. We're gonna bring it back a little bit. Welcome to the show. ADS. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Well, Brother Sharon, I'm hoping that all had a good Holy Week and a beautiful Easter.
Absolutely. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Once again, the Fight Club is fighting over hypotheticals. Y'all fighting over hypotheticals again. This is in God's hands. Ain't nothing nobody can really do about this at this point but pray about it. Instead, we should be having a discussion based on, make sure he gets back.
I don't think I'm not arguing over a hypothetical. I'm attempting to have a disagreement over the fact, not a hypothetical.
At the end of the day, all these arguments, you know what I'm saying? And because it's causing y'all to be at odds with each other over something that none of y'all have any control over, to be honest. Insult each other, yell words at each other you shouldn't, over something that none of you have any real say-so in. Let me give you a different perspective. I think the real argument needs to be, do we want our children deleting each other over petty grievances? A tent in the rain. What about the boy who went to FSU, right? Just this weekend, on Easter weekend. You know, you got 8 people harmed, 2 deleted, right? You know, you got so much other stuff going on in this country. I mean, even Pope Francis Day, when we pray for the, you know, saying for his soul, right? That he goes through St. Peter's gates. We've got so much other stuff that's going on out here. But yet the only thing we tend to be centered on is this one particular incident, right? When it's not just it's not mass deletion. It's just one-on-one, you know, something occurred. You know, I would ask this. Remove the color, right? A boy, you know what I'm saying, gets into a fight and someone ends up being injured or they pass from this particular disagreement. You know, on the other end of it, would people still feel the same if it had been the other 2 boys who were jumping the one boy and the boy would have passed, right? Would they've had the same vigor? I mean, the one, you know, to me, this is nonsensical in a lot of cases. These are just children fighting. We should be talking more about how we can prevent this from happening again as a society, but we lack leadership on that. Once again, there's no leadership there, right? It's just people arguing, opinion arguing, and then insulting each other the whole time, right? You know.
So no, but that's the thing. I was not insulting them the whole time.
No, you went on the angry hostile panel. We've all done that. I've been on your panel before where it's been angry and hostile. And then this is kind of the treatment we all get when we go places where we're not welcome, right?
Sometimes. That's fine, but we just still got to call whatever it is, right? What we understand that angry man is not arguing in good faith right now. And it's okay for us to call it out. If these were all women doing this to a man, y'all would be quick to say, oh, this is how these hyenas act. Right? So, but now that is a man that y'all so-called respect, or he's some kind of status symbol that y'all appreciate, but to me, he's just a man. He's just another human being that I'm having a conversation with. I'm not going to have him at a higher self-esteem or a lower one just because he's a man, woman, or because he has a certain amount of subscribers. The new culture empire, $4.99. Don't trip. She only acted that way because the other content creators were bigger. Pause. That's life. They all gonna side with clout. Bar. And that's the truth of the matter. And that's what actually happened. Right? Is that they are not, and we could call out, if this was a bunch of women doing this to a man that y'all didn't know, y'all will all be saying, see, this is how those women act. But because it's a man, all of a sudden, y'all can't see no fault in what they are doing. No, none of the men want to call it out.
Oh, I don't like it.
about it, right? So shout out to the men that are calling it out. It is a few out there right now, and it's a big divide. And shout out to all those men that's calling out the blatant hypocrisy.
I don't like it either, Sharon. I don't like the way that you were treated. I don't like it when it happens to me. Nobody likes this, right? It's not an enjoyable phase. But at least I'll give you some credit. At least you had the heart necessary to kind of, suffer that, right? To get your point across.
Correct. I appreciate that because I think that's the first time you ever gave me some props, ADS. So I'm going to take it. I'm going to accept that. I appreciate that, ADS. And also, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clearly?
You're coming through very clear.
Yeah, man. First and foremost, let me take my shoes off before I walk into this room. Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss Jalen, Genesis, the Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, Happy, Barry White, Fantasy Island Girl, Black Beauty, Pink, Dawn, Renee, Keisha G, M Mills, Talking to Kim folks, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm going to make it my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and a woman on this internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Hey, Cuzzo, it seemed like you had an eventful weekend this weekend, man. And, what I kind of found real funny about the interaction you was just having with the angry man is that he attempted to put all black people in this crazy monolith, right? To where he says, hey, I'm an N-word, you an N-word, and we know how N-words think, right? So we know exactly why he went over there, and you don't like it because you feel like the white guy deserved it. Like, what kind of crazy cockamamie, situation the angry man is under, right? Contrary to popular belief, all black men don't think the same. All black men don't move the same. All black people don't make the same decisions. So the fact that the angry man, for some strange reason, he doesn't know that, I'm starting to believe what you've been saying about him, that he may not be black. Maybe that whole Juan Valdez type of situation, maybe that situation is true. The more and more I listen and I hear the angry man's talking points, right? Because he don't present himself to be a black man. He don't present himself to be someone who has experienced white supremacy, or someone who has experienced discrimination, or someone who has experienced the plight of being black in this white man's world. He seems that he has removed himself from that, or maybe never experienced it at all. So that's kind of what I found kind of funny and strange about the interaction, and also the ignorance, right? And I'm going to call it willful ignorance, because I don't know if they were doing it on purpose or not, Daniel, right? But obviously, they don't understand the difference between someone having a legal right to be there and then someone not having a legal right to be there, right? First and foremost, when you consider the track meet situation between the Metcalfs and the Anthonys, right? What happened in that situation, they were on the property of Frisco ISD, right? Which is private property. And no one has a legal right to be in private property, right? So if Karmelo Anthony was wrong and he wasn't where he was supposed to be, the authority that could make that decision and could ask him to leave are the people who enforce the policies of Frisco ISD. It's as simple as that. And the Metcalf boys did not. So we have to understand that they were not under the authority to tell Karmelo Anthony to move or to leave or to do any of the such, right? Now, when we get into the press conference, right? And they made that kind of false equivalence that, well, if they had the right to tell the Metcalf father to leave, then that means that the Metcalf boys had the right to tell Karmelo Anthony to leave. And that's why I call it ignorance, because there's a big difference between someone who owns private property telling somebody who they don't want on their private property to leave versus someone who doesn't act or have authority to do so, right? So those are two different, totally different circumstances. And frankly, I didn't see a problem with the Metcalf father even being at the press conference, right? Because I understand how these situations work. I looked at it as a political chess move. That's all it was. At the end of the day, the prosecuting people, they're playing chess, and the defense team, they're also playing chess. And this whole chess match is going to play out in the public, right? So him showing up as, hey, my son was the victim. I'm a grieving father. If you're having a press conference speaking about the death of my son, I want a front row seat, right? What better political theater is that, right? And I think that the defense team did a good job of countering that chess move, right? By getting the proper authorities to remove him from the venue, right? And what I'm saying is they showed in real time what the Metcalf boys should have did with Karmelo Anthony, right? So it worked out beautifully in that way. Great political theater, and I loved it, right? And here's what I say about the case, because there was a couple of legal victories that the defense already won that we need to talk about and highlight, right? Number one, they won their fight with the bail situation, right? So they got the bail reduced, and now Karmelo Anthony is not behind bars. He's home with his family, right? That is a legal victory for the defense team early on. Number two, they were able to raise a substantial amount of money that they're going to need to provide him an excellent defense team, right? Because when we are going through these legal situations, there's a big difference between having an attorney and then having a defense team, right? Because when you have a defense team, you got multiple attorneys attacking the prosecution in a multitude of different ways, right? They're going to systematically break down that case in several different ways in which a single attorney is not going to have the time allocated to do that, right? Also, they'll have the money to hire what they call expert witnesses, right? For an example, they'll hire someone with the expertise and the licensing to diagnose Karmelo Anthony's mind state at the time where he pulled out the knife, right? Jurors love expert witnesses, people that have the credentials and licensing to give them an insight on why somebody did something or took some type of an action, right? So I think that was also a good victory for them to be able to get the money to put forward a proper defense, right? Because most of us, when we're in that situation, we don't have the funds in order to, put forward a sufficient enough defense going up against a state who has a whole bunch of means at their disposal to utilize to prosecute you, right? So they got him out of jail, got the bail reduced, and now they have the money to put together to defend him properly, right? Now, the next battleground area in this case is going to be the jury selection process, right? That's going to be the next form of political theater. Why? Because the venue, the jurisdiction is under Frisco, right? And I'm not familiar of the county of Frisco, but I'm willing to guarantee that there's not a lot of black people and brown people that lives in that county, right? So it's going to make the jury selection process very, very, very difficult to navigate. And I believe, in my opinion, the defense team is going to move for a change of jurisdiction. Remember, I said this. We're going to be hearing when this case is being brought forward, they're going to be looking for to change the jurisdiction so that they can have a larger jury pool to get the jurors there available, right? Because what a lot of people, they're saying, okay, we're going off of hypotheticals, and we're going off insinuations and speculation and all these different things that they're saying, right? Which is correct. However, what's being glossed over, and what they all glossed over there, is that Karmelo Anthony, according to the 6th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, is innocent until proven guilty, right? Not guilty until proven innocent. He's innocent until proven guilty, and the 6th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution guarantees us the right to a fair and speedy trial, guarantees us the right to an impartial jury made up of our peers, and so on and so forth, right? So when this case goes forward, the next battleground is going to be that jury selection, because they're going to want, and I'm talking about the defense team, they're going to want at least 3 black people on that jury, and within that 3 black people, 1 black woman, at least. That's what they're going to want, and that's going to be very, very, very difficult for them to get that under whatever county Frisco falls under. Because if it doesn't fall under Dallas County, then they're going to have an issue with getting the people that are quote unquote Karmelo Anthony's peers, right? They're going to more than likely be the Metcalf family's peers, which is going to be a problem, right? Because the Metcalf family, they're not on trial here. And, rest in peace to Austin Metcalf. And, we still need to pray for the Metcalf family that, they get, supported, and they get, some peace and some deliverance in dealing with that grief. However, there's still Karmelo Anthony here, who's under the trial of fire, and he's under prosecution, and he does have the right to be looked at as innocent until proven guilty by the 6th Amendment of the Constitution, right? And maybe a lot of us black folks, when we talk about that, we don't look at ourselves as citizens, or we don't look at ourselves as equal citizens to white people. And maybe that's the reason why oftentimes we look at ourselves as guilty until proven innocent, because we don't feel like the 6th Amendment should apply to us, right? And that's what I felt like I heard on that panel you was on. There were a multitude of black people who were already just considering this young man guilty, right, before he was able to undergo due process. And I think that's the problem that I had with Random Independent, and that's the problem that I had with the black people on that panel, right? We're sorry for the loss of the Metcalf family, and we get all that. But they're not on trial here. Karmelo Anthony's on trial, and what he's saying is it was self-defense, right? So it's up to the prosecution to prove that it wasn't self-defense, and that is where we're going to figure out the facts and the truth of what happens, and then we'll be able to make a good decision when all the facts are laid out and all the testimony is heard and all the evidence is examined. But we can't come up with any conclusions yet because we don't have any of that information. Probably less than 1% of the facts that's going to be showed during this case, we have access to. So it's very premature for us to come up with any conclusions or Monday morning quarterback this thing, but the chess match is underway. The defense team did have several victories, and now the next battleground will happen at jury selection. Listen, peace and love. I see the Queen Tiff jumped up. Peace and love to you, Queen. Peace and love to all y'all. I can't stay. I gotta go, but I just wanted to share your thoughts. Cuzzo, keep doing your thing. I believe you did a good job of trying to articulate your points and trying to do it in not an emotional way. But the problem that you had is everybody else wanted to do it in an emotional way, in an angry way, and in an ignorant way. But I liked how you handled yourself. Continue to handle yourself that way. Continue doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job. Peace and love to everybody out there. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend, and hopefully everybody has a lot of peace and a lot of love to get through this week.
Awesome. Appreciate you, cuz. Also, the Cash App. Can people be selective with being black? And also, are more black men are identifying as individuals? Yeah, that's kind of crazy too when you think about it. Is that like, hey, it doesn't matter because when you go outside, people are going to be moving the way how they are moving. So, what's up, Tim? I wanted to get back into this part because they're about to bring you up, cuz, which is crazy enough. But go ahead, Tiff. What's your thoughts?
Ooh, baby, I don't do the internet on the weekend because I be with my husband. Sharon, I saw you was online, and I just like put it on for a second. When I tell you, I took a glass and threw it against my wall because I felt like they were fucking with you. Because it's like, what is this? Like, it bothers me really, really bad when I see Black people buck break and there's no need for it. And what I'm starting to realize is the people in Texas, specifically North Texas, we look at things very differently. And I think every person that's been from this area has said, like, this is not what you think it is. Even to the point of where the father said, like, this is not about racism. And it is, and it isn't. So we have got to be very honest in America and just say right now, where we are as a country culturally is because we refuse to deal with racism. We refuse to deal with the legacy that it's left and the duality of two justice systems, to banking systems, to credit systems, to educational systems. Like, we know what it is, but we want to make it seem as if like, oh, we're above that. We're not. We're not above this. So if we look at just at the point of this situation, you have two boys, both athletes, horrible decisions, and bravado, right?
Yeah.
What is happening is now you have all of this other racism being put into this, and it's just not playing well. My issue with the father, and what really sent me, was them talking about he had a right to be there. That was a private press conference at NAGN that was at their headquarters. That was a family spokesperson, and they said, we understand what's going on. We understand things look awry. We're going to go ahead and say this one time, and we can't talk about this because this is an open case, right? On top of this is an open case. All of the people involved are minors. So if you're a minor, guess what? They can't release your name. They can't give you your information. So it's making a bad situation worse. Then you take a person like an angry man and a fantastic, and it's like you're being less than honest because y'all love being NRAers and gun rights and protecting yourself as long as it's white people protecting themselves against Black bodies. Like at the end of the day, I'm sorry, you had a white man, male, go up to a black boy, male, in the rain and try to make him move. Black people have a right to exist. Black people have a right to be under tents. Black people have a right to defend themselves. And I don't know what it is about you northern niggas. And because y'all's racism is very polite versus in the South, where we know what it is, we got sundown towns, we understand. You don't be over here, I won't be over there. You don't date my child, I won't date your child. If you get a situation with a Sharon and an Anya, you know what? We gonna love you, we gonna love her, but y'all are the exception to the rule, right? And even in that, it ain't gonna be too much. You're not gonna disrespect my good white sister. I don't give a damn, and I don't like white people, but you're not gonna talk about Anya. And that's the same thing that we do with anything else. These kids made horrible choices. They're teenage boys that did something that one child is dead and another baby's gonna have to for the rest of his life. Let's not talk about jail. Let's talk about knowing that you took another life and what that's going to do to his mindset, his mentality, his that in a like that's not normal to take a person out, right? And this young, he's a baby. And now you have a twin. And I don't know if you know twins, but when they are lockstep. And this baby has lost his twin. Like, we are talking about the wrong thing. Can we talk about why these boys didn't have no goddamn conflict resolution skills? And can we talk about the status of what happened with them and the status of America and our president not having conflict resolution skills? Because we are looking at a microcosm of when we don't know how to be kind, when we don't know how to be loving, when we don't know how to have boundaries, when we don't know that you can't put your hands on people. This is what happens. This is a horrible, horrible outcome of entitlement, of maleness, of no feelings in the sense of not being able to take an L, because we teach men that if you take an L, you're less than a man. Because if we allowed y'all to have a human experience and say sometimes you might take an L and just walk away, that's very different. But when you got to fight for your manhood and fight for everything, you're going to fight to the death. And that's what happened. You had one little boy think he could say, hey, get out of here. Get out of here. Scram. And the other boy said, nah, I don't think so. And he said, oh, no, you're going to move because I'm the captain of the football team. And I'm going to throw myself away. I'm going to show you who I am. And in the midst, you got poked and you lost your life. And this is horrible. But the foundation, no communication, men, ego, and refusing to allow men to have a full experience, which means what? Sometimes you're going to take an L. Sometimes you have to walk away. And if not, what are the repercussions? Because all of this was avoidable. All of this was with a conversation of, yo, bro, you mind moving? Like, I know it's raining, but you can't be under here, big dog, right? It was the lack of Austin seeing his humanity that caused him to have a loss of life. He did not see him as himself, right? And that's the thing. Had he saw him as a fellow athlete, as a fellow track person, as a fellow Friscoer, anything, he did not see himself in that black boy, and it caused him to lose his life. You get what I'm saying?
I get it. That was good. Welcome to the show. You good there? Okay. Welcome to the show. We Unlock Nation. Good day, sir. What's your thoughts?
I want to ask you a question, Sharon. How do you put up with it? How do you put up with being on a live stream on a panel full of a bunch of yahoos and a bunch of Jake Lanes that clearly two of them don't have your best interest And then the other, I'm not going to mention any names, but let's just put it this way. We've been going at this back and forth for what, 2 damn near 3 weeks now. And no brain power, no clarification, no justification. We know what we know. But the real facts are with the attorneys. The real facts are with the attorneys, because in the incident with these 2 boys, Austin and Karmelo, between can you move or please move or you're gonna move, there's a gap in between touch me and see what happens. In that same touch me and see what happens, there's another gap between punch me and see what happens. And then within that gap, you have a stabbing. We don't know if this boy really truly ran away. Do you think he would have ran away in the hands of the police, the man that detained him, but did not read him his rights? Do you think he would have actually ran away? Do you think that this boy would have actually, if he was such a thug? I don't know any, by the way, sidebar, I don't know any thugs that score a 3.7 or a 4.0 GPA. I don't know any. Do you?
I do.
Oh shit, Reese.
But if that's the case, then I want to question their insanity. I want to question their sanity, because anybody who scores a 4.0 and wants to do the wrong thing, you don't need to be in this society. As a matter of fact, you need to be removed from this society. But we need to, and the only reason why this is a race war is because it's seen in the public eye. And the public, they have to have a story, do they not? If they don't have a story, it don't make news. It simply does not make news. So they have to make something up. And apparently they know how to get black folks aroused. And then you got white folks that get aroused. And everybody else, they're lost in the sauce. They're tired, we're tired. We say what we say, they say what they say. And it gets nowhere. And it's like, what does this have to do with the thing that's going on right now? It has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with it at all. I pray that this boy gets a fair trial. Absolutely. Under the Constitution. It is said you are innocent until what? Proven guilty. That's all we know. But you want to crucify him. You want to crucify him, you want to hang up on the cross. And I've never seen too many of these black crackers in my life. Want to crucify this boy. Angry Man, he's the biggest black cracker I have ever heard and seen in my entire life. But it's fine. He panders to his audience. It's cool. I get it. Do your thing. At the end of the day, if this boy stands trial, right? And if he walks away free, well, no, he's not going to walk away free. He's probably going to get 10 years probation. But if he goes home, even if he goes home, his parents are still going to feel pain. His parents are still going to feel it. Not just from white folks, he's going to feel it from black folks as well, because they feel like they so goddamn privileged. But even though they're not equal to anybody in society, they know that. So stop fronting. They ain't gonna get. Oh, you gonna put? We congratulate you. We gonna put you made them. We gonna make you a sandwich. Did you make? You must have made Dylan Roof a sandwich.
I got a question. I got a couple questions.
But at the end of the day, we're just YouTubers, right? We're a court of public opinion. We're not a court. We're not a court of law, and I'll land that.
But Sharon, let me ask you this. Let me ask Lots. Like, why do
Hold
y'all
on, but before you go, I want Reese to get. I want everybody to get their full thought out. Go ahead, Reese, and I want to jump back into the video as well. But go ahead, Reese.
All right, look, so I'm behind in all of this, right? But I did hear a couple videos, couple content creators from the Fight Club space do videos about this, and I've heard Angry Man's name about 9 to 10 times. Number one, I want to know what he did that was so egregious, and I also want to know why everybody tries to compare this to Kyle Rittenhouse when the two situations are polar opposites. Remember, Kyle Rittenhouse was standing around minding his business, and then a mob started chasing him. And not only did he defend himself after being threatened with a gun and a skateboard, he shot white people. He didn't even shoot nobody black. So I want to know why niggas hate him, and I want to know what Angry Man did.
Angry Man called this young man a hooligan.
Oh, shit.
So that's the issue that we have with somebody like that. This man is.
Now, why did he do that? Why did he do that?
Because
he's black.
He called him a hooligan based on this so-called based on his case, but he really, as we finding out through the conversation, is because, as he said, he know how niggas think and how niggas operate. And so just because he have a 3.7 GPA doesn't make him good. He's still a hooligan.
It don't mean shit.
And so, but we know for a fact that if we are going to be preaching on these spaces how to that we're supposed to be holding people down that is doing the right things, then therefore we should be okay with holding this person down because this young man's been doing the right thing.
He might be doing the right thing, right?
That's it. We do not need to add no negative things towards him at all.
Fuck negativity. Fuck negativity. I'm not going there. Don't try to assume what I'm about to say. Someone's down a son. Someone's got the son missing. And that's what everybody's doing. Everybody's worried about black versus white and all this other shit. And plus, the kid is only, if I'm not mistaken, the kid that had the knife is only 17 years old too, right?
Yeah, they both. Yep.
So, this shit is killing him inside. Trust me. Even if he meant to do it, I know how this goes. Y'all.
Right, and that's a great point that this young man is going to deal with this for the rest of his life. Mr. Seven, before I get back into the video, what's your thoughts?
You know, I like to just kind of chill for a quick moment. I like to just come in and talk. I hang out for about 15, 20 minutes. Go ahead, rock out.
Real quick.
All right, and before you go, Tip, welcome to the show. B. Thomas, good day, sir. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm doing well, thank you.
I watched that whole thing, and I just have a question. Why did you even go up there?
I was attempting to have a conversation, and so we could get out the true facts and not paint a narrative about this young man where he's not supposed to be a hooligan.
And I understand that. I'm trying to come at, but with that whole cast, that whole thing it's going to be an argument. Where it's not a conversation, it's going to be an argument. And then when you prove a point, they're going to get mad. And when you say something, they're going to get mad. They're not going to say, and then they get to a point where now they're going to start to degrade you and put you down and try to say that you are this and your hairline and this and you look like this. And that's what, you know, and they're going to start coming at everything that they see on the film. And then now you're going to get down to that. So then now it just becomes a content thing. So it's not getting down to anything. No conversations is getting met. Nothing's getting met. Nobody's agreeing with nothing but the people who want to agree on one side. It's all against you.
Right.
You know, and that's what I seen. You know, whether you agree with them or not, they was going to find something that's going to make you look like you was against them, no matter what.
And I also want to, I want to show thank you for that. And also, I want to also show that
people that are good and that have good intentions, we can have a conversation as well. We don't have to allow just the aggressive, degenerate behavior to overshadow a good conversation on people that have a good mindset or a positive thinking mindset.
Yeah, but we can have a good conversation, but we can't really converse with them. You can say your point, but you're not conversing with them at all because they're not hearing you. And if they're not hearing you, then you're just talking. It's like talking to a wall. So
right, and
that's it.
And I do understand that point too. A lot of people believe that. However, but we do have an audience too that understands things. And sometimes I could talk to these negative people and show them that, hey, we are all right. You're not the only person that thinks like this, because for a long time, people that do the right thing, they keep it to themselves and to their immediate family. But no, we are out here and we are able to get together and have this thought. So it's not just me talking to them on a panel, making them understand. It's also for the people that's at home that have the same positive, productive mindset to know that we got people out here fighting for that same mentality.
The only thing, it wasn't a neutral sighting. So it was kind of like you went into, like, you was the only person going into somebody's home game.
Correct.
You didn't have you had a couple of your fans, but it was a big stadium of their fans. And
but it made him look better, though. But it made Sharon look so much better. Like the standing of being logical, of going and having people be less than honest, it made me respect him so much more. And I don't like talking to people that I don't agree with, but I will say that this has helped me grow, because I think sometimes it's quite comfortable to be in our own silos and with people that think like us. But when I come over here and have to be around white folks that get on my nerves, but it's helping me grow, I was able to listen to Sharon and watch how they weaponized. Like, first they went with insults, that didn't work, right? Then they tried to lie, that didn't work. Then they went personal, and it just was so jarring that it was just like, what are you talking about? I only think one person walked away from that live looking logical, and everybody else looked like grifters, liars, and definitely not for Black people. I'm gonna
crackers too.
Yeah, there are people that I've been members of. I'm deleting my membership today, because if you at the very least can't say, let's just let the court play itself out, and you're willing to throw this young Black man out, I can't deal with you like that. Your Blackness is dangerous, and I can't be around you.
Can I say anything to Ron?
Oh yeah, you ready to jump in?
Yeah. All right, cool. Yeah, I would like to say something. Yeah, in regards to, like, with the whole, I guess you can say the outlook on it. You know what I even say, even down to, like, us as Black people, we would, let's say, big in the word, we would say a lot of times, like, only God can judge me, in a sense, or, like, that's between them and their creators, so on and so forth. And the point is, I don't know, it's just so wild. Like, it's like there's like no form of like balance, like thought process allowing a person to have at least the day to be judged. It's like, nah, send them to hell now. You know what I mean? Like, wait, can I at least, like, you know what I'm saying, die first before y'all try to say I should go to hell? So that's just my whole thing. And as somebody who's actually been through it, and I'm gonna say this to land it, and I'm very serious when I say this, I'm gonna reiterate it again. I do see the power struggle between the people that just want to say, no, he's just a criminal. I always wound up thinking and asking, have you ever been in like that, like blink of a moment position? I'm talking about like where, like, law, I'm not talking about military wise, because that's different. I'm talking about like in the streets. Have you ever had to sit down and do a stint and you're like, you know what? I didn't like the fact that I did that, but I know I was doing what I had to do, depending on the circumstances and environment and whatever's taking place. And so I noticed that a lot of it's really a power struggle with our people. They got us as our look at how this case of race, in a sense, has us once again going back and forth at each other. Now why now who's the two tiers going at each other? Hood Blacks against those who think they just too damn good Blacks and they ain't never been through nothing, so they don't understand why certain circumstances may happen. You've never lived in maybe his environment or anything. So all I'm saying is that I do notice it's a lot of mixing up of, I think, backgrounds and how people came up. But I digress. My mic is muted. You on mute? You on mute?
Yeah, I was talking in the back.
Oh, okay.
So you good there?
That's all I had.
All right. I'm loving it. I'm liking it. Let's go. So we need 8 more members, and we can free the chat. I appreciate every last one of y'all hitting that like and that share button, but we all gotta do our part. Thank you so much. I'm gonna jump back in. I know Reese has some. Go ahead, Reese, before I jump back in.
Yo, real quick, I've been hearing a lot of people say that that people are demonizing the bull, right? So
right,
and calling them criminal. What are they using for that? What have they found?
Nothing.
Nothing. So people just saying it just to be saying it just because he stabbed somebody.
Correct.
No, Reese. I'll tell
he
you.
has some type of criminal record or a pattern of behavior in school, and it can't be no one incident because everybody, the best of us, have gotten into 1 or 2 fights in school. So it can't be that. It has to be like a pattern. And the pattern behind this kid so far is good grades, jobs, and athletic abilities.
Correct.
This might have, no one can figure this situation out, man. Everybody has to fall back. And I'm hearing niggas, look how many niggas said they know what Metcalf said. They know that Metcalf was being a bully and pushing up. They don't know what the fuck happened. But I tell you what, there are several videos and they're going to come out and they have audio. A lot of niggas feel is going to get hurt when this shit comes out. I'm telling you, right now I'm on this kid's side. But I'm telling you, if I find out that he said one tough word, fuck him. I'm telling you, that goes for Metcalf too. If Metcalf is getting tough, fuck him. Fuck the tough guy in this situation.
Right.
Fuck him.
I agree with that. Like once if different information comes out, we should have the right to change our thought process of what happened. I think that is a fair thing to state. Yeah, we unlock. You want to say something?
One more thing. Niggas are making this racial, not the fucking news. Because everybody in this whole nigga YouTube got somebody right around the corner that been killed or killed somebody. Ain't nobody making no fucking videos about them, and ain't nobody GoFunding shit for them. They doing this because it's a white boy involved. It's because the news told you motherfuckers to. Y'all don't give a fuck about black people. Because if you did, you would do something about these 10,000 niggas that die every year. You would go fund for them or march for them and do videos about them. But y'all fucking don't. Fucking liars.
Damn, that's a lot of curse words in one sentence. Go ahead, we unlock.
Yeah, you can You can thank Megyn Kelly for all this.
Yeah, just the anger is necessary. And here's the thing: you can't say that black people don't care about black people because this young fellow raised over $400K in less than a week. We also know that if we didn't care,
what about 10-year-old calculator? 10-year-old calculator was a math genius from Brooklyn. Got held down in a hail of bullets.
Who's calculator? Who's calculator?
I have no idea.
Where y'all videos up?
That's my cue. That's my cue. I'll see you later, Sharon. I love y'all. I
No.
us.
All I asked was who was calculator. That's all I asked.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Nobody knows.
I mean, we can Google plenty of black boys who've
have
4 point on GPS. 4 point on GPS or what?
But if this is somebody that we should know about, then share the story. But what we don't have to do is conflate. Because we can say that black people do care about each other. And I think what you are seeing is you're seeing Southern people, and we know how we have to be there for each other. So you see the money. You see somebody like Sharon, where he's in New York. He's being a pair of eyes. He's being vigilant. You have Brownsville, that he is a legal professional. He's watching this. There are so many professional black people that have a vested interest in ensuring that this young man gets at least a fair trial. That what is happening is white people have never believed that this system was for us. And what you see is these are black folks that did everything right. Married, home mom, father worked hard, raised their kids, married, 3.7 GPA. He's a student athlete. The parents are active. These are all of the things that America has told us to do. Go to school, get married, have a family, raise your kids. This family has done everything that America has asked them to do. And you know what the America said to them?
What they say?
Nigga, sit your black bougie ass up. How dare you think Frisco? I live in Frisco.
How dare you be smart?
A Cadillac? Nigga, you got a Cadillac and $1 million home? Oh, these niggas, oh, y'all think y'all better than us. No, you're mad because they played the game and fucking won. And they gonna win this game because it's Texas, boo. And you're right, it's cameras, boo. And here's the thing, Reese, if that kid did anything wrong, and I mean anything, that shit would have been released. The day that happened. Because who father is a rapist? Not the black.
Lord.
If the daddy,
all right, it's bad enough Reese curse every other word. I'm trying to
You're fine. Donald Trump signed an executive order for you to say whatever you want to say, so you're fine.
This is true, but I'm just saying, if the white people are divorced, the daddy is an essayer, they owe money, he do bad business. If all of this was the blacks, baby, the white box would have been running this story.
Right.
You know that these have to be upstanding black people, because if anything could have made this family look bad, it would be out there.
Hey, sis, I got one for you. Tell me what you think about this, right? Maybe, all right, so last time they picked the case and they pushed it so that black people will go down and burn down America, right? What do you think about them doing something here that's going to make white people lose their shit?
I'm waiting for that.
I don't.
Let me jump back into the video.
I'm definitely waiting for that.
Oh, me too.
I don't want no anarchy, goddamn it. Absolutely not. Yeah, crazy. Let's see where we at now. We fast forward a few.
Those police reports were biased.
Hold on. Okay, let's see. The information that we have right now is only one-sided. We do not have all of the reports.
It's not one-sided. It is not one-sided. We got it from the actual suspect. How is it one-sided? You got a statement from the actual suspect.
Literal confession.
You just said it yourself that we don't have all of the testimonies.
He also said because
so therefore what I'm saying is that as of right now, the ones that is pushed out to the media right now, what we have
it's the initial police report.
The small facts that we have about that police, they did not give us every last one, is what I'm saying. And right
they probably don't have everyone done. That's the point, Sharon. They don't have every one of them done. They got to get 40 of them, so they still got to get.
I think you arguing some Matt. I think we actually saying the same thing.
I don't understand.
We do not have both. We don't have all of the reports.
No. Hold on, Sharon. You're going off of speculation. I'm going.
This is crazy that they don't really understand, and this is what my cousin's telling me. Right? He's like, "Hey, listen, they not trying to hear nothing you saying." This is what he's trying to tell me. This is what he's trying to explain, and it's very difficult for some people to, because people want to hear. I believe people do want to hear both sides of the conversation, but it gets a problem when people want to just be right in the conversation. That's where the issue we have at. It's like it's okay that we understand that when those police reports come out, it's one-sided. It's to paint a narrative. It is okay for us to be honest that that's what happens. It's all right.
But Sharon,
and when we get,
have you ever, like, when boys fight, I've never heard a person say, like, well, push me. What did they say? He said, touch me and see what happens. Okay,
right.
Touch me and see what happens. That's not natural. That's not what people, like, that's not a natural response, right? Like,
right.
I don't know anybody that has provocation and, like, you hit me, so then I dare you to ante it up. That doesn't make sense, and I don't believe that. I don't believe he said it. I'm sorry. I don't know a person outside of the age of 5 and 6 when you say knock it off my square or step, like, that's not what was happening. Like, stop it, please. Diesel is the worst kind of officer ever because there's nothing worse than an anti-black cop that's black. He's scary.
That's
just call him the worst.
Welcome to the show, Mitch. Money making Mitch. Good day, sir.
Goody was hoodie. Yo, I'm still talking about this. I'm just in the back, Sharon. Shout out to you. Shout out to everybody except Tim.
All right, let me don't even though we ain't going. Let's see what Diesel TV said. Let's see if he's gonna tell some truths.
Off of exactly what we actually have. That's what I'm saying. And what you're saying is, hold on. And what you're saying is, no, they got them. They're just not releasing them. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying we don't have the release of it because they did not release the official report. A reporter released it. Somebody else released the report that we are witnessing.
Time out. Edward B.
But I don't want to interrupt him, man. I wanted to let Diesel finish because, bro, I live in Texas. I'm 33 years old. It ain't no situation where you're gonna stab somebody in a fist fight, bro, and be looked at or be trying to get any kind of innocence or victim mentality, bro.
That's a lie.
So I'm real confused on what Sharon is talking about. I don't know where he from. I don't know if he ever lived down here. But bro, I'm gonna say this and drop. There is no situation where you're getting approached and they got nothing in their hands and y'all get into a fist fight and you stab dude. I've never seen it down here, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
We know for sure that don't make no difference.
Dude, that is a whole effing lie. I don't give a damn where you're from. I'm originally born and raised in Michigan. I live here in Las Vegas, Nevada. People got guns and knives and stabbing and shooting each other. What are we talking about here?
I think he was trying to make a point that they don't get away with it. Yeah, you can stab, shoot whoever you want. You know, you got your weapon on you. But I think he was saying that self-defense cases don't be working out like people think, and that's a fact. That people got the gun, people got the knife, people try to claim self-defense, but it don't be working. It's happening out here in Miami. Two best friends was fighting at the Wawas, and they got it all on camera. And this nigga set his damn best friend up, right? Had his gun on his hip, and his best friend was way taller than him. But in the camera, you see him keep getting in his best friend's face. Like, it's like, what the fuck this your dude trying to like fight this dude? As soon as his best friend pushed him, he pulled out the gun and shot him. This nigga had the quickest draw ever. Pulled out the gun, shot him, bang, bang, bang. Second-degree murder.
Right. So
and he's trying to claim self-defense.
That's fine that happened that way, but also it's another case that is happening in Miami as well, where the kid shot somebody in the CVS, and guess what? He's home right now because
the other guy had a gun though. The other guy had a gun. I seen that situation happen in Miramar.
Right, exactly. The one that's in Miramar, exactly. So therefore, you can defend yourself. And you can prove that it's self-defense if it's actually self-defense.
Wait, but hold on, Sharon, I can't let you do that. I can't let you. I'm sorry.
So we do understand some people are taking it, however, like how that guy's like what you're saying, he took it beyond self-defense, right?
Right.
And so he wanted to shoot. So what I'm saying is that in the court of law, people are able to substantiate those things. You're either going to show it's self-defense or you're going to act as in self-defense. And then when we come out with the facts, then we see what you really did. And with that case that you just brought up, that one was really second-degree murder. And then also in that same county or the same state, also it was shown that somebody did the same thing, and that was self-defense. So they can substantiate the difference.
It's two different
members today. We only need 6 more members to free the chat. Thank you so much, Sakase. Bridget, thank you so much.
Hell yeah, shout out to the memberships. Yo, Bracy, I get what you're saying, but it's two different scenarios. One scenario, the other guy didn't have a gun. That's why he was able to get second-degree murder. And the other scenario, the guy got locked up in Miramar for shooting that guy, but they looked at the camera and they saw the guy had a gun. So we first thought, all of us in Miami first thought that the other guy was trying to fight him and he shot him. And that's why he got arrested. Same scenario, right? You can't bring a force multiplier, even in a stand your ground state, Florida. The cops will tell you, somebody trying to fight you, you're better off fighting them because we can arrest you for that. Like
so, right?
Well,
But Lee, being arrested is okay.
I know. I get what you about to say. You ain't found guilty when you arrested. You got still out of court. You right.
Right. So he still had to have.
But that's a huge gamble, my boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying, but shit, you better hope he had. This is all I'm saying, Jerron. You better hope he had a weapon on him, because the only reason that black kid got away from that Walgreens shooting, because they saw that kid brandished a weapon on him and then he shot him. So just shoot people that got weapons, man. So you ain't gotta go through this shit. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And so all I'm saying that we can clearly show that some people, they do it just to because they have some mental problem. They just want to delete somebody, and then they got people that's actually self-defending themselves, and that would come out.
That's what Karmelo did, though.
So what I'm saying, in Texas, if you have reasonable doubt, reasonably thinking that the person is going to cause you bodily harm, you can
we know the law.
You can attack with deadly force.
Yeah, but Karmelo tried to trick. But look, if you look at it, right? Think about this, Sherrod. Y'all call him the bully, right? Karmelo knew he was the bully, right? Some people said that he didn't get engaged with him. I remember we was having this conversation before, but he knew he was the bully. You go sit in the bully tent? No, you sat in the bully tent because you knew you had a knife, right? You got tough with the bully because you knew you had a knife. See what I'm saying? If you didn't have that force multiplier, if you didn't have that, I'm not talking to you. If you didn't have that force multiplier, you would have never sat in that tent. You would have walked on his person. I'm not talking to you. I'm not answering.
Sitting on the freaking bench, minding his own freaking business. How is that the freaking bully? Please explain to me how you can be on your cell phone talking to people around you, and these motherfuckers.
See, this is why you're not listening, Sharon.
These motherfuckers show up.
When did I call Karmelo the bully? You're a weirdo.
Hold on, both parties. Hold on.
Please tell me that.
Hold on.
I never called Karmelo the bully. Listen.
Hold on. It sounded like you was calling him a bully just now.
I never called him the bully, my nigga. See, this why. See, Sharon, you always do this, man. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, bro. Jesus Christ. I never called him a bully. We had a conversation before, and y'all was saying that the white boy was a bully. Remember? You forgot Friday when me, you, and PhD people was saying it, talking about it. Y'all was like, he was the bully. Y'all been calling the white boy the bully the whole time. I'm not calling Karmelo the bully. I'm saying he sat down with a known bully because he knew he had a force multiplier. He would have walked his punk ass up out that tent if he didn't have that force multiplier, right?
No,
that's what he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he would, because he a bully. Why you would have been scared of the bully? Why you not scared of the bully now? Because you know you got a knife.
Let me address what you're saying, if you don't mind. Let me address what you're saying. So they didn't know each other, so he did not know he was a bully.
Oh, Sharon, just Friday you were telling me that he knew he was a bully. So are you saying that you didn't know what the fuck he was talking about on Friday?
No, what I'm saying is that I never said that Karmelo knew that those kids were bullies.
Yes, you did. You said that on Friday. Me, you, a PhD. All right, whatever, bro.
Right. So I think that's the part that
I was calling him a bully on Friday.
Shout out to Divinely Country 252. Hopefully, Sapa say he granted you a membership. Hopefully, you maintain it. Please and thank you. I appreciate it. We all need 5 memberships away from opening back the chat. So I think that's where we're having a disconnect at, right? So we're saying their actions made them a bully, not that he knew when he got up, because we all
okay. So why you?
So when we understand that they did not know each other.
Yeah, but y'all was saying that he knew that that was a known bully around the neighborhood. That's what y'all was arguing. Now y'all trying to switch y'all argument.
No. What you're getting confused is about the hypothetical. So people,
there's nothing that I'm getting confused. Y'all was calling him a bully, and now that somebody,
you gotta let me finish what I'm saying. So people put in a hypothetical that people, like when they are bullies in the neighborhoods and track meets in a football field, that they could have known that he was already a bully, because you are known in your neighborhood or in your town as being that. So when he started speaking, like, oh, that's the bully, is what we're saying. So that's a hypothetical, but that's not a fact, is what we were saying at that moment.
Oh, I knew it wasn't a fact. I just was going along with what y'all was saying. But okay.
All right. So
how does he become a bully? How does he become a bully by this? Like, I'm not trying to make an argument for the dude. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the way how we know he was a bully, because he was the aggressor in the situation. First, Hunter addressed it. Then we got on video Hunter saying himself that he started speaking to Karmelo first, and then Austin, he jumped in and he took over
from the situation, and then we know what happened after that. He touched him 2 times, he got stabbed. So that also shows to the mindset that possibly Karmelo was thinking that it was a 2-on-1 at the bare minimum.
Okay, man. I'm sticking to how I feel. I'm a mute up, but kid going to jail. But I'll mute up.
All right. So I'm glad we got that cleared up.
I'm out.
Appreciate you, big homie. Go ahead, Sharon. You was my bad. Go ahead, man. He was on the phone call.
He wasn't even listening to him.
And here's the thing, right? Most of the states that I've lived in for the majority of my life has always been self-defense states. I know people that have been in self-defense situations. I know people that were in a self-defense situation and they still had to go to jail because of the circumstance. Okay? Trying to prove self-defense when you get into a physical altercation with somebody and you use a weapon and that person has nothing but their fist, that is a hard-ass self-defense case to win. Period. Point blank, period. Matter of fact, here in the state.
And that's fine that it's going to be an uphill battle, but nobody's arguing if it's an uphill battle or not.
Yeah, but y'all arguing that a kid who killed another kid should go home. And I think that's wrong.
No, it's not wrong. Not if it's in self-defense.
Okay.
Right. So as long as it's in self-defense, that he wasn't just trying to fake drama so he could just go ahead and stab a random person, then
I completely disagree, though.
Right. So okay, according to that, he did. We're not talking about morally. We gotta get this more. Is a difference between the moral conversation and the law conversation.
But I'm having a law conversation. I ain't talking morally. I watch law. I literally watch interrogations for 2 hours of them interrogating people in the small ass rooms because I love to watch it. My girl think I'm crazy. I know law. I'm not making it morally. I'm saying that I don't believe that if you should be able to stab someone if you go into their tent and they just like, yo, get the fuck up out of here, B. You ain't over here. And then you go touch me and see what happened, and then you stab them because they're doing what boys do all the time, which is get in fights. So that's all I'm saying. And of course, not going to see it that way either.
Hold on. Let me know what you're saying. So okay, so you go by law. So in the state of Texas, it says as long as you can prove that somebody can do bodily harm to you, you can use a deadly force. That's what the law says.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So you say, are you going to argue the law? That's what the law says.
Okay, so if that's what the law says, okay, but look, if that's what the law says, why did they lock him up? If that's what the law says, but you asked me a question, but geez, okay.
No, I didn't finish saying. I was giving you a statement. I'm telling you that's what the law says, and you started rebuttaling before I finish. So that's what the law states, that bodily harm, you can use deadly force. So also in that state of Texas, somebody in case law showed that because they was able to because they got a concussion, they got bodily harm. So now that's precedent. So now it shows that bodily harm can be considered a concussion. Now, can we say somebody that is reasonable in the state of Texas can believe that somebody like Austin and Hunter can cause a concussion, which is considered bodily harm, to Karmelo Anthony? Yes or no?
I mean, you're using a lot of ifs.
I didn't use not one if.
Yes, you are, because he didn't get a concussion. He didn't even get touched at all.
Okay, so I'm okay.
You changed the whole scenario to like some make believe.
Hold on.
So you 4 words. Go ahead.
No, you said more because you're painting a narrative, right? So again, the law says somebody that reasonably think you could cause them bodily harm. We have a case law that says a concussion can give you bodily harm. Do we believe a reasonable person? I didn't put not one if yet. Do we believe a reasonable person would think that Austin and Hunter can give Karmelo bodily harm?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the law. No feelings. Now go.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that I can just, because like right now, I'm out here outside. A guy could be walking up to me, right? And be like, what the fuck you doing over here? If he walks up to me and I just stand here, right? Even though we have stand your ground and I shoot him, I can't just do that because say I think he was coming for me. And then next you know, he was looking past me or some shit like that.
So again, this is when we know you're not
you're
talking
cutting
about
me off again though. You're cutting me off again.
Right, because
you're giving a reason why you cut me off.
Yes, because you're not sticking to the point that what we are talking about. You just gave a different hypothetical. Again,
just gave you the same hypothetical. You saying that the law says, okay, Jesus Christ. Go ahead, bro.
2 people was against 1.
No, you do not know that for a fact. No one ever said that. You're lying. They was cooking you on that panel, bro. You're making stuff up because you're on your panel now. But every time you said that, they was rebuttaling you. So stop, bro.
Hold on.
Stop making up. Like, don't
repeat it. Hold on. Just hold on.
I'm not repeating anything.
You are. So again,
you're barely letting me speak. You keep cutting me off.
Hold on. So if I show you a video of Hunter saying that,
show the video. You show it. Yes. Show me the video. No, show me a video of 2 people attacking 1. Don't show me no video of somebody talking, B. Because you do a lot of talking and there's a lot of shit that we can't believe you say. So show me a video of them actually fighting. And that's no disrespect to you, but words could be skewed and twisted. Show me a video. If you have no video of you fighting, then you don't know what's going on.
So you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're just talking. You are just painting a narrative. Again, you're doing what they are doing, painting a narrative for no reason. When we could just go off what it said. I'm saying, I don't know why the difficultness to listen. It's weird to me.
You ain't got to be disrespectful to me because I'd smack the shit out you if you'd have said I got a difficulty listening. Be a man. Like, stop being a fucking woman all the time. I haven't disrespected you once. I hear you. You keep saying the same thing, just like they started calling you a bitch ass nigga.
I did not say this. I did not repeat myself. You are having a problem with comprehension. I'm talking to you, and you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to. When I'm having a conversation with you about law, you are telling me about your feelings.
I'm not telling you about my feelings.
You look.
Okay, so when you go to jail, will you apologize for everything you said? Yes or no?
Again, you're talking about feelings. When he go to jail, I'm not talking about no feelings.
That's law. He gonna go to jail because it was the truth.
Oh God.
Hey Sharon, can I say something real quick?
It's crazy how you do all this on your panel, but you wasn't doing none of that shit over there. He was cooking you over there.
The problem is that you think you're having a conversation by cutting me off and just rambling.
You was cutting me off and just gave a reason why you cut me off.
I am, but you are keep talking and you're not listening.
All right, watch this. I'm gonna listen. Watch.
Go ahead, BMU.
No, so I just want to add a perspective because I'm here, right? I'm minutes away from where this shit happened, right? And so, to be honest, you know, when we're being disingenuous when we say show video of them fighting, because all of that stuff is going to be for court. Nobody's going to be able to see any of that until trial starts. Right? They've confiscated everything. They put everything into evidence. So you won't be able to see anything that happened at that track field until it's time to go to court. Secondly, just probably 24 to 48 hours ago, the brother of the young man who lost his life did an interview with his mom. And during that interview, a lot of people were like, why are they letting him speak if they know everything that he says will be used against him in court? This young man sat with his mom and spoke about being with his brother when this stuff occurred. Now, did he say he attacked the brother? No. He said he was with his brother, right? At the end of the day, if here in Texas, there have been several cases, Sharon, I'm going to say this and I'm going to drop. There have been several cases here, Sharon, where we had Mr. Couch, 16 years old, get in a Ford F-150 truck drunk, 16, and kill 7 people with a truck. He went to court. They say he had affluenza, which means you don't know right from wrong. And they gave him 10 years probation and they sent him home. Right? Six months later, a black boy and a white boy fighting in class. This is a fight. no weapons involved, fist fighting, and the black boy got the best of him, hit him with one of those ooh-wees. The white boy fell into a desk, hit his head on the corner of the desk, and passed away. The same judge who gave Couch 10 years probation for killing somebody drunk in a truck with no license gave the young black boy 22 years in prison for the fight in the classroom, which resulted in the white boy losing the fight and falling and hitting his head on the corner of a desk. So the same judge, both cases, same judge, right? So this is what we're dealing with here in the lovely state of Texas. But Texas also wants to be their own country, because we talk about, why should punk ass niggas have knives and little punks have knives? And this, in the state of Texas, you will see a 15-year-old, 16-year-old boy, white, black, Hispanic, doesn't matter. They have their little pocket knives on them. It is a normal thing for boys to walk around with their pocket knives. These big old country white boys, 16, 17 years old, got pocket knives on them everywhere they go. This is what they do. They got their camo on. They got their mossy yoke on. They carry these little pocket knives everywhere they go. They got shotguns in the windows.
Yep.
They got guns in the console. 16, 17-year-old boys at gun shows. This is a lot of, if you don't live here, you don't know. 16, 15-year-old boys are at gun shows buying guns with their fathers. 9mm, shotguns, 12 gauge, sawed-offs.
Right. You better go to Walmart and get your piece. You're supposed to get your piece from Walmart. Now you hang that up in the bag.
Crazy. Can I say something?
So I'm almost done. I'm almost done.
Okay.
And so the thing is, these white boys out here, I said this a long time ago before any of this happened. I said, man, why black folks need to catch up? Because we ain't teaching our kids how to defend themselves with guns or knives or something. These white boys, 15, 16 years old, they getting AR-15s, they getting 9mm, they shooting at their daddy. They got videos right now on YouTube of a daddy teaching his son, 8-year-old son, how to shoot a damn AR-15. And what are we doing? We're not doing anything. So in the state of Texas, I'll say this and I'm done. In the state of Texas, if you feel like your life is threatened, and I'll give you this case and I'm done. Man solicits prostitution, goes to a hotel with the young lady, goes into the hotel, he's in the shower, the lady grabs his wallet and his valuables, runs out the door. The man runs after her in his boxers, gets in his truck. Her brother was waiting on her. They robbed the man. He chased them down, got his AR-15, riddled the car with bullets and killed both of them. Right after he killed both of them, guess what happened? And I want you to Google this, guys. If you Google it here in Texas, after he riddled the car with bullets, guess what happened? He did not get charged with anything. I thought they were going to charge him with soliciting prostitution. They didn't even get him for the prostitution. They got, because in the state of Texas, you have a right to go and get your property from someone else by any means necessary, whether they have a weapon or not.
Damn. Crazy work.
And you know how I know this? You know how I know this, Sharon? Because I myself, we talked about this last week, I myself have my license to carry. I also have my tactical license to carry. I can hit you from 40 yards out and knock your chin off. Right? This is what we do here in Texas. Texas is a place where everybody got a gun, but everybody complain when you use them.
Crazy work. And also, I got a Cash App. It says, are there bounties? I'm in the mood. That was okay. Go ahead, DJ Wish Doctor. What's your thought?
Before y'all drop me, you know what I'm saying? One thing I would yeah, laughing. Go ahead. Get it out, Tiff.
That was a good joke. Go ahead.
That's good. And hey, can I appreciate you this weekend? Look at you standing up for the blacks. Thank you, Dr. DJ Wish Doctor. You was
where I'm from is super pro black because it's racial tension between blacks and Indians. So black people really fuck with each other, right? But one thing I want to say, I used to always say that a lot of violence against black people would be minimized if we got a lot of black police, right? And if black people give each other the benefit of the doubt. But what I'm seeing right now, bro, that shit is crazy. We're not even trying to get that young man the benefit of the doubt. The man come from a well-to-do family, and we just trying to throw him under the bus, call him all types. We trying to demonize the man. How the man gonna get a fit? Like people say you need to get judged by your peers. This man can't even get judged by his peers. This is crazy right now.
Woo,
It's
crazy.
guilty until proven innocent, brother. Guilty until
Absolutely.
proven innocent.
Shout out to Alexis W. Thank you so much. I believe we are 4 away now. Yeah, it's crazy that we have people like Diesel TV that will lie on the police like that and say that, yeah, they got all the information. You know damn well police paint narratives when they push out these goddamn police reports. Come on.
Could I just add this? In Florida, the stand your ground law is written with a key word. You can defend yourself with a reasonable amount of force.
Oh,
You can stand your ground with a reasonable amount of force.
you can tap dance with some taps on your shoes.
I mean, I'm not from the South, so that doesn't like affect me. We don't use those racial slurs up here. But look, you could defend yourself. I mean, that's what the law says. I'm looking at it right now. Self-defense. Most places allow you to defend yourself with reason.
Look at God.
Y'all
Look
ain't
at
He's in the middle. Showed up.
I think the problem is that a lot of people just do not want to just look at the law for real when it's for us.
I am listening at the law. I'm telling you the law. It says it. I'm reading. I was reading it, but you know what? You know what's so crazy is that.
Hold on, but you read in Florida's law. We talking about Texas.
I know, but we both have stand your ground, though. That's what I'm saying. We both have the same.
In Texas, this is what BMU was saying.
Okay, so
in case law.
Okay, look. Whatever, man. Whatever. Y'all all right. He's gonna get let free. I'm not here to like do all this shit with y'all. Right. What I'm saying is this. At the end of the day, a kid lost his life, and it just seems weird that people want nothing. Like they look at that life being lost because it's a life that is not relatable to their skin tone.
Literally nobody said that. Literally nobody said that.
That's just my whole thing. Well, that's what it feels like. I didn't say like
but everything you feel is not what is, bro. What you gotta process your feelings to see what's reality. Everything you feel is not what is. I could be in a dark room, I could feel some shit and think it's a knife, turn on the light is a spoon. What you feeling is not everything, bro.
Thank you, D-Tro. Salute to you. Thank you.
I guess I got to get angry man and them over here with me and shit because I see everybody clicked up over here. So y'all clicked up. I see what's going on. The same thing that happened with Sharon on that channel is happening to me. It's cool.
No, hold on. So the problem is that you keep painting a narrative that nobody's saying. And
I'm not painting a narrative. I'm saying a kid died, so somebody should be punished. It's that simple. And now we're talking about feelings.
Right. So because it's not the fact that he died while he should be punished. It's the fact that he felt threatened. Like we cannot ignore the law just because of your feelings of morality.
Well, the law locked him up. That's where I go to that because if the law felt like that, why did he have to bail out? The guy here, he was with the law, the Miramar guy, and he didn't have to bail out. They dropped the charges. And they put it on the news and they apologized to him. That's not happening to this kid. So the law and the prosecutor and the judge looked at it, and in order for the prosecutor to get an arrest warrant, the judge had to look at it and get at least say this is substantial
but a
evidence.
Charge and a conviction is two different things, bro.
Why y'all love cutting me off? I know a conviction and a charge is two different things, but in order for somebody to charge you, they have to go to a judge and get it written off. They have to give a little bit of evidence. Oh, we saw this person on camera next to this scene and this and that. And they'll go, okay, you got 3 pieces of evidence that maybe means that this is the person. It don't mean he's the person, but maybe. Okay, I'll give you that arrest warrant. They gave it to him and they haven't retracted it yet. So when y'all go, the law, if it's so right, then why the law hasn't letting them go? Because they believe, because the stuff that we don't see, right? Because somebody here said, oh, the video and all this stuff, someone has seen that and someone has went, okay, this fits the criteria of this fits the criteria of that, and this fits the criteria of that. And y'all are arguing me and saying I'm retarded, I'm wrong, and coming at me all, Sharon saying I don't know how to comprehend and all this shit, make it seem like I'm retarded, right? But they have him locked up and he had to bail out, and he has to face his charges. But I'm so crazy for saying that something seems wrong here. Like, okay,
no. Again,
Hey Sharon, I was going through your content, and I was trying to find an episode where, or anybody's content, when this same thing happened to Tamir Rice or any other young black man who was taken out by some other miraculous death. I was just trying to see, like, find the same energy that they would have toward Tamir Rice. I can't find it.
changing the conversation. He's trying to race bait and be like,
No,
oh, you
it's
don't
not.
do
It's
this
not.
with
It's
other
not.
people.
Well, first, hold on.
hold
Let me
on.
say this to you.
Lee,
Let me say this to you.
I don't know.
You're not.
Lee,
Hold
I
on,
don't
but
know.
look, you're not. Hey, hold on.
Let me
You're not
address
here
a
in Texas.
thing.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on.
go live when we go down, when they having these protests and everybody's gonna kick each other ass. I'm gonna show you that it's racial because I'm here.
Right.
You in Florida. I'm here in Texas where it's happening. I'm here. I see the protest. They had one yesterday, and they had one Saturday. I'm here.
Crazy. Also, Omega Drex Gaming channel with the $4.99. When night falls, she covers the world in her impenetrable darkness. Also, we got a catch that says throw your ass in a circle elsewhere. It is $20 to drop, so you just need 15 more, or no matter of fact, you need 14 more to get somebody dropped.
My thoughts is,
and so hold on. And so
Okay.
what I'm saying, Lee, is what you are missing. Again, we are not talking about him being arrested. It is okay that he got arrested for this case. Nobody's talking about him being arrested. What we talking about is getting convicted of doing something when he, under the law in Texas, that this should be, from what we know so far, self-defense. Nobody's saying that you should just go around just deleting people, but according to the information that we have so far with this case, it seems as self-defense, especially when Hunter says he approached the young man first, and then Austin approached him second, and then them two got into the physical altercation where got his life taken. So clearly, we could see that Karmelo could possibly believe that it was a 2-on-1.
Yo, listen, man. I would not want none of y'all to be my fucking defense
Talk to
attorney.
the point.
Jesus Christ.
Talk to the point.
No,
I am talking to the point. You're okay. Go ahead. Somebody else want to talk. I'm over.
No, I was gonna say if they ignore the laws of Rittenhouse, I want them to ignore the laws with him too. Then that's all I'm saying.
You know, like I said, I think y'all just being racial, and it's hilarious because
But prove
y'all,
the point.
everybody,
I just want equal
All
treatment.
right, hold on. Because you keep saying things without no substantiation.
This man just people are talking. Okay,
So
go ahead, Sharon. People are just saying shit, and you're letting them say shit.
substantiate where I'm putting some race into it when I'm talking about the law.
I wasn't even talking about you. Somebody else just spoke. Come on, man. What are you talking about? I wasn't even talking about you. Somebody else just said something about Kyle Rittenhouse, and I was like, see, y'all making it racial. Like every time we bring it up, y'all go, but if a white kid did it, the white guy did it. I'm like, well, we talk about this situation, and instead of you saying that to them, you go, yes, brother, man. And then when I go back to the case, you say I'm not talking about the case. I am talking about the case. I don't want us to make it become racial. People are biased, is my point, right? If you're racial, if you make it about race, I know you're biased already. That's why when they pick judges, if they figure out that you have any racial bias, what they do, they kick you off the panel. You can't be sorry, not a judge, a juror. You can't be a juror if you have racial bias. So that lends to the fact that
slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
It's not racial bias.
Hold on. That wasn't time to talk.
Okay,
It's that I paid $37 in total, dear. Yeah. It's too much crying. No doubt. I got you. Y'all are crazy. My bad, beautiful. I apologize. I ain't see the whole totality. My bad. God damn. And also it says Bali, and you're not from Dade County. Sheesh. I'm so sorry I didn't see it at first. I apologize. I did not see it. Don't beat me up. I ain't mean it. Is it too late to apologize? So you got 37 on your head. I also want to get KT to go in there as well. DJ Witch Doctor, before KT to go, you want us to jump in right now? Or are you good? Okay, Witch Doctor's on mute. Go ahead, KT to go. Welcome to the show.
Much appreciated, much appreciated. Salute to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. I really came up here because I wanted to say something to Lee, but he got kicked off, to be honest. I'll be honest. I ain't even want to come get on the whole topic, but he was just saying stupid shit. It just was hurting me.
Yeah. And my fault. I was unmuted. I think what Lee was saying, that shit was just hurting my head, bro. Like, I don't know, bro.
Even the Rittenhouse and shit. You didn't say nothing about him being white.
No.
I get he a white person, but he in his own. Fuck it. Whatever.
And I don't think they really be understanding that they be the ones that they are talking about themselves, right? So he said Rittenhouse, right? He didn't say because he was white they didn't that he had an excuse of the law. He said they excused Rittenhouse, so I want them to excuse this young man the same way. He said man. He didn't say they excused the white boy Rittenhouse because he was white and that's why he got up. No, he said it's a case where Rittenhouse got up, and if you want to print, it is what it is.
I would like to congratulate you, though. I did watch the show yesterday. You held your own. Like you said, I know they was jumping you, but it's a little different. Even with what he was saying, how he trying to say everybody here was jumping. Well, people here not calling you bitch ass motherfuckers and Wooty going crazy and stuff if they don't agree with you. You know, it's a difference between people here actually bring some logic to the table.
Yeah. And I want to tell that person again on the Cash App, I apologize. I didn't see it the first time when you wanted to drop them. I apologize. My bad. I don't want you to think that I was overlooking it.
1 second, Sharon, because I've been trying to hop in. And I'm trying to just be in on the thing.
He gone now. I ain't got much to say. I'm a chill. Now, what was the topic?
Tiff about to talk right now. That's the topic.
Yeah, I forgot.
Exactly. He must can't hear.
Jesus. Okay, so but you know what, Sharon? The good thing is, in me watching how they were over talking you, I'm like, yikes! Is that how I come off? Like when you're over talking a person? So again, a lot of times these the panels, they can be frustrating, but again, it's about how we take the information and kind of process it. Because I think like some biases coming out. This it's weird to me to see Black people like criminalize other Black people. That's very, very like new for me, because that's not a thing that you do here. Like even when a person is wrong, like we legitimately will be like, yo, I ain't gonna say this shit in front of the whites. Now you know you was tripping, but together, like it's like the divisiveness is very odd. It's so weird to watch other Black adults vilify a child. He's 17. Like, he's 17. Who has not had a teen that makes fucked up choices? Hi, my name is Topocracy, and I got pregnant at 17? Because I was a dum-dum, right? I was a dummy. Because that's what kids do. You make bad choices. That's why, from what 17 to 25 is so important about the parental influence, because this is when you can make a choice and it fucks up the rest of your life. And I'm really glad that the men up here are talking about, again, just the mental place that this young man is probably in. I'm so worried about his state of mind, right? Because if this baby cried and asked if he was okay, this is not a hateful person. And if you were that emotional, I know you feel bad that you took a life. And we can't even get there. Can we talk about the fact of just the mental wherewithal that I think Black men have to balance is something so unique? Because y'all are probably the only people that when you do defend yourself, it's seen as if it's a wrong, when everybody else, it's a right.
And you know, Tiff is absolutely correct with what she's saying. It's almost like there's a lot of lack of empathy that's being displayed when you're talking about this case. For example, something that Lee said is just, I mean, it's egregious, right? Because I guess he doesn't understand that police officers, the only thing they need to make an arrest is called probable cause, right? Probable cause is just a reasonable belief that a crime was committed, right? Was there probable cause in this case? Absolutely. Because you got a victim, somebody died, you got a weapon, and you got people who know who did it, right? However, that's just one side of the situation, right? Because Karmelo Anthony had a right to remain silent, right? As well. That's called Miranda rights, right? So when people are talking about, well, we got his side of the story, they're totally incorrect. And if there was any type of statements that was made on that arrest affidavit from Karmelo Anthony, that's going to be problematic. Because, you know, did you allow him to speak to an attorney before he made any statement? Right? Because if you didn't, then now you're under the guise of fruit from the poisonous tree and things. So it's a lot that we don't know about, right? Which is why when it came to the press conference, right? If you would notice what was said in the press conference was, hey, they haven't even took this case to the grand jury and got a true bill of indictment yet, right? I'm not really keeping up with the case, so I don't know if that has happened up to this point. Maybe he is under indictment now. I don't know. But I did find it interesting that during the time of the press conference, the case wasn't indicted as of yet, right? Which is kind of problematic for the prosecution team in that regard. So we cannot use, and then even when the case goes before a grand jury, right? This is something that Lee also probably doesn't know. The defense is not allowed to question any witnesses. They're not allowed to admit any of their evidence. They're not allowed to, challenge any conflicting statements at that point. A grand jury is set up strictly for the prosecution team so that they can get the indictment and so that the case can go forward, right, for the legal process. So we only have one side of the story up to this point. So we can't come to any conclusion as to what happened until the defense is allowed to put their evidence into play, question the witnesses, challenge conflicting statements, bring their expert witnesses, etc., etc., etc. Then we'll know more about the facts on what transpired on that day. Everything else is premature to say, oh, well, why did he use a knife when they were used? We don't know what was being verbally said to him, if there was issuing any verbal threats. We don't know what was going on. There's rumors of certain things that transpired, but we do know all of these things happen in a blink of an eye. It's in seconds that we're talking about, where people have to make decisions. All of that's going to come out, and then we'll know the facts. But Tiff is absolutely correct. It's shocking that there's a lot of people who are just willing to villainize this young man, and not give him his Sixth Amendment rights that the Constitution and the writers of the Constitution say that all of us should have. And that's what I kind of find very puzzling, and I don't understand it. It's coming off as if we hate our own skin, we hate our own people. We're willing to run with false narratives and different prejudices that has been put against us because of the color of our skin, and all of these different things. I'm not saying that Karmelo Anthony is innocent, but I'm also not saying that he's guilty. All I'm saying is, let's give him his right to a fair trial. Let's give him his Sixth Amendment rights, which says that he's innocent until proven guilty, right? It's not going to be up to him to prove that it was self-defense. It's going to be up to the prosecutor to prove that it wasn't self-defense. That's what everybody's getting confused, right? They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a large, the gap between probable cause and proof beyond a reasonable doubt is wide, right? So they understand that there's going to be a fight because of the money that was raised. And I think that's the reason why a lot of false narratives have been communicated on the airways, because they know that they have the means to, fight, put up a good fight against a state that has unlimited means, right? And so it's just going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Like I say, right now we're just looking at different chess moves and analyzing, things that is being, done by both the prosecution and defense. But I don't want to villainize either party, right? The Metcalf family, they lost a family member. The father lost the son. My condolences to that family. That should not have happened. At the same time, we don't know why it happened, right? And because we don't know why it happened, it's unfair for us to just villainize Karmelo Anthony until he gets his right to a fair trial.
Right.
And that's where I'm at with it. Peace and love to everybody.
Absolutely. And I also want to welcome into the show for the first time, Erda is the case.
Yeah.
Good day, sir.
I'm just coming up here to give Lee a little backup since y'all booted him. And before y'all boot me, I just want to say, there's not going to be much of a self-defense in this case because there wasn't no self-defense at all.
And so
he didn't do self-defense at all.
So you don't believe that two people addressing you, one of them being aggressive?
You
gotta let me finish talking. One of them aggressively touching you more than once after you warned them. Is that enough for self-defense?
None of that goes. Self-defense is gone because he went in a tent. He instigated all of the back and forth verbally. He started all of that.
So right? Who started the conversation?
Your video proves that Hunter said somebody was in the back talking to them.
No, not talking to them. This is why comprehension is important. He was just talking. He was not talking to either Hunter or Austin. He was minding his own business talking.
No, he was talking trash.
No, but he wasn't talking to them.
Hunter says he was behind us talking trash.
No, he didn't say talking trash.
Yes, he did. Your video.
No, he said what he said was he was saying egregious.
Can you play the video?
He said, "Yeah, I can play the video." He said he was talking. He was saying egregious things. Is what he said.
Okay, that's trash. That's trash. And
That's why. So the problem is. So hold on. So I got one question for you. Did Hunter? I got one question.
You said.
Hold on. I want to make sure.
Damn, everybody talking the same thing.
Hold on. Hold on. I just want to make sure we understand that when he sat down, Hunter said he was speaking, right? Hunter turned around and Hunter was the one that started talking to him first. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. He
so therefore Hunter was the one. Okay. So therefore we know. Hold on. So therefore it shows that he wasn't talking crap. Hunter never mentioned anybody of talking crap towards one another.
He said he was talking egregiously.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
It says Toodles 187. Not Toodles. Damn.
How dumb? No, like Sharon, where did he get this? Like he legit came up here with a completely different, like what the hell? What are y'all listening to? I'm afraid of y'all. I'm afraid of you niggas. Because what the hell? Y'all gonna be slaves again. Me, Sharon, DJ Witch, Dr. Katie to go bomb. Some of us gonna be free, but some of you niggas deserve to be in chains.
All right, hold on. Conversation with NJ. Drop him when you want to, Sharon. Thanks. Damn. You got $40 on your head, sir. Sheesh. I don't even understand. Like, I don't know why they misinterpret what the young man has said now, too.
Right.
Hey, Rich Doctor, we played the video of Hunter saying himself. He came over to the tent. It was a young man sitting there talking. He said something egregious. I turned around and da. Ain't nothing said nothing about talking junk or talking shit to them.
It's crazy, Sharon. Why they keep saying that the young man provoked the shit when he's telling them to not mess with him. How is the person? It sounds like he was trying to de-escalate the shit to me. You know what I'm saying? Because he's saying, "Look, man, y'all need to chill." I'm paraphrasing. He's like, "Yeah, I need to chill. Don't touch me." How is he the aggressor when he's trying to reverse from the physical altercation? This shit is crazy.
DJ, I'm so glad you're here because when I'm just like, oh my God, like he legitimately came up here after this is 2 weeks. We're 2 weeks into this. And he came up here and just said some stuff that was just like, nobody even said that. Like the criminal didn't say it. If you want to call him a criminal, the boy didn't say it. The father didn't say it. Like, where are y'all getting these narratives? Like, were y'all here? Like, do I not know something? You niggas was here.
And Tiff, they're trying to paint it like people are saying that the young man was right for like we're not saying that. We're just saying let him get a fair trial. He didn't. It just went too far. It was it happened on impulse. His reflexes when you get into physical altercation. The man is the man got his future ahead of him. So we want him to get a fair trial. You know what I mean?
And it's not that like everybody is saying like it's a twin and it's a young man and a 17-year-old. Like at the end of the day, these boys were off college bound. It's their senior year. You know, they done got pictures and prom and all of the things. Like, are we not looking at what happened? Like these babies are not going to walk. They're not going to prom. They're not having a real senior year. And these are kids that were fucked over by COVID. Like these children have dealt with a lot. I can't do the adults. I can't do the adults in the way that y'all are processing this. It's gross. It's nasty. It's not caring. And it's surely not Christian. So don't none of you people be trying to act like you love the Lord because absolutely not. This is not of God. It's evil. And both of these families, both black and white, they need prayer. Pray for these people. Pray for them. And if you can't pray, shut the fuck up.
Right. And so, but I just want people to just deal with the real facts at hand, though. That's the issue that I'm having is that I'm not understanding why when Hunter himself said he approached the young man, we saying that the other person was being aggressive. That's crazy. And then not only that, Hunter approached him first or had a conversation with him first because now they have a problem with me saying approach when we understand that conversation is an approach, right? If somebody's sitting next to and you start speaking to that lady, you could easily say, yeah, I approached this young lady. I started speaking to her. But for some reason, we having a problem with the word approach. So therefore, he started talking he initiated the conversation between Hunter and Karmelo first. And then they got heated. They got into a real serious conflict. And then Austin decided to take over the conflict. So therefore, we could easily say that Karmelo could have felt a 2-on-1, and that's why he had to think in his mindset that he had to defend himself. Self-defense. Does that make it right? Nobody's saying that it makes it right. Nobody's saying that's what you should do. Nobody is saying these things. Stop trying to paint this fake narrative that that's what people are saying to do. That's the dishonesty that we be talking about. Why we cannot just have a conversation on what is, and we can just move it from there, and why we have to paint somebody that is doing good in society as somebody that is doing bad. It's crazy. And then we even got a cop, Diesel, about to prove our point even more.
This a cop? State of North Carolina.
Yeah, Diesel TV is a cop.
What? Not too long ago, we didn't even have self-defense here, and they changed it a little bit. But even with the way they changed it, if somebody broke into my house and I took the gun out and I shot him, let's say I shot him and wounded him. let's say they fell down, they incapacitated. I can't walk over there and then dump in them and finish them off. I can't do that. It don't even matter if they broke in my house.
Just like you can't shoot a person in their back that's fleeing from you.
I got a friend right now.
He started off lying though. Like, it's literally stand your ground in North Carolina. This motherfucker's a lie.
Not only that, we also told him in Texas, we told him that you could go, like, BMU just came and told us the story of a man chased 2 people down, shot them, deleted them in the street.
Yeah.
And neither one of them had any weapon, not even a goddamn pocket knife. And he ran with no clothes on and deleted those people and walked and got home. They didn't even file no prostitution situation.
Yeah. I mean, how you think the baby got off in North Carolina? You can do that. That's what I'm saying. This nigga lying. Like, for real. The baby was fighting one nigga and ended up pulling out his gun and shooting. And ain't nobody have a gun. Dude just acted like he was going to jump in. If you get enough of a threat, you can basically kill somebody. And they're like, all right, bro, you good. It's self-defense or stand your ground. Pick one. You feel me?
KT, did you see that?
That's a great point. Even in North Carolina, he just thought that he could jump in, and he popped off.
No, it was money. That was money. If you look at the video, Sharon, if you go to that, he killed that baby, and that was another 17.
That's not. We are not arguing. We're not arguing that. What we are arguing is that,
I mean, legally, look, if we argue morality,
that people literally get off for doing the exact thing that this young man has done. Is what the argument is. Whether it's right or wrong, this is the problem that people keep getting caught up in this right or wrong thing.
Well,
this law part is nothing about right or wrong.
Yeah, legal ain't about morality. That's just the rules set. If we find the loophole, or because like that's what I'm saying, is everybody who's seen baby kill dude, everybody was like, he wrong. Us as North Carolina people was like, what is y'all talking about? Because if I'm somewhere and I'm fighting the dude and the nigga act like he gonna jump in, I'm gonna blow both of they dumb ass off the man. I'm gonna just I'm gonna beat it in court. They gonna let me walk away. Like that's how it is. That's the law set there. So I mean, it may not be accustomed to how other people live, but you know, if that's what we can do.
Well, I think you're talking about awful but lawful, right? There are things that they're morally not good, but legally allowed.
Yeah, agreed. I always say a right and wrong legal and illegal isn't right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and that's two complete different. And that's all we're trying to say about this kid. Stop trying to put your moral standards into this kid. That's your moral standards.
But
Sharon, have nothing to do with the law that where he lives at. He lives in a place where it is wild.
You're not gonna do Texas like that. Excuse you. But here's the thing: even if you did morality, here's the issue, right? If it's raining and I'm a good person and somebody is seeking refuge from rain, what type of person am I that I see you seeking refuge from rain and I say, no, you can't be here? That's a bit jarring, right? Yeah. But to see that, and then because you were talking about the dad being at the NAG office, the way that man came in from the back, which is why he was able to get in, and then the way he stood there until the police had to escort him off, it shows a level of entitlement that these boys have been exposed to. Not only did that show entitlement, you have an SA case. What is SA? Where you feel like you have a right to take a woman's liberties. So again, we're seeing a father that's quite violent. And he even said, like, oh, well, how are these boys raised? How were your boys raised? SAer, divorcer. Your bully.
All right. Also, welcome into the show. John, good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
I mean, if you're going to start bringing up the people background that weren't involved in this, then I think you should bring up the spokesperson for the family, the Dominique guy. He has a hell of a background himself.
That ain't no blood relation, man.
Y'all gotta let people.
Yeah, he didn't raise Karmelo. My bad.
Hold on. What we're not gonna hold on. What we're not gonna do is the same thing that happened to me just a couple of days ago.
But you know, go on. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, John. Finish your statement.
I was gonna say, if Karmelo's parents had a criminal background, it wouldn't be relevant to what he did, and I don't think what the parents did in any side is relevant. Yeah, I mean, I think the most relevant is the spokesperson who was chosen to be in this situation, and he has a not so great background. And you have to wonder, why would Karmelo's parents want to smear his name with this guy? That's my thought.
The same reason why the white man
Hold on. So okay, so the difference is that one is being raised by the person. Right. So we could say that Karmelo's father raised him. His influence, the way how he acted, move, can influence the way how he acted, move. His DNA, the way how he acts and move, can influence how Karmelo acted and move. So the DNA of Jeff Metcalf can influence the way how they act and move, the way how he raised them can make them act and move, and the way how he's acting, he is showing how he's possibly raised his own children. So we cannot say that because the lawyer that he chose, regardless if the lawyer or the representative, this political activist that he's trying to do, we don't know if they have prior knowledge to this, to all of these priors that this man had.
Right, Sharon, the only way that would make sense is if that guy mentored Karmelo. Did he mentor him? Like, what is, like, I don't get it. We might as well look for his high school. We might as well pull up his high school teacher's background. Like, let's just fuck it. You know what I mean?
Fact. And I ain't gonna lie, I would just like to point out, I found it wild that you say you don't find the kid who's in the situation father's background important, but a spokesperson is. Like, this is the mindset y'all got. Y'all really got to skip actual logic in order to like imply some bullshit. Because to say that a spokesperson is more important than a parent, man, that's crazy as shit.
But I mean, let John get a chance to rebuttal, and then Tiff, you got it right after John.
I mean, in the court of law, none of this is going to come up. The parents in either one of whatever their background is not going to be relevant. And so that's why I think we should just focus on, this incident. It's not going to be relevant. It won't be.
In the court of law, though, they build like character references.
But I think it'll be relevant because they're not adults. So they're gonna look up the upbringing. They're gonna look for the background to build character.
I don't think they're gonna bring the parents into this. The boy's charged as an adult, right?
But it's not uncommon to bring the parents in it. The spokesperson, he only got something to do with the family after the situation. So why would they bring up, like, I don't get it, man.
I think the parents may come up maybe in the sentencing phase, assuming he's convicted, but I don't think the parents are going to come up in the trial aspect of it. And that's just my opinion. I don't think the
Are you talking about like come up and testify or being brought up?
All right, hold on. Let Tiff. It's supposed to be Tiff. Go ahead, Tiff, and then I got a question for John as well. Go ahead, Tiff.
Because I just want to know, you feel as if the spokesperson, that person is not good for the Anthonys, but you feel as if the father having a convicted SA case in Collin County, the county that I live in, that case is from 2006. Those boys were alive when that happened. So the father said, I want to know what kind of people raised him. And he has questionable character. But see, what y'all have allowed to happen is whiteness believes that they can do anything and they don't have to have good character. And because you're black, you're automatically the thug, a criminal. You're not a good person because y'all tried to make the boy be from a single family household. That wasn't true. Then you try to say he was a thug. That wasn't true. The young man has a job. The young man has a 3.7 GPA. He is a high achiever in education, a high achiever in athletics. So what else can this young man do? Should he have just fell to the ground, let the white boys beat the hell out of him and been like, oh, well.
Yeah. And that's just crazy. But so John, you actually believe that this activist, which we found out that he do have a sketchy background. He got about like 7 different look. So you're saying that because of that, and they chose because this guy, he got his whatever that is, that next generation action network that he he possibly built, or he did it with other people. He did it through his ministry. However, he built up this next generation action network. And besides, also, let's not forget that he is basically the security guard at that too. Not just a spokesman, he's a security guard. You're saying we should be able to judge that family off of this guy's background.
I think none of it is
Just like the
relevant.
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try.
Goddamn. Then I got him. It says, Toodles, Atlas. Atlas shrugged. John Galt. Yeah. Y'all are on one today. They said they was cool.
That shit's sad though, man. This shit not even. That's why. Look, this is why I've been falling back, because I'm starting to realize the internet is an insane asylum. I don't know if y'all ever heard of this thing called the Dunning-Kruger effect, but it's why stupid people don't understand they're stupid and actually even think they're smart. But it's like people will they will basically try to form their opinion based on what they understand. And if you know more than them, instead of them seeking the understanding, they'll kind of get mad at you and just be like, nah, it's just in what I get, right? And like, that's what I see from this internet shit. A bunch of people like being real bold in the stupid shit they saying. Like they think because they believe it, they make it the truth. It's shit scary, man. This the people teaching people. That man probably got kids. Like, I get what y'all be saying now. When I first came here, we worried about these niggas, and I'm like, y'all chill. But man, now I really get it. Like, this shit's ugly, man. This shit ugly. That's the half of the niggas though we gotta leave behind. Them the niggas you gotta throw off the boat type shit or something. I don't know. They gotta go, man. Cause these the people killing our community more than anything. These dumbass motherfuckers. We need to be. This not about no. Because the question ain't about whether or not he did something wrong for real. We do all agree somebody died. We get that. The point is, we saying, like y'all saying, it's a fair trial. The fact that it's motherfuckers, like groups of motherfuckers really mad. Even angry man being fucking mad about people wanting to defend and say, we just want the boy to have a fair trial. Man, that shit, God, it's scary.
They're scared that somebody that's a good kid, that we could deem a good kid from the information that we have, that they want him to not have a fair trial. It's crazy that they act like they don't understand that two people looking exactly the same, talking to you and y'all having a conflict, easily somebody could deem that as, yeah, I'm about to get jumped. Well, if it happened or not, that's two different things. But we are talking about the mindset of the person that is getting these two people speaking to them, and one of them is being more aggressive than the other. If I'm in a bar and it's 5 people I'm talking to, yes, maybe I'm only, if I know that those 5 people are together, yeah, maybe me and only one of them is arguing, but I'm going to assume
The motherfucker got his back.
That's like
I ain't stupid. Because who would? I mean,
reasonable assumption.
Yeah, what the fuck, man. Even that, that's what I'm saying. Now we act like, people act like, oh, you need the video, or you can't. Not even saying you should assume all the way, but let's be very frank. You a black man. It's a bunch of big ass white people in his scenario. It's a twin. I mean, what more I need to be worried about here? Fuck.
Wow. Welcome to the show, the beautiful Bomb Cherry Juice. Good day.
What's up, Bomb?
Yeah, y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we
Hello?
hear you well.
Oh, okay. How's everybody doing? I came up because I saw John up here, but first let me shout out to my favorite host with the most, and Sharon. How you doing? And the SBG family, how y'all doing? We got the witch doctor. How you doing, my brother?
What's up, Auntie?
You had me doing research on growing mushrooms all goddamn night.
Ah, shit. Allegedly. Allegedly. Legal mushroom.
Okay. And then we got Silent in the house. What's going on, Silent? Okay, Bomb Squad. And we got our sister Tip. How you doing, Tip?
Hey, Bomb. I'm glad you're back.
Still
We missed
running
you, sis.
in your mouth as usual, girl. I love you.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that, Bomb? I think a microphone just cut out. Maybe.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
still
So,
here. My
okay, there
computer
you go.
tripping. Well, I came up here because of John, right? John. Oh, first, let me say, I got to say hi to the other two people. I don't know who that Mitch person is. There's something wrong with him. But TK, how you doing, baby? How you doing?
How you doing, Bob? How you doing?
I'm doing good. John left us. Somebody paid to get him on? But John is the same person who started to talk about that young man and how he was raised before they found out that he was raised, with a 2-parent home and things like that. So John is one of those people who's against black people, period. So I'm shocked that he,
Ain't no way.
Oh yeah, that's John.
So John was saying before he found out that he came from this 2-parent household that he was probably.
Yes, that's him and his people. One of his people came to my channel and started singing how they can't wait until the little boy get killed. That he should get the death penalty.
Oh my God, that's insane that John said something like that. Shout out to the guys that said salute to the show. 5 cents, brother, in the building. 5 cents a day. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. And we just need, I believe, 2 more memberships to free the chat. Yes, we just need 2 more memberships to free the chat. And so, yeah, I don't know why it's such a strong investment, Bomb Cherry, in trying to paint a young black man when they keep for a long time. People have been saying that we only support degenerate behavior. And then now that we got proof that this young man do not have degenerate behavior, they still have a problem with defending this man, this young man.
Right.
I don't understand that.
Because these black men do not like, they don't like black people. They don't like black men, boys especially. Because they should be up in arms protecting this little boy. At least making sure that he has a fair trial. That's what most of us want, right? Just fairness.
As much as you can. Fair.
Yeah. But they'll argue that he's a criminal, he's a degenerate, he's this, he shouldn't have had a knife. And my sons have been having a pocket knife since they were like 10 years old. My husband is one of the men's men. He, guns and knives and football, sports is what my sons always knew. I'm from the South. That's my brothers and cousins. So him having a little pocket knife in his pocket, I thought that's what our boys should have, especially of his age. That's what I thought.
But Sharon didn't think it was a cleat thing, right? And I'm thinking that that's what it's going to be, because if it was a knife, they would have charged him. But if it was the way they described it, and when I pulled it up, it's like a cleat sharpener. And if you look at it, it's so thin and little that you literally can see, like, if he, like, it just probably was just a perfect position. But it's a little bitty thin little knife that I guess you sharpen your cleats with. And he had it there because
even with that, he's not supposed to have you're not supposed to be in possession of it too. So
he can't have the cleat sharpener?
No. It's supposed to be the coaches that have the cleat sharpener.
Oh.
But that's why I say I don't think he's going to necessarily get off on the knife or the object or whatever this is, whatever it turns out to be. I think he's just going to get probation because everything else is self-defense. Is just that he shouldn't have had that object.
Yeah, I don't think it's a trial.
But is the object against the school rules or the law? Because there's a difference, right? There's
school rules, the policy.
Right, so, but by the law, he's able to have it. So they not as far as them saying, well, he shouldn't have had it on school grounds. That's one thing. But as far as him being able to have it, he can have it.
Sharon, where did you see that wasn't?
A friend right now.
It was in a Frisco policy. It says that you can't have.
So they can't have okay, look, because I'm pulling it up because I didn't even know. I threw shot put. I don't know nothing about running, so
Mm. Let's see.
In VA, he found out this dude was messing with his wife. He confronted him at a damn tire shop. They got into a scuffle and was fighting. The dude got up and ran away from my friend, and my friend shot him in the damn back. He's never coming home.
Yep.
Which doctor? What that got to do with this case?
I don't know. I wasn't
You want me to rewind it for you?
Nah. You ain't gotta rewind. So to the angry man.
Yo, where's that? That was wild. That was nasty work.
But just to be fair though, Sharon, most of the examples they was bringing up didn't had nothing to do with, like, that shit was crazy.
Yo, if anything, that goes to show, like what he just brought up, right? It shows that the father should not have been at the press conference, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Nobody got deleted, but we have conflict. We both was penetrating the same woman. And that made me angry enough to shoot somebody in the back. But I know that my son deleted your son, that I'm not supposed to think that you didn't come here with hostility.
But you know what I gotta give it up to the parents for? And this is showing why they definitely raise a good young man, because the parents, the dad could have been like, yo, get the fuck out of here, but he didn't do that. The proper authorities removed their dad from the place. Them kids could have a teacher, a coach, ask Karmelo to leave, but they deputized themselves. That man parents didn't deputize themselves. They let the proper authorities move Buddy from the press conference.
That is an excellent point of view, because they actually showed that they have conflict resolution skills, right? And the other people do not have conflict resolution skills as adults. They couldn't figure that out, right? But welcome to the show, Izzy Pants. Good day, sir. How are you doing today?
Hey, good day. What's going on, everybody? What's up to the panel? What's up to your chat? What's going on?
We doing well. Good. You know, you're always welcome to.
I just want to say, we know why Angry Man brought up that story.
Hey, yo, Sharon. After that, I don't have a long time. If I could just add one thing, I appreciate you. Yo, listen. So like I said on the show the other day, on my show the other day, I think that we should not be trying to bring in. And I agree with you, Witch Doctor. Karmelo Anthony parents were very poised, they were very reserved, and they were very gracious, right? At the same time, I think out of everybody out of the Metcalf camp, the dad was the one that was like forgiving. He was the one saying, let's don't make this a black or white issue. He was the one saying, hey, let's reserve, let that man get his day in court. So I think that we shouldn't like attack the parents either. I think that we should push for Karmelo to get his day in court. I don't like all the demonizing, the weaponizing and dehumanizing of him as a person. I don't like that, and I think that is unwarranted and uncalled for. With that being said, we got to let it play out in the court, and I think that a lot of us are doing a disservice one way or another by being so extreme.
Okay. Can I say something?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with that.
I agree. I agree with what he just said, except the alt-right, and there's a whole other side of this country who is the ones who make this about race, right? I don't think black people are making this about race. We've always been saying fairness, right? Why is he on $1 million for self-defense or whatever? But so are we trying to say that we're the ones, black people are the ones who make this about race?
No, absolutely not. That's what I'm saying. I've been the one saying that we haven't made it about race. I've been on the opposite end of it, and people been trying to attack me. I'm saying that they absolutely did make it about race first. But what I'm saying is that the father said, Austin's father shut down a rally that was trying to be a white supremacist rally in the name of his son. Austin Metcalf's father said from the beginning, hey, look, this is not about race. This is not a black or white issue. These are things that Austin's father said, is what I'm saying. So shout out to Miss Jalen. How you doing, Miss Jalen?
Yeah, that's fair. And I don't understand. Like, even when I brought up the fact that Hunter said it himself that he approached the young man, they're like, no, that don't mean nothing. It means a lot. What is your thoughts on that part, Izzy Dance? That Hunter said he was the one that he spoke to Karmelo first. They started to have their conflict, and then Austin, they started to have the conflict. We know what happened, how it escalated. But they said, well, that's still no reason to think that he was getting for Karmelo to believe that he was going to get jumped.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. I think this whole idea that if someone plays football, if you got multiple people bigger and badder than you, that you're not going to be scared. I think that's ridiculous, right? You know what I'm saying? We all know that if you have big people way bigger than you and there's multiple people around and you don't know what the surrounding is, a lot of us have been trained and taught to pick up whatever you can to get home, to be safe. So I just don't like it. I think it's ridiculous. But this is the thing. My thing is, I don't know enough details of anything to come to a proper conclusion yet. And I think that we should all reserve our judgment on the actual details of the case until we get all the details of the case. That's my whole thing that I've been saying. That's why I haven't really been trying to go into the details, because I don't really know enough yet.
Okay.
I just know, Sharon, that this kid is not a thug. He's not a hooligan. He's not a gangster. He's not a hood kid. That's what I know. You know what I'm saying? He's a good kid. He helped save somebody's life, for God's sake.
What you mean?
You don't know that he saved somebody's life from drowning? Karmelo Anthony saved the kid's life from drowning before, bro.
Yeah. Like how?
Like he jumped in the water and saved the kid's life and performed CPR on the kid. This man has saved a person's life before, bro. This is what I'm saying. It's ridiculous what they're talking about. It's ridiculous, bro.
What he's saying is in the news. The baby actually had like a news article, and he saved a little young white girl. He literally jumped in water and saved some. Like, if you could say who's a good kid and you would point, it would be like this little boy's picture is there. They say he's a great brother. He's a good son. He's a good student. They talk about how funny he is. Like, when you hear it. Now, the other thing is, like, I've heard really good things about the twins as well. Like, these are 17-year-old kids, right? They're kids. So I'm sure as many things, like, I don't think we need to victimize either one of them. Even if they were bullies, sometimes people just are not nice people. It just happens. But these are 17-year-old student athletes that were college bound, that have film, that, played football and their buddies. Like, please,
and Tiff, the young man saved a life. Also, the man asked the police if the other kid is gonna be all right. That shows remorsefulness. Why they painting the man like some sort of villain, some sort of thug? Like, what? That is crazy to me.
I think because we don't understand nuance, and we don't understand that bad things happen to good people, and also good people can do bad things, right? I think it's very easy for us to say that's bad, this is good, and it lacks nuance. And because we're not using nuance, we want to make somebody be the bad guy so bad, and it just isn't a place for that for either one of these young men. It's just not. This is not the place to try to villainize somebody. It's just inappropriate, in my opinion.
Awesome. Welcome into the show. Say, Franny, good day.
Hey, what's up, Sharon? I've been following along, listening. I've been listening. It's crazy, but I do agree quickly. You can keep playing it, but I just want to say real quick, it just was so crazy how instantly Karmelo was vandalized. But yeah, it was crazy also how the intentions of Austin, it was like it was like his intentions was automatically good. He was the leader. He was doing the right thing, you know, by getting him from under the tent, which was crazy because he was supposed to be there as well. But everything Karmelo was doing and you know, stuff like that was just like he was demonized for it. That threw me for a loop. So I was instantly watching all the stuff that was going on like that, what people were saying.
Yeah, what's up, Tato Mills?
Yeah, that's wow. I don't understand, Izzy, why everything that Karmelo has done up to this point that we have idea of is villainized. I do not get that at all.
But that's the thing. That's the thing of the race, though, and that's the only thing I've been saying. Like, listen, y'all are saying this thing because you're saying black people act like this, or black people act like that, or the black community is like this, or the black community is like that. This is literally what these people have been saying, but then they run to, oh, y'all are just trying to make it about race. And we're like, nah, listen, y'all are coming against them saying that because of his race. Like, come on, it doesn't make sense. And so that's the thing. Come to find out, the kid is a 3.7 GPA having student. The kid is the captain of the football team, captain of the track team, saved a life before, all around good kid, allegedly got 2 jobs. It's like, yo, what more have a mother and a father together? The father take care of his family. Like, what more? I mean, I don't understand what more they could ask for in this particular situation. Like Tiff said, I agree with her in this case. Yo, good people do some bad things. Was it good what he did? No. At the same time, do I think that it was a mistake? Yes. I don't think that he intended on deleting this kid, but let the trial play out. Like, it's crazy, man. It don't make sense.
Absolutely. Hey, DJ Wishseller, what do you think is the reason why they want to try to paint this kid to be a bandit like yourself?
Damn. You know it's crazy, bro. I think a lot of black people want to be progressive, and I think being a little bit anti-black, well, not anti-black, being not giving black people a benefit of the doubt, it seems like it's the new progressive. It's like the new woke. It's like, look at this nigga Lee. You know what I'm saying? He think that he's progressive. You know what I'm saying? He's futuristic by being anti-black, and it's like, bro, black people ain't even really recovered from slavery and disenfranchisement. Sometimes we need to give each other the benefit of the doubt, bro. Like, we're not saying that the young man should be absolved of everything, but goddamn, we're gonna just paint him as the boogeyman.
Right.
I like that. That was a great answer. When he stopped driving, he want to address it. You gotta say, friend, after you want to say something.
Yeah. And whenever they say, like Angerman was saying, that everybody, we're just saying it and agreeing with Karmelo Anthony's family because he's black. That's not true, because whenever for me, what it was, the interview with Hunter, the first interview, you can see what he was saying. I don't know if that's going to be the initial truth, but his second interview, he was telling a different story. He was telling a whole different story. And then he was also shushing his mother whenever, I guess it was on the part where, and then it was on the part where I got so many things in my head at once. It's just crazy. But it was on the part where the Fox News dude was telling he was trying to also cover for them. So the Fox News dude was telling them, like, okay, shush, like you don't have to say who's in the room. I guess they was trying to cover for the fact that they are from a broken home. But usually if it's us, if it's a black family, a black victim, they were blasted all over the news channel. So I didn't like how the picture was being painted. And I felt like, you know, a lot of black people had no choice but to come, you know, to be on the offense. That's what it was. So it wasn't like, oh, just because, you know, we're glad that somebody's dead. No, that goes against that's just crazy.
Yeah, I think that's the most egregious part about all this. They keep trying to make it seem like anybody that's on Karmelo's side is happy that this young kid lost his life, and that is not even close or remotely close to any of the people that I encountered that is on Karmelo's side saying something of that nature. I haven't heard nobody say that. They keep trying to say that people are saying that people are happy that this melanated deficient person is, and that we are happy that he is dead. I do not see that happening. Let me ask It's Izzy Bears. Did you hear anybody that is black saying that they are happy that this happened to this white kid?
I've only heard one person out of everybody that said that, but there's one person. But other than that, everybody else is like myself has been like, man, I'm sorry for the loss of the family. Sorry that the young, may God rest his soul. And I think it was unnecessary. So no, I've only heard one person say that.
JP, it was JP.
Oh no, I didn't hear him say it. I heard somebody else say it. So maybe two people said it.
That's crazy.
For me, I think usually if it was in the reverse, where the black person was the one killed, we hear a lot of people say, yeah, well, they don't need to be here. They're a criminal anyway. They should be dead. Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? They've done that to mostly all the black men and women who've been killed over the last decade. And so I guess on the reverse side, the people who have said that, the white people, they're now thinking that we're saying that. You know what I mean?
That's a good point.
But yeah, they was glad that George Floyd, the young man who was jogging and they claimed that he was robbing, even though that house wasn't even built yet. You know what I mean? And even the young women who was in her bedroom and shot, they were like, she should have grabbed a gun and she deserved, because she was dating these type of men. She deserved to be dead. So that's what they were doing.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I like it. Go ahead, Mitch.
I just think me being called anti-black because I'm pro-life is ridiculous. I never made it about race. I never said the white kid was the better kid. I just think that race hustlers and panel hustlers going to do what they do to try to get somebody to argue with them so they can, put it back on their panel. Also, what Brownsville said, I love my skin. I don't know why. Like, just because, I'm having a disagreement with y'all, all these different slanderous things have come out and been said. So it's just like so hilarious to me. To me, it's hilarious, So, keep doing it. Again, I just, people know me to always been pro-life, always say I don't like guns. And now that I'm sticking to that, now I'm anti-black and I hate myself. But at the end of the day, go ahead.
I'm gonna ask you a question because if your rhetoric sounds just as a so-called white supremacist or somebody that is that elitist, why can't you understand why people are saying that you sound anti-black?
You saying that my rhetoric
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Damn. I got him again. It says, we don't care, Mitch. We don't care, Mitch. Damn. And they spelled it like that. Care. We don't care, Mitch. Sheesh. I think sometimes people don't realize that they sound anti certain things, and I think that's where the confusion got.
I apologize a minute, because can I ask you a quick question? Yo, how can people that say F niggas and yo, y'all niggas do this and y'all niggas do that and y'all niggas ain't this and y'all niggas ain't that, how can they think that they're not? I'm not talking about anybody in specific, but I'm talking about in general, because you hear this all the time where these people say niggas do this, niggas do that, F niggas, yo, that's why I don't rock with niggas. That's why I don't mess with it. I ain't gonna be in no neighborhood with no niggas. Why? How can you do all of that and then say that you're not anti? Like, that doesn't make sense.
That's exactly where I was going, and they don't recognize the verb. Like, we recognize it. Like, it stands out like a sort of like, hey, what you mean you niggas and y'all this and what do you mean y'all? What is this? Like, I'm having a conversation with you, say, but you know how y'all niggas do. No, I don't. I'm confused.
Yeah, that threw me when Anchorman said, "Oh, F you and every nigga look like you." That sounds like some internal battles that he's dealing with.
Wait, I ain't said nothing about AM for the record. On the record, I ain't said a word about nobody.
And you know what's crazy about that? Israel, that you have to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to say it, because he accused me of being on some goddamn 20v1 panel. I was like, bro,
Hey, what panels can hold 20 people though? For number
right.
one,
that's
and
number
then
one.
number two,
Nine.
then number two on my panel, no one said nothing derogatory about him. So I don't understand what they talk about. I talked to said something, but that was in the beginning of the stream for like 10 minutes. Other than that, it was like 6 other people on the thumbnail. So I don't know what be going on, but it is what it is.
But it's definitely wild that you have to put the disclaimer to make sure that it's not directed towards you, even though you might possibly do that. He does that, right? This whole show that I was trying to have a conversation with him, he kept saying, "See, y'all this, y'all that." I'm like, bro, I'm talking to you. So like, it's either you talking to me or you talking to I don't know. I don't get it. Like me and you, could they put us in a box? Let's have a conversation. But now we got to have disclaimers when we just even say a blanket statement of how we see people communicate. And we understand that way of communication is why I was asking them, like, hey, you sound as you are a part of the nationalists that ain't black. You sound just like them. We can't tell the difference. We just close our eyes. We won't be able to tell the difference. It's crazy. Mr. Seven, welcome back.
What's going on? Nah, y'all go ahead. I'm gonna run. I gotta run to the restroom real quick. So
okay. And so another thing. Oh, and another thing that I thought was weird too. That Diesel TV, he came up there as a cop saying that police do not paint narratives in a police report. I thought that was insane.
Protecting the brotherhood. No, that's a lie.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought that was insane. And then the other people on the panel, just because it was against me, so to speak, right? They're like, yeah, police can't do that. What you mean? That's literally their job, to make sure that the charge that they are pushing out sticks. So they paint the narrative in the best light for them to keep your ass in jail, to have as many things that they can charge you on. Tony goes with the 199. You know how y'all do. Pull up straps on panels, boy. DJ Wisdom, what is your thoughts on that, on police not paying narratives in police reports?
Police are human beings, and human beings got their own flaws and their own biases, and a lot of times their biases leak in their profession, and police definitely paint narratives. A lot of police are definitely biased against black people. We're not gonna just act like we don't live on planet Earth. That is crazy to me.
Damn. That was
cool. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, that's everybody else. I will say this. No, that is a very, very real thing in real life. Not them painting a narrative, but when police arrest you, generally what happens is, if they want them to hold you, they will trump up. That's what they call trumping up the charges. They'll trump them up. You'll go in there with, like, let's say 10 different counts. Bro, by the time you go to court, at least about 8 of them of whatever's thrown out. And they just try to see if they can get you to cop out to what they want you to cop out, which is usually the biggest charge or what have you. So all the little extra stuff they add in, usually that gets dismissed. So if everybody keeps talking about the initial police report, then yeah, all of that is going to be in there. And that's a very, very typical, normal, standard thing that I'm not going to say part of procedure, but that is very normal when it comes to the world of the streets and police. They do that. They'll put like 5 extra dumbass charges on there. Hold till they know that they're going to drop all of that before you even get to the court. All that's not even going to be on there. So yeah, that is something they do. I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah. Izzy Bands, what is your thoughts on police officers painting narratives with their police report? Is it something that is a common practice, or you think that is something that never happens?
It happens. Like Witch Doctor said it perfectly.
But they was arguing me down, and I was just like, I was flabbergasted. My gasket was flabbered. Izzy Bands. I was like, what? He's like, he came and Diesel came up there as he said, I'm officer of the law, and I know for stop, boy. If you don't get out of here with your virtue signal.
No, but this is the thing. Sharon, though, this is the thing, though. It's possible with him because he is black that he doesn't write his reports with bias. You see what I'm saying? But like DJ Witch Doctor said, they're human beings, so people bring their biases to their job with them. So it could be two things could be true at the same time. He might not do it, but that doesn't mean that all police don't do it.
Thank you. It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen just because you don't. And that just, and that's the problem that we have with a lot of conversations sometimes, right? They'll say, like, hey, but we talking about what generally happens in the public. We all know we have friends that say, hey, on a police report, it said I did this and I did that and I did this and the witness said I did that, and none of that shit is true.
Right. That's why two things can't be right at the same time, right? And the way, because he knew that you was talking about in general, and you were talking about that particular instance, right? Mm-hmm. So he can't then say, "Well, I don't do that for it to be correct." He can say, "Well, yeah, there's some people who do that, and there's some who don't."
And you know what I thought about, Sharon, just real quick, because I do gotta go shortly, but I got a few more minutes. But you know what I thought about? The crazy thing is this: I don't know what people expect for people who was under that tent. Most of the people that was under that tent go to the school that Austin and Hunter go to and are Austin and Hunter's friends. So I don't know what they really expected to hear, but something that was going to try to paint Austin in a certain type of way so that you know what I mean? So that Hunter didn't get in trouble. Like that stands to reason, right? If you me and you are we friends, we under a tent, and something pop off, and you do, and you something happen to you, and then I'm gonna look at it like, man, yeah, that man that tried to attack Sharon, like that man tried to do this to Sharon, that to Sharon. Sharon wasn't even doing nothing to him. That's how that's gonna go.
Hey, it's crazy. It showed on that panel that I was on.
I was just about to say that happens on the panels every day, bro. It do. When people got bias or people don't like you, we've all done it and we've all had it done to us.
I've never done it, by the way.
Nah, there you go with the bullshit.
Absolutely good. Don't start lying, Sharon. You doing real good, bro. Keep it up, Sharon.
There you go.
Keep it up.
And you know what? I like that Izzy said that too, because let's just be honest. Like, if you my people, I'm big lying. You finna be a saint. You finna be a Christian. You finna be saving 5 folks. You finna be, hey, he teaches me the Bible. And then he come and he pray with my mom and we feed the poor. Like all of the good things, you finna be all of them.
Especially in a tragedy.
But Sharon, can we just have just a minute? Like, is anybody else a sibling? Because I'm gonna just say this. The way we was raised is if one person in our house fighting, we all fighting. Now, once we get back to the house, it is what it is. But you're not going to tell me 2 twins, one of them was finna buck up and the other one's like, oh, brother, don't be that way.
Thank you, Tiff.
Say, Freddie, look, one time me and my family, we was all fighting. My mom's got mad at the 4-year-old for not fighting. You better go fight you a goddamn 4-year-old. You better go find somebody your father.
You didn't see no toddler. You better push that.
Look, one thing for sure is that's how it adds up in Brownsville. Like, hey, listen, somebody come to that door, the whole house is that
my nana, yo, Sharon, my nana, old lady, literally told me, anybody come to y'all door, y'all drag them in there, we all gonna get them. I'm like, nana, yeah, that's literally how we was trained.
But sometimes that's why I be not trying to bring it, because another thing that happened, especially in places like Brownsville, your block was your gang, because it was so many people in that one block that you interact with. That was your gang. You cross the street, it's popping possibly. Just across the street.
You're not coming over here running up on us, and I don't even have to like you, but what you gonna do is respect the block.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Yeah. I don't like you, but this is the block, and you not coming over here with this foolishness.
And it didn't stop. It didn't stop when me and Iz got grown. People still do that.
But I would like to say this briefly before I go. This is an absolute true testament of Black unity. Anytime we got Izzy and Sharon on the same panel agreeing and not cussing each other out, this shit is beautiful. I'm definitely getting a clip of this shit. Y'all Black people have a beautiful day. Keep up the great work. All right. You know I love us.
I love us for real. I'm agreeing with Dr. Witch. I'm talking to Izzy Band's new T. Bomb told me hi. Goddamn, it's a beautiful Monday today.
We ain't never had no run-in before, Tip. I don't even understand what people be like. Anyway, we ain't never had no run-in before. Have we?
Nah, you just be talking slick to my boo Sharon, and I be really personal. So if you talk slick to him, I feel like you talking slick to me.
Oh, but Sharon know he start trouble. He know even on my panel where he came, he threw like seven shots. I let him do what he do.
Now, Izzy, now see, I'm trying to be nice. Sir, you be over here. We still be streaming and you be doing reactions. Like,
nah, I don't do no.
On your head, Izzy.
No, it's all good. But Tip, this is the thing. No, Sharon, all fairness, Sharon, tell the truth. I don't stream where you at in the stream. I may talk about something that you talked about at the very beginning of your stream because you do long streams, but I don't stream while you. I don't do live while you live. Like I don't do that. I go back to the very beginning because hours and hours later. You tell the truth on. Tell the truth.
What he's saying, Tips, that he's not going to like. If we are at this moment at 5:23, he's not going to be like, see, you see what he's saying live. He'll go back 2 hours or 3 hours, whatever.
Yeah, right. That's fair. That's the truth. I go back.
That's what he's saying.
Right. Because Sharon be putting me in his monologue, so I gotta. You know what I'm saying? You know how he do. Hey, go ahead, tell your fake Christian story, Tip. Go ahead. He's a child of God. He fed my mama. He fed the cats. Go ahead.
Look, first of all, Sharon so dope. He got a white wife, and I like her. Sharon so dope. He got a baby mama. I don't even know.
Allegedly. Why are you telling everybody business? God damn. Allegedly.
Go ahead. How many cats did he save out the tree the other day?
Yeah. 100 cats, and the tree was on fire. And he went and he not only did he save the cats, then he went and he got milk and he put it in little bitty syringes and he gave the cats the milk.
Okay, how many babies did he save last week?
He birthed 100 of them things and he saved 500 of them.
Birth was crazy.
Birth is right. That's nasty work. We're gonna use that later, by the way.
He birthed them things. He said, you know what? Not only am I gonna get you, look, Sharon's so cold, you can take your girlfriend and send her to the house and she gonna come back a wife. Izzy Benz, we can make a husband out of you.
And that's how many cats. Hey, Izzy, that's how many. Hey, that's how much cats I be saving from the tree.
Oh Lord! See, y'all trying to start some real trouble. I'm gonna mute up. I know where I'm at.
Oh God, that's crazy. Witch Doctor, you good right now? Yeah, Witch Doctor's good. He's cultivating his mushrooms.
No, I'm good. It just
Can I ask a question? What do mushrooms feel like? Is it like an edible, but stronger?
It depends on what strain you take, but it's you want a microdose. If you take too, it's really food poisoning, low key. You know what I'm saying?
Thanks. Tip, you ever seen Dragon Ball Z?
Mm-hmm.
You feel like Goku.
Oh,
right.
Kamikaze!
Yes, you start thinking that you got electricity. You like, oh,
damn, I need some of that. I need that.
Damn, I wish you would cam up and do that so we could clip that. That's.
Hey, you know how to grow ayahuasca?
That was last night's stream when Witch Doctor was giving all this information. Today is 421, not 420.
All right, my bad.
But ayahuasca is not a tree though. Ayahuasca is several plants put together, bro. You can't grow. It's not like one plant that you could.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to know about ayahuasca. That's the one hallucinating. So you want
to it's like what
that's the first one I took. The ayahuasca is the first one I took. It's like liquid DMT.
Yeah, I'm taking it, but I don't. That's the one I ain't never. Like I said, I'm trying to get on that more.
Yeah, I thought that's something that like you have to specifically have brewed because it the way that the reactions.
Yeah, you're gonna be throwing up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna be throwing up while you tripping.
You'll be pooping after it. I know TMI.
So why take it? That doesn't sound.
Oh no, that trip crazy.
Because while you throwing up and pooping on yourself, you still flying to a higher level. You like what?
And not just a lot of people who got strong addictions and substance abuse. After they take ayahuasca, they don't crave whatever substance they was on. You know what I'm saying?
That's dope. That's really cool.
I guess y'all crazy.
You said that's cool. God damn. To be hooked on a drug is cool. To need another drug to get hooked unhooked.
No, he's saying
Nah,
that
you don't get hooked on ayahuasca. It's really like a one-time
a
high
spiritual
thing.
awakening.
No, I didn't say you get hooked on it.
Right.
I said you use it to get unhooked off the other drug. That's what you said.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. I mean, shit. Hey, they give you Suboxone to get off heroin. Shit.
Oh Lord. Okay.
Never. He's in prison right now. He's never coming home.
It's like if I went to the bar and I got into it with someone and they pushed me and I picked up a pole cue and smacked them upside the head and killed them. Guess what? Now I'm going to prison.
Again, another false equivalent scenario. But it makes sense. He is the angry snowman, so it makes sense, I guess.
Everybody, really quick, if you already wants to come up on your channel, everybody. So last year, Diva, there's a problem with that.
However, I will say this. Can we get the facts straight on this? Because there's a lot of people in prison right now because they thought they was in their right for self-defense.
Correct.
There's a lot of people in prison right now because of that, bro. I'm telling you, I know dudes that's in prison right now. They thought they was in the right and they wasn't.
Yep.
Correct.
Okay, and so now what do that have to do with this case again?
Exactly. Just because you think you're in the right, like he said, feelings, right? You think you're in the right, but the law is the law. He said, I know some people, that's crazy. But like y'all said, that's the angry, what you call him, the snowman?
No, that's the angry rim. Well, I don't understand why we don't understand that it has a law, and if you follow it to the law, then you would go home. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Now, the people that is using the self-defense as a way to actually delete people, that's a whole nother conversation. And people are gonna absolutely try to use the law in a way to try to manipulate the law so they could do some evil things. We see it all the time. We see Donald Trump, they leader. He's attempted to do it all the time. He's using these executive orders as a way to do criminal activity. You know damn well you ain't supposed to deport no goddamn. We know. Even when the Supreme Court said, no, you shouldn't do that. That's illegal. You got to give people due process. He said, I don't care. But it's illegal. But he did it. So we understand there's a difference between people that are trying to claim self-defense as a way they stay out of jail, and it's people that's actually using self-defense as it is written in law. Those are two different things. Just like a drug dealer. They got the one that sells pharmaceuticals. Hey, he a drug dealer too. But guess what? He using the law. But still got laws the way how he could sell it as well. Doctors, they could prescribe people drugs all they want. But you start prescribing it in a different way. Guess what? Your ass is going to jail. We have laws. And people try to straddle that line. And some people, they're going to F around and find out. It have nothing to do with this case, in my opinion. Do anybody think I'm off on that?
No, you on point.
Spot on.
Really quick, Robert Patton did let me know that one has Newports. If you're not gonna say in the box, all right, you gotta have Newports in the box. You know, some nigga shit. You gotta make sure it is what it is. But anyway,
you love breathing in fiberglass, huh?
Hold up 1 second. I don't know whose channel this came from, but I'm gonna read it. Bridget M with $10 says, "Hang in there, Sharon. They are not experts." You know what, Bridget? You're absolutely right. We're not experts. We're not. But we can have a civil discourse when it comes to sticking with the facts and removing all emotion and stereotypicalness about whataboutisms and all this and the other bullshit when we're talking about this.
Actually, I've been classified by the course as an expert.
You
an expert in what, sir?
Been classified as a course by expert? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Okay, so you're classified by the course as an expert. So you can be called into the courtroom and you can give testimony as an expert.
Yeah, for firearms, though. For firearms.
For only.
Why do they be trying to throw that? Why they try to throw that little bit of truth just to muddy the waters? I don't understand that. That's crazy.
He said for firearms, though. For firearms.
Why do they do this? Can somebody please try to explain this to me? Maybe which doctor got it? Which doctor? Why did Diesel try to act like him being an expert in firearms have anything to do with this conversation right now?
I think maybe because he had these type of conversations a lot. I'm not sure. You know what I'm saying? No Diesel slander. So the Diesel.
Because I could say I'm an expert in construction. What does that mean?
Trying to get me arrested, bro. Come on, bro.
You need some ayahuasca to set you free.
For firearms, so not for self-defense.
No.
So your
Well,
certification
a
doesn't.
lot of my testimony has come from self-defense.
Yo, that's how you know
Yes,
a lie,
it's dealing with the fire.
nigga, a
But you're
lie,
trained
nigga,
in-
a lie. That's how you know a lie. It's a lie, bro.
Oh my goodness. Hey, I got a question for Izzy because he might be on that side before. I'm not sure, but I just want to ask you the question. Why do you think people want me to be? Why they want to disagree with me, even if I'm saying correct information?
Now I don't think so. You know what it was with that one. They said what it was. They thought that we had a panel against AM when we didn't, and that's all that was about. How many times did they mention 20v1 that day? At least 10, right?
Right.
And then, yo, they said to Witch Doctor, yo, you was on the panel when they was talking about me. Witch Doctor was like, yo, I didn't know they was talking about you. Yo,
Right.
they said to Blanco, yo, Blanco, you was on the panel when they was talking about you, me. Blanco was like, yo, I didn't know they was talking about you, fam. They said to you, yo, you was on the panel, y'all was talking about. He was like, yo, I didn't think that no one was talking about you, AM. But
I was there
somehow
for 3 I was there for 3 hours, 4 hours.
Exactly. But it's like, yo, but my face was plastered on the thumbnail. My name was mentioned. Like, come on, fam, stop it. Your face, Jason Whitlock face, Charleston White face, Anton Daniels face, and Casey Allison's face. So stop it, man. It's just that's why you caught the backlash because they was trying to make it seem like we was doing something we didn't do. And that's really what it was about.
Hey, nah, Izzy, your AM impersonation is impeccable. You could tell that's really your homeboy.
Yo, you could get
trying to get this nigga.
Exactly.
Where he was like, no, they was all on the 20v1. I was like, oh, that was a great fucking name.
Trying to tread light to not making it easy.
Exactly. Yo, stop this. It is what it is. Yo, but they villainizing me anyway. I ain't said shit about no pro-black nothing, even though I'm pro. Listen, how you make fun of people being pro the skin that they're in? That's the most silliest thing ever. Like, it don't make sense. Hell yes, I'm pro the skin that I'm in. Hell yes, I'm pro like me. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm pro me. And people that look like
you might be onto something. I think a lot of people is getting shamed into being anti their own race, bro.
Their own self is silly. It don't make sense. Yes, I'm pro myself. Absolutely, without question. I'm pro myself. Yes. Yo, you blackity black, and that's a bad thing.
And the reason why it is because they want to be pro themselves. So they trying to get you to be on their side so they can even be more pro themselves. And I think that's what some people just don't understand when Jason Whitlock got called that token. I think that should have been a wake-up call for a lot of them. That should have been a wake-up call when they said, yo, you just a token. The only reason why we allow you to do this thing is because we can't say what we need you to say for us.
That's a bar.
That was crazy.
When I tell you, Nick Fuentes, he ate him up. When I say he ate Jason Whitlock up, he ate him up. And on top of it, it's just like, why do these conservatives feel the need to get out here and to say shit even before white people do? Like, even the white folks is just like, you know what? Let's just see what happens. But not these Coonan niggas.
Damn.
Oh, nah. You see what he did? He's a thug. Oh, well, he's smart. Well, you see what he did? He's from a single mom. Oh, they married. Oh, well, you see what he did? Bruh, all of the narratives don't fit. And it is eating the black conservatives the fuck up, because they can't call him a thug. They can't say single mama. They can't say nothing about the boy daddy. You can't say he was in the hood. None of it. To the point to where I seen one nigga say, oh, well, you see, even when you give black people money, look at how they behave. Look at T.I.'s kids. Yo, what? What? Y'all don't like yourselves. And it's sad, because I would never want to be anything but black.
See, I'm not, but see, and this is the thing, Tip. I'm not gonna call nobody a coon. I've never called nobody a coon, for the record.
Neither.
And I've never said that they don't like themselves. At the same time, my thing is I do like myself and I am pro me, right? So that's not to say that because I say that they don't. And it's not to say that I think that they're coons. I don't think they're coons. I think they have a right to how they think and how they feel. The problem is, hold on real quick. The problem for me is when they are vilifying and dehumanizing a young man who hasn't even gone to trial yet. And that is, by all accounts, a good young man. That's my issue right there. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, that's my issue as well. And but the reason why Tip is saying that is because also, like, the ones that are just trying to be pro law, they are coming up with these fake narratives that we are not saying, like, and it just makes it seem like you are going out of your way to prove that black people are inherently bad, even when they got a 3.7, save a life, 2 jobs, 2-parent household, all the things. Y'all still try to find a way. Well, what about his grandma? Boy,
thank you.
But Sharon, even the fact that y'all have to preface that, like, why do we have to say that he's a good person? Donald Trump is a horrible person. He's still the president. Like, why do we keep trying to make our people be good when clearly you can be bad? You can be bad. You don't have to follow the law. You can do whatever you want to, as long as you're right.
Shit. Yeah, that's definitely wild. That's what it seems like, for sure. I ain't gonna lie, it seems like that for sure. I was trying to get to the part where Diesel was cussing me out some more, but also I wanted OG J Speed, because OG J Speed, he came up there too. But they did eventually play the video. Did y'all see the video of Hunter admitting that he spoke to Karmelo first?
Yeah, I saw that. I got a slide, man. I appreciate you having me up. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to your chat. Salute, Hey, listen, man. One thing, y'all, I don't know why people don't understand this about me. I'm fair. If you don't talk shit about me, I'm not gonna talk shit about you. That's just how it is. I don't like starting trouble with people. So shout out to you, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get an eye checkup soon. So I think I'll be
Hey, you good for that one. That's the one shot for the road. That's cool. No problem. Y'all be good, man. Y'all have a good one, man. Peace.
Later.
Well, that's good. I've seen more people be on this case has been odd. Because what's his name? CT, Chaotic Truth, was like blacker than black. EBD has been like black. Like, the people that typically are like, not necessarily there.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see that they understand what it is. Yeah, and I think that's what's frustrating more. It's like, if people this far to that direction can see the wrong, like, stop lying to us. Like, you don't have to lie. You ain't gotta lie.
Yeah, even MRM, shout out to him. He's normally on the opposite side of these kind of conversations, and he's like, hey, the information that we got, there's no way y'all can say this about this young man. It's just what it is. And he is he's a MAGA hat where he just like Casual, MAGA hat wearing. He's talking about from being, you know what I'm saying? He's like, this one, I'm sorry, white folks. Y'all gonna have to be mad at me. I was like, man, that's crazy. I'm surprised.
And Sharon, you started off in a different direction, but I think once the details came out, like once I did the video and you saw where the little boy said 2 different things, even you were like, wait, hold on. And I think once you just do more digging and just kind of get to the core of the case, you just know like something isn't right. Even the fact that that young man was in jail for 2 weeks, we know he shouldn't have been there. From what they're saying, I really hope this is a lie, but they're saying he didn't get Mirandized. And if that's what it is, it's starting to make way more sense of why this is pushed out, why they're doing this, because they just didn't follow protocol. They didn't do the right things. And I don't think they anticipated this much visibility. So now you're going to see on the back end, them try to make it right.
I think so too. It's going to be good to see as more information comes out. And that's why I didn't jump on it when I first seen it. I was like, I don't know if I want to talk about this. I waited till a little bit more information came out. So, you know, I could get somewhat of a legit from the facts that we did get. You know what I mean? So.
No, you've been very fair. And that's the other thing. It's like you didn't go team black. You're just like, what are the facts? What do we see? You're very much, you just want the truth. Whether it's whose side it turns on, you want the truth. And I really believe that. And I think that's why I don't have the same virality to other.
Let me see if I can find a part where, and you know, that was great. After we even played the goddamn video, they still was like, nah, that's not what happened. I'm telling the truth, the whole truth.
I know he's wrong, but that's okay.
Listen, I know for a fact that when they give you those police reports, it's skewed a certain way, and then next thing you know, your lawyer get it, and all of a sudden, there's these other goddamn testimonies. I know for a fact.
You know what? I know what the real problem is. I've been dealing with all of you motherfuckers all day, and I ain't had a drink. All right, so Sharon, this is your video. This is your evidence. Give context before we watch, please.
Oh, wait. They said we ignored the super chat, though. Wait a minute. We got to go back. Marcus Anthony Castillo. So you ignore him. It ain't here.
Oh, both white and black Americans went through due process. Appreciate you. Didn't I read that?
I don't know.
If I didn't, I'm sorry.
So this is so I just wanted to show this. This is when Hunter said himself that he was the one that approached Karmelo, and then his brother came and took over.
You're saying he said he approached him, right?
Huh?
You're saying that he said he approached him, right?
Right. So it's showing that it was just more than just one brother talking and in communication at this conflict. And Key, that's exactly like I don't know when did I say something so wild and crazy. I said in communication. Two brothers was in communication with him. I do not understand what is so difficult to understand by what I'm saying. It's crazy. It's insane. I don't understand.
All right, let's all give a listen and see what's being said. I did go back like 5 seconds, so the timestamp he gave was 4:24. I rewinded it back to like 4:20 because it's funny. And I don't even got the goddamn thing.
I'm saying we put our tent up so all the bleachers right there were not wet from all the rain. We come back,
the rain.
We sit down, and this kid said something behind me. I've never met this kid in my entire life. I never knew who he was. Said something just inappropriate and uncalled for. And I turned around and asked him who he was. He started getting really aggressive. My brother stepped in. He started being, you know, how he always is with me, just brothers, just having my back. And things started getting more like higher intensity. And the kid said some like aggressive stuff, like reckless stuff. And also try to handle the problem. And
now let's see what they heard.
So where did he say he
All
approached him first?
Hold on, Angry Son, you're gonna say that you didn't hear that.
No, I heard him say that him and his brother came and sat down, and somebody said something behind him, and he said, "What's your name?" Nowhere near in there did he say that he approached them first. If anything, they said something to him first, and he spun around and responded to him.
No, that's not
accurate at all.
That's crazy.
Hold on, wait. I got the captions on.
Not what?
How did he hear something completely different? I don't understand that.
Dunning-Kruger effect. They gotta believe in their stupidity. I'm telling you, it's where they have bravado in the bullshit they talking. So they really believe it. They think if they say it brave enough, like, you know, confidently enough, then it's true. This is a scientific thing. Y'all look this shit up. I'm not bullshit. Dunning-Kruger effect.
That is just wild to me that they actually could hear something differently than what he actually said. Go ahead, say, friend, and then we bring in a chord gang.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I just came back in, so I'm catching up.
All right, I got you. All right. Hey y'all, what's good? What's your thoughts?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Same as they've been since the beginning. I was wondering. I don't really have too much time today, but I was wondering if the father has been going on like media at all. I know he had like one interview, I remember, but
The Carmelo's father?
no. Austin.
Austin father. I know. At the process that they had in Frisco, when about 12 people showed up, he told them he had a little, he did a little media thing and said that he don't want that done in the name of his child, so don't use his likeness or the case. That's
I think that, I mean, going through as a couple, if your child dies, it's going to be bad enough. But I'm almost feeling like because I saw the thing about like that racist dude or whatever calling Austin's dad and being like, I was scared around black people too, blah blah blah. And then his dad was like, don't use my son's name for your bullshit. And he was like, you're trying to create more of Austin, which is crazy to say to a grieving father. You're going to create more of your son like acting like this because you're weak or whatever. Fucking wild. But the messaging, I think, from the father it seems to be almost different from what the brother and the mother are doing, which seems to be I don't want to say going on a media tour, but just being too, like, I almost feel like the mom has vengeance on her mind or whatever. The dad is trying to process it and go through everything properly and respectfully. The mom and or the brother don't really seem to have that thing. And I think that it's going to cause issues. We're going to see it. I think that just off the little that I've seen, it's almost like I think that there might be a divorce later on, not just because of the death, but because of how the two different sides of the two parents are handling it. It just looks completely opposite.
Divorce between who?
They aren't together.
They aren't together. Oh, that's right. They split home. Yeah. Okay. Well, we see which parent seems to be.
They've been divorced about like at least 10 years.
Well,
I'm and you know what's odd is the judge that granted their divorce is also the judge that's did the bail reduction, which is why she had to come out and say, like, I don't know these people, they just like it came across and she just kind of granted. And that's the other thing, is this even this, like the judge, she's a Republican. Absolutely. And what's crazy is the level of the nastiness that people have done now that she's getting death threats. They may have made a judge that might have not been as accommodating or she may have had some bias. And now she's experiencing what they potentially did. I don't think they're not going about this the right way. You know what I mean? Like, we're going to make this
about the people threatening the judge? Or are you talking about? Oh, yeah.
Correct.
Well,
she's been a registered Republican for over, I think, maybe 12 years.
that stuff doesn't matter to these people.
Yeah, but they called her a DEI BLM replacement. And it's like, she's not DEI. She damn sure don't believe in BLM. And it's like, you're not curious enough.
But she's black, so therefore she's DEI. She's a black woman, therefore she's DEI. If anything but a straight white man is in a position of power or authority, they said the same thing about Justice Barrett. Who Trump put on the court because she disagreed with Trump occasionally. It's all of a sudden, it's a DEI hire.
Yeah.
Great point.
Like it's these people are pathetic. But yeah, I forgot that they have been separated. I think that, we can say that she had a restraining order against him, whatever. From what I'm seeing, the father seems to be way more respectful about what's happening and stuff. I know he showed up at the press conference of the Anthony's or whatever, kind of uninvited or whatever, but he left, it seemed like, when asked to. So I don't really know why he was there. Maybe he was misread the situation, was trying to do like a peace offering or something and whatever. I don't know what happened. But just based off of what I'm seeing, it seems like he's handling it way better than the brother and the mom. And yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Concurred.
Oh, so you know what? Is he a single parent nightmare? Like the boys are just single parents, the mom and the dad.
Yo, she got a new boyfriend. I know that. I don't know if she remarried.
The mama got a new man?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
No matter how, she's a nice looking lady, don't you think?
Yeah, but this is one of those times to what AR just said. Like, they need to like be on one accord. Like,
wait a minute, I'm confused. they've been separated for 10 years and you're like, oh wow, she got a new man?
Yeah, but that's not
I mean, look at her.
They've been divorced for 10 years, girl.
How she look? She could have did a 20-year drought. It wasn't.
Mom Cherry move on fast, huh?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, look, Sharon, I ain't noticed what the mom when you pulled that picture. I swear to God, I thought that was a white dude chilling next to this boy the whole time.
You thought that's how those ladies look in West Virginia? Stop.
I agree. That's how I know.
Yeah, they also date their brothers and shit. So.
She do look like she from West Virginia. You ain't lied about that.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy. And sometimes they creep over into North Carolina, so I'm pretty sure.
Hey, chill out.
Yes,
they in the mountains when they come up here. We don't let them get too far.
And the Appalachians. Go ahead and stand the JD Vance style.
Tennessee, Arkansas.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. We're sorry. We are. Yes. Bring us back. Bring us back to.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, there's a different it seems to be a different parenting style and a different way to handle the situation. And the father, in my opinion, is doing it the correct way, while the mother seems to be about vengeance, going on media and like talking about the situation that has been talked about already repeatedly. The brother has already given his perspective of events multiple times. Why is she not telling the brother, hey, you can't keep on going on media. Don't go on media because you might say something that's going to mess up the case, no matter who's right or wrong. And so the father's not doing that shit. The father's like, it's not about race. It's not about this. I want to like everybody be respectful, blah, blah, blah. Is the mom saying that? Because is the brother saying, I'm not seeing that?
Yeah, but so they easily convince women who's grieving to do certain things, right? The right alt could call her and say, hey, do this, put this out there. We're going to support you. And she probably figured, okay, I don't have no support. So I'm going to give her remember they're grieving. They just lost their son. So we're going to give her, she's emotional. And the dad, he's blessed emotional, right? And by the way, it was a black man who got him in contact with that alt-right person. The black man, the black Republican, had his phone number, right? Contacted him. So, and then he reached the phone to that right alt dude, because he wondering why, I don't even know you. Why are you calling me? Why I'm talking to you? You trying to get me to do this and do that? So I just want y'all to know the black man is out there doing a lot of work, y'all, for the others, okay?
Shout out to the productive black men out there.
I'm in a situation, so I don't want to take anything away from it, but I'm sure the father is behind scenes saying, stop putting my son on television or stop letting my son go on television. And or it seems to be that's what I'm guessing he's probably saying, and the mother is not taking that stance. And so,
but you guessing, you're not even sure.
Of course, we're all guessing. This whole case is about guessing. We don't have that.
No, nobody over there. I ain't guessing not one thing.
Okay. Yeah, all right. So anyway, I'm not going to get into it again. There's a lot of speculation going on between everybody regarding this case.
Which half are we talking to? This is Monday.
What is today?
What's today? Monday. That makes sense.
Yeah. You know what time it is. Hey, hold on. I forgot. Hold on.
I told you I don't do you Tuesdays and Thursdays when that white part show up, but you black.
It switches.
Oh, you're right. This week Monday, so Monday.
It makes sense because I was about to go to the range. That's crazy that you got that. Yeah, so it's crazy.
So I guess we gotta call your segment Mayo Mondays.
Well, it has to shift though because next Monday is gonna be black. So, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll see as more time goes on. Which I think I'm right.
You can't really be male though. So are you brown sugar?
Oh, you say he Miracle Whip?
Miracle Whip. And what's that orange? The orange one, it's got the sandwich spread. That's what he is.
That's the secret sauce.
I actually like Miracle Whip.
I do too.
I can't stand
That's cool because my girl loves my secret sauce too, so that's perfect. Secret sauce.
Oh, Lord.
As black folks, we can't say that out loud.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. Bob, you got any final thoughts?
Yeah. Bye.
Silent, a man of many words. What's your final thoughts there, sir?
Well, thank you for having the show. I'm about to get off work too, so.
Awesome. Glad I got you there. Tiff, accuracy. What's your final thoughts, beautiful?
Stay black, stay blessed, and be on Sharon's side.
What's up, AR? What's your final thoughts there, sir?
Not much. Thank you for having me. Enjoy the rest of your guys' day. Stay safe and be carry. Get a concealed carry if you can.
Damn. Appreciate you. Just don't go to jail. Say Franny, good day. What's your final thoughts, beautiful?
My final thoughts is that we need to just let Karmelo have his due process and a fair trial, like everybody else have their fair trial. And when people have problems with you, they need to stop acting like big babies and just come to you, because it seems like a lot of people be having personal issues with you and take them out on you on the panel. That's all. And I'm just saying that from, the sidelines, because I watch and see everything, I don't be on the panels like that, but I hop on here and there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I love you. I love you, Sharon.
I really appreciate that. That means a lot. I love you more. And I just let everybody know, like I always allow anybody, even if you feel like you my enemy, I still allow you to have a conversation. So I don't know why people be acting like they're afraid. KT to go. And very sexy Rev, what you doing? You starting something? Let me know. KT to go.
Yes, sir. I'd like to say thank you for having me up here. Salute to everybody who came up on the panel. Salute to everybody who was in the chat. And my final thought, if any thought, is, man, stop listening to these coon ass niggas, man. And let's how we had these conversations up here about how to progress men and stuff, black men. I think we need to apply it to those guys first. Get them good dudes out the community, because the rest of us, we understand, we love us, we want to take care of us, but those are the guys hurting us. So yeah, I agree with you. Let's get rid of those motherfuckers. Everybody have a good day. Great week. If I don't see y'all again, be blessed, be safe.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.